Understand the code base, but also more importantly, Claude or Cursor, they had no idea what they'd written either. And so I kept doing this. I kept running into these issues where I was just building garbage that eventually I would just have to throw away. And this just, slowly but surely, I realized that the thing that I needed to work on was not really the projects I was building, but the framework I was using to build the projects. Because if I'm not going to read or write the code, and I still have zero interest in doing either, I need to make sure that I'm setting it up so that my never sleeping, never eating, never complaining AI companion doesn't just get to write the code, but to have a dramatically improved understanding of the context, not just of what it's doing right now, but everything it's done in the past and why it did it. And again, the key thing here is I don't need to understand any of that. I don't need to know why you fixed that bug. Even the bug turned up. I just need to create a system where it allows Claude to continuously just know where it is. Because right now, a lot of people, they're using Claude Code, they jump in, they have a 200K context window that oftentimes is massively reduced because they saw some YouTube video that told them to install all these MCP servers, and now they have only a 100K context window. They start trying to build something, and then they get to the dreaded, I'm going to be concise now with my context limit, and the code quality becomes garbage. So they have to start a new chat, at which point there's no memory.
I want to dig into this because what you talked about there is that your process of building these products and apps were what you worked on instead of the apps themselves, like the community app. And I hear this gentleman, Sahar B, I get other shit done while my team of agents work. So basically, I'm like you, not a developer. We don't MCG doesn't even have a website, for God's sake. So we would show up to this and basically describe what we want. And all of a sudden GSD is doing it for us. And when you say get shit done, that means I'm focused on MCG while this thing's building me a website?
Yes. Although there is one key caveat here, and that is that I'm sure, I don't even need to say, I wonder if you guys have heard of Ralph. A lot of people are stoked on these Ralph loops. And while I think that the philosophy behind it is epic and it really demonstrates a lot of the cutting edge powers of these models, the problem with it is that it kind of eradicates one of the key parts, I think, of if you are going to have quality vibe coded products, what's missing between quality and non-quality, or even special and just mediocre, is human input. Because at the end of the day, it's not about yes, AI can build products right now. And it could probably go and follow all sorts of patterns online. But what makes something special and unique is your input, your stakes in the game, And we could get kind of meta about this and say that the decisions we make come from the entire life experience that we've had, like the comic books we read as a kid and where we used to go on holiday with our parents. All of these things shape our unique individual view of life itself. And I think these are the things that they come together to ultimately mean when you make a song, when you create a product, when you even cook a curry for someone, all of these things overlap. And the core part is that you're giving your input, the things that mean stuff to you. So where am I going with this ramble? The key thing about GSD compared to a lot of these other flows that I see is that it always helps you communicate what it is that you want to do. It never just says, okay, I'll do that. It says, how do you envision that? What is it that you're trying to build? Is it like this, or this? Or tell me if you see it differently. And this is right from when you initialize a project. You run GSD, new project, and it says, what do you want to do? And you say, I want to build a web app, for X. It's not just going to run with that. It's going to help you unpack that into a clear vision of what it is that you want. At which point it then moves on to the next stage and it does deep research into the actual domain necessary. So I don't want to go and learn what tech stack would be best for this. Obviously, I would like to be able to understand why we've picked that. So then it goes and does deep research. Then it comes back and it says, okay, based off of these findings, here are my proposed requirements, feature requirements. Users would have to be able to have an account and sign in. Is this on the roadmap? Yeah, it is. Users would be able to have to X, Y, and Z. So you then form this requirements of, okay, this thing that you want to build, what would need to be true for it to be a success for you? At which point it then goes and creates the roadmap. And after the roadmap, you have the ability to then plan out and execute these phases. And you could just do it like that. Planning is an incredibly comprehensive process that takes the requirements, the project document itself, reads the roadmap, and goes and researches specifically how to implement the task at hand. It then plans it. It then checks the plan, that the plan would satisfy the requirements. And all of this is hands-off, guys. But the key thing here as well is that when you plan a phase, let's say, for example, we're creating an admin dashboard for a product. There's a lot of gray areas in saying, build me an admin dashboard. What does that mean? What is it, cards? Is it table form? So this is where I created the discuss phase part before the plan phase, where it effectively looks at the roadmap and it says, what are every gray area here? Should the button be square? Should it have rounded edges? Describe to me the UX. Should clicking a heart automatically update? Should users be able to reply infinitely nested? I'm just going off random examples here, but once you're done with that, it creates this context file that basically sums up not any technical requirements, no code-based stuff, but user requirements. How will this need to feel? How will it need to operate and work? So that when you then plan it, the research doesn't just take into account what's needed on the roadmap and the requirements to satisfy the truth of this completed project, but your unique desires of how this thing should look, feel, and operate. And so you just keep going through this. There's plenty of other features to it, but to wrap this up as a quick concept, the way that I explain GSD to my mum or random friends who come over who have no idea about tech is, when we started using AI to write code, a lot of people like myself who have no technical background, we would say, almost like, yo, to a friend, I need you to build me a house. And then we'd fuck off and we'd come back the house would be in shambles. There would be no foundations. We'd have no planning permission. And we would get irritated because our friend did a bad job. Now, maybe we should have picked a better friend or a contractor. But what GSD does is it says, before you walk away, it says, okay, cool. You want to build a house? Describe the house to me. Tell me everything about that house. And then it goes, okay, in order to make this house exist, in order for you to have those beautiful sachet windows or whatever, what would we need to do? Well, you need planning permission. So that should be first. And so what happens is along the stage, it breaks down a giant goal, which we could call a milestone, into a roadmap of multiple phases. So that would be the first one would be, legal shit in this context of building a house. We need all of this planning permission to be approved in order for us to actually go and lay foundations. You can't put windows on with no foundation. So it breaks it down into these steps. And then from
is
that,
GSD going and doing those like permitting process, or is that where human interaction is needed to like actually go and call the city and like do that as an example?
Yeah, I mean, any kind of things that put it this way, the way that I set it up is that anything that it can do on its own, it must. So it's autonomous to an extent, unless there is something that really requires user interaction. And just like the final note on that is that imagine I were to ask you to build a house. I were to give you all of these plans, but after each time that you did it, I wiped your memory and I burnt all of your notes. It would be very difficult to do these things if you had no track record of the tasks you've completed and the decisions you've made along the way. So in short, GSD is the system that, who made this? This is fucking rad, by the way.
I have no idea. Someone in the community, it's so sick.
Yeah, this is rad. I love that. But it takes complex tasks, it breaks them down into such a way that you do not have to think about anything, and then it builds it. And it allows you along the way to verify that these things work, and if they haven't, it fixes it.
Can you give me a practical example? Hey, I'm going about my day. Maybe I'm Dom, maybe I'm Lex here, whatever it is. I'm going about my day. Give me some practical examples of what this thing is cooking up.
So right now, a lot of the things I end up doing is using GSD to optimize GSD. So, I'll cook up some new milestone. I'll take some of the GitHub issues that people have requested and I'll explore those. And then I'll just implement it while I go away for lunch. But the funny thing is GSD didn't come about because I was trying to launch this thing. Music producer, I make a lot of, I bought a lot of plugins over the years, like musical tools and stuff. And I got really into the idea of being like, okay, well, if anything is built with code, you could probably vibe code it. And so I was like, well, why don't we try and vibe code plugins? This is the next step on from my shitty attempts at making crappy communities and like kind of awful websites. And so I started doing that. And the quality of the plugins I made was just garbage. And so I realized if I wanted to start making plugins, similar to what I was saying before, I would have to come up with a system that could do it. Because I did find after lots of trial and error, things did work. How do I systematize this so I don't ever run into the same problems again? All this to say is that eventually you can see that video right there. This is a plugin that I launched that we've had some epic support. I don't know if you know Sasha, the DJ, but he's like one of the trance legends. Like his team are going to be using this on the next album. I had one of the producers of Radiohead in Rainbows reach out. We've had like huge support from these big producers who are using it and loving it. It's a testament to the fact that vibe coding isn't always slop. But all this to say, like I made these couple of plugins and I was like, okay, well, how do I sell this thing? Because I can't just give it to people and say, please don't share it with other people. So I had to build a licensing system. I had to build all of these systems that like pro plugin companies have. And so GSD was the accidental build of how I built my synth and plugin company. I built this framework that would allow me to build my plugins and to build the backend for the system. And eventually I just realized I should just pop this up as like an open source project. And originally it was just called Plan and Do. It was something I was just like running in the background. I renamed it, tightened it up a little bit, put it up. But the irony is that I didn't build it to share with the world. It was like the remnant of having already built a successful, in 30 days, I turned over $35,000 with the synth company. And like that was real money, real users. I think we've got like 700 and something customers now.
Jeez.
And
wow.
Yeah. So, I mean, the way that I can see it as well is that you don't have to go and build a web app. If you want to just create some sort of automation that could do X when Y happens, GSD can help you do that. You want to go and do deep research into something, you want to do analysis of some sort of thing, and you want to write a book, you could do that. Because the goal here isn't to build software. The goal is to use software to achieve goals.
This is wild. I think it really goes to show that the future of products is going to be like niche professionals that are really good at one thing, and they find a problem and they build a fantastic solution for it. And like there will be all these little businesses spun up where it just solves one specific issue just like this at a very high level. And I think that's fascinating. Like what?
Dude, you just wiped like tens of billions of dollars off Salesforce and like all these SaaS companies market share, just so you know. Just with that statement alone,
It's funny because like, I use Google for a lot of things. I don't know if anybody on earth really can manage to shortcut Google these days, but one thing I fucking hate is Google Workspace. If I want to have an email account, in the past, I thought that the only way that you could be like a pro is to have a Google Workspace so you can create your at whatever domain name that you've bought. And then you're sort of just like vendor locked in, raped by them on an annual basis. So when I started Sequence, I said to GSD, I was like, I hate Google. What are my solutions? And so I built a custom email system that allows me to have as many inboxes as I want and allows me to have like programmatic and just total awareness of the emails that come in, but also like the code base behind it. And so anytime I run into an issue nowadays where either I don't like the company that I'm paying $30, $50, $200 a month to solve a problem for me, or I've just run into a new problem where in the past I would have gone and found a company to solve my problem for me. I approach it from the beginning and I go, what's my problem? How do I solve it? And then once I solved it, how do I solve it even more? And how do I own effectively the entire stack of this? Even if I am sometimes using like, certain services for it, how do I consolidate the control so that I don't ever end up with a situation where like my data is locked into one company? I come from this perspective now where it's like, and I actually said this on a video the other day where it's like, I think the responsibility as a vibe coder nowadays is for you to assume categorically that everything is possible. You must go into it assuming that you can do anything. And I think this is a good mindset to have in life in general. But I think when you're approaching things with AI now, you cannot be bound by what even the internet says. Even if Claude says to you that something can't be done, push it, because I guarantee you it can.
So I got to ask, because there's like billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars, that are locked up in the valuations of mini apps and like Calendly type things and all these services. Like, what happens to all that? Do you think it's just like everyone just has their own version of these products that are instantly spun up as soon as they need to use them?
I mean, I think there's always going to be people who have no interest in development, even if they have like a fancy little UI where it's like, what do you want to build? And like nice UI animations. A lot of people are still going to just default to what's been done in the past. Adoption of new tech is slow. Most people still do stupid shit and will continue to do it even when they have proof in their face that it would be better to do it themselves. So I don't think, at least for the next decade, people are actually really going to start moving into this realm on the mainstream of being like, I can solve all my own problems. Because also I think fundamentally, like how I said before, that it's a good mindset to have, that you can do anything. A lot of people actually have just pretty negative mindsets in life in general. And so people will be held victim, not just by their circumstances, but by big tech and corporations and governments and all sorts of things. That being said, I think what's cool about this space is that a lot of people jump into my Reddit comments and they say, yeah, but if anybody can just create a plugin, why wouldn't I just create your plugin and not buy it from you? And I say, do it, man. Cool. Like, willy to you. Like, that's what I want. I want people to understand how much power they have to do what they want. At the end of the day, I'm not making things because, like, obviously I want income. Obviously I want to make money from my efforts, but I make things because I like them and I use them. And if other people want to use them too, that's dope. But
are you making money on besides like the token itself and the fees? Like, are you making money off GSD products? You mentioned the synth one, but do you have other products out there?
For now, it's just Sequence.music, which we have 3 plugins, one Mac app that is a pretty kooky idea. It algorithmically changes text into MIDI so that you can play music as sentences. So like, you can just type words in. We had a lot of support on that. And then there's a couple of actual like VST plugins that work in your DAW. That in and of itself is a profitable business that I'm going to continue to keep adding plugins to. I'm still working on some other things to put out, but by no means am I seeing it as like my only business will be that. Right now, I wake up every day and I go, what now? What today? What should we do? And like having this deep-seated knowing in your gut that like the only thing between me and my next successful product is just me sitting down and doing it it's just like such a wholesome and enriching feeling to start the day with. Just knowing that it's like, I encounter any problem. And nowadays, let's say, for example, you run into any problem throughout the day. So long as it is not something that truly cannot be handled by AI at this moment, like I still have to take out the trash, still got to brush my teeth, those kind of things, still got to take a shit. All of that stuff I can't hand off to Claude. But anything that I could answer the question, can it be done with code? And the answer is yes. At this point, I just build solutions to it. I can do it in a morning, like for example, I got really tired of tweeting. Like I only really just got back on Twitter in these past couple of days, and I'm obviously doing shit to GSD. I'm working on stuff while I'm live streaming, and I don't want to have to like think about what I've done. How do I form this into a tweet and post it on my Twitter? So I created an MCP server that interfaces with my Twitter. And so like this tweet just below that, like scroll down one below that maybe. Yeah, this one. Today I had Claude 2. This was like while I was live streaming right now. And I just got it to effectively take what we were doing in the chat and format it in a way to let everybody know what I'm doing right now. And I literally just say tweet. It gives me a draft. I say, say this, don't say that, and press push. Like I could tweet right now while I'm talking, and I can just do it direct from the terminal. So like, again, what kind of problem did I have? I was bored of tweeting already. Like
from the terminal, when you mentioned terminal, is this like a website?
It's where I'm running Claude Code. So in a GSD project, we're like working on something, or just even like just using terminal, like using Claude Code in it. I could even just say like, analyze this code base and make a tweet about like how it works.
And it'll send it. It'll just send it out.
Send it. Boom, send it. But it doesn't automatically send it. It gives it to me for approval first, because as much as I'm into this whole AI can help you with content generation, I don't ever want to get to the point where you're just completely removing your brain or any kind of sense of taste from it. I can sign off on this in the same way as if I had an assistant. I was like, my time is worth more making things than it is tweeting about things. If I had an assistant, I'd be like, dude, what are we working on right now? Post an update to the community. I think that's a pretty fair use of time.
Yeah. We got to talk a bit about the token here. Obviously, your product is open source, and I think you said something earlier where it's like, well, why can't someone just spin up the same thing? Well, I think now you've had an established community, it's open source, so like they can't really just do that because they don't have the contributors and stuff. Can you tell us about how valuable open sourcing this product is, and then we'll get into maybe the token and how you can reward contributors going forward and other things maybe.
Yeah, for sure. So I mean, the way that I see it right now is that if somebody wants to come along and fork GSD and make GSDB get shit done better, bully to them. Feel free, run with it. If it's better than mine, I'll probably end up using it. But at the same time, like, I think that the moat is the constant updates. The moat is that, like, I'm listening to the community. I have thousands of people. What do we have? Like 28,000 downloads this month alone. Like, the moat is that I have feedback from people. And this isn't just me in isolation in an ivory tower anymore, deciding on what this thing should be. And so, like, we have constant community updates on it. And I think the power of open source is that the kind of people who are into submitting GitHub issues and like creating pull requests, these are people who are just inherently offended by mistakes in such a loving way. They're inherently offended by bugs that they could see need to be fixed. And so the power of this kind of mindset is that 24/7, I have people helping me help the world with this. And this just would not be possible if GSD was this like paywalled tool that I was like, you know, people have far less of a vested interest in improving something that they pay for. You know, they almost just like demand it be better. But when something's free, they want to jump on and like support. And it's just amazing. It really is.
What are GitHub stars? I see everyone talking about GitHub stars. Low Cap Hunter, shout out you. I see you in our replies. What are GitHub stars? And yeah,
a GitHub star is like, you know, you find a Git repo, and a star is in some ways it's like a like, you know. But the difference between a GitHub star and a like is, the difference between a GitHub star and like an Instagram like, for example, is I would say that likes in many ways are pretty disposable. You know, when you're just doom scrolling, it's very easy to just double tap. The reason you would start a Git repo is because it provides interest to you, or it provides some sort of value. That's not to say that all 5,700 people in there like start it because they implemented it and they tried it out. A lot of people start things because they want to basically just support and add it to their list of things that they're interested in. But I feel like the difference between trying something out and not, like, that you have to have a reason to start something. I don't start something unless I've downloaded it, played around with it, and I'm like, this is kind of cool. You know, so I think it proves that people are getting real value from this. Also, 625 forks. That's people who have now forked the repo because they're trying to create their own version or like play around with it, which is just rad.
Insane. What about the token? You got this token now. You're kind of making money off of fees. I think you're making good money today off of fees.
The token's going wild. It's like $6 million.
We had a giant spike when we guys started this. There was like a big green candle.
Yeah, love to see that. So
how much also a percentage that you own of the token? Like, give us the quote unquote tokenomics.
I think that I'm fourth biggest holder. I was third biggest. I have 2.05% of the token. And one quick note as well is that I have a vested interest in not selling, and not selling at all. And why? Is because so long as I can stay proper bullish on this and show that I'm not here to sell these tokens to make a profit. I'm here to make sure that one of the biggest holders is somebody who isn't selling. And so long as the coin keeps getting traded, so long as we see this play on the token, I'm making fees. I don't want to go and short, like, I don't want to go fuck that up. You know, so in my mind, like, the fact that I can now pull up my bags and I can see this is such a lovely thing to look at. It's like I just pull up my bags, and I think I invested maybe like 11K. Oh, I've disappeared. Oh,
you're full screen now.
Nice. My 11K is now worth 123K on that token. I see this as $0. I'm not selling that. This is just proof that I'm staying involved. And again, I'm not gambling on this. I'm not here to buy and sell. If I do buy anymore, it's just for whatever reason that was. But to anybody who is holding, I'm not selling. And like, if this keeps going up, I make damn good money on these fees, and I'm stoked off of the fees.
No, the fees are insane. So like, how are we going to use this? Obviously, now you have a product, you have really good traction. It's, you know, it's bootstrapped. There are fees going into it. You can basically do whatever you want to build this out now. How are you planning to use some of these fees? Do you have a plan to use the token? Obviously, we see people in the chart saying, look, senior devs love this from Apple, Google, Amazon Workflow. Numbers are skyrocketing. 5K downloads to 28K downloads in 1 month, 698 stars to 5.7K. Would you like make this token get, hey, you have to have X amount of GSP to actually use GSD to actually use Get Shit Done technology? Like, what are the plans, some thoughts that have been swirling around?
Get Shit Done enterprises taking over the world. What's going on, man?
At the moment, there's no plan to add any utility beyond what it is right now. The reason why is because for the moment, I see GSD as without the little $ before it. The open source code project, still very early days. We're still going on it. This isn't that there will never be any kind of update to this, but the way that I'm using these fees right now, and a lot of people are very happy about, is that this is supporting me going full time. And so I invested, obviously, of the 63,000 that I've made so far, I invested 11,000 of them back into it. I'm also like, every now and then I just did like a 24-hour 50 or is it 100x boost on Deck Screener. So I am investing some of these things as well into just like helping get visibility on the coin. But for now, I'm just seeing this as a chance to be able to really go all in on building what I believe to be, at the moment, the most effective Claude Code framework that there is out there for people who want to see ideas through to completion.
So my question for you on BagsApp, number one, is this the future of internet capital markets? Is this how open source gets financed in the future? And what are some takeaways, some key learnings maybe you would share to the next person? What do you think can be improved? What do you think's bad? What do you think's good about BagsApp?
I think that the kind of like circling back to my point at the beginning of there's like a lot of ADHD kind of vibes I see in the CT world, which is what makes it fun, right? You know, it's like, what's new? What's 50,000% up today? So I think while this is really helpful, you know, there are a lot of people who are supporting GSD who don't use GSD, and that's rad. That's really cool. However, I also feel like there are a lot of people who use GSD who would not invest in the token because of the way that it is positioned, that it's still a very meme-based infrastructure, you know? And I think, actually, before I got on this call, I helped my mum buy some GSD. She officially now owns like, I think 6 Solana of GSD, which is rad. But I think it's like as a testament to how difficult it is to get into this thing, you know, because she had to go and create a Kraken account. She had to then buy Solana. She didn't know what a wallet was. So she then had to send it to her, and I guided her through the process, and that's all well and good. But I think one of the biggest things that could happen for this realm is to make this easier for people to be onboarded into this, and maybe make it easier like on some kind of centralized exchange for it, where it could just be straight dollar value. And if you could just buy dollars attached to it and extract dollars and not have to worry about like the added volatility of Solana going up and down, this very much is something that I think in the next decade could be a really interesting space of like, okay, cool, well, how do we let people invest in ideas? And how do we let people benefit from investing early in ideas? And I don't just mean VCs, but I mean like somebody who finds something on Instagram, some creator that's making beeswax candles, and they love this creator and they want to invest in it, and they want to see effectively dividends as that person grows their beeswax candle making business. I think that would be helpful. And so pegging the value of this to the dollar and creating some sort of infrastructure where it's not based off of just these like, okay, how do I create a wallet to send this? You know, by dollar, I mean USDT or something, you know, like pegging it. So you would still need to, we are still talking crypto here.
Yeah.
But I think you could get liquidity pools that are based on dollars. And if you need help with that, like our partner of our show is Meteora. So they're all the underlying trading infrastructure. Yeah, we're kind of like their live stream division, if you will. So we could make a relationship there to the Meteora.
Yeah, that would be right.
They might be able to help you out on a technical level, kind of set these things up.
That's right. I did see there's MEXC, you know, it's like they now have GSD pegged to USDT, which is cool.
Yeah, MEXC is an exchange that has a kind of varying history of, you know, good actor, bad actor. Some of the exchanges are a little dicey, but the on-chain, you know, like the infrastructure layer, Meteora, what they've built is
I see, like actually on-chain, you mean?
Yes,
yeah, everything that happens. These centralized exchanges are all transacted off-chain. You can't track them. It's not like it's off-chain, so it's like
they hold the user funds.
I see.
On-chain is held in a physical wallet, transacted through the blockchain. You can see everything. It's held in your custody.
Go to you.
Yeah. Rad. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah. I mean, this. If my only addition to my previous comment then is like, if this evolves into being something that can still be like fully Web3 mindset based, everything is as it is to the best of ability, but regular normal core people can just easily buy in and support their heroes, support creators doing things that make sense to them. Here's a great point that I must actually make, is that a lot of people have their argument about AI is that AI is coming to steal everybody's job, and then what does the average person do? You know, how do you go and find a new job? And I have a kind of maybe a little bit, some people say a controversial opinion, which I say, well, if your job can be taken by AI, you're not doing anything meaningful enough with your life. And second of all, now you have a lot of time to go and figure out what to do that's meaningful with your life.
Yeah.
And if this can empower a next wave of creators being able to be like, okay, well, there is a roadmap for me to be able to go full time with whatever your weird passion is, I guarantee you there are plenty of people online that want to support you do it. If this is a way to be able to do that in a transparent and safe way, this is the future.
No, absolutely.
Pretty crazy stuff. You know, you actually said something a little while ago that I wanted to touch on. You said, I feel like most people are going to go to big brands to build stuff because they don't want to, and it's probably going to take a decade. You know, I'd actually push back. I think I saw even my parents and family and friends who are not even in the tech world adopt AI and use it every single day, you know, in the last year and stuff. And I think maybe that adoption curve is actually going to happen quicker, where I think if it's easy enough, if the UI is smooth enough, and someone can literally just go log on and build whatever they need to, I do think that adoption will happen quicker than a decade. So I don't know.
Holy GSD is $7 million.
Oh my God, we're about to hit an all-time high, I guess. Or maybe we hit 7.9 at one point.
What is going on? This is wild.
Yeah, it's also been interesting as well. Like over the past few days, obviously we've had some dips and we dropped down, and some people are jumping in and being like, why is it not going up? And so I suppose it doesn't always, but we've held a pretty good floor. You know, there's clearly like a core group of people that are like, yeah, we're not going below here. This isn't done yet.
Yeah, well, I think people have realized it all comes down to the founder, right? There's the two buckets. It's either the guy that comes in, takes some money and dips, or there's the guy that's like, hey, I'm going to rock this out. This is pretty cool. I think you show that you're going to rock it out. And I think you show that you're willing to work with the community, do whatever you can to support this and like make it into a thing that people like. And so clearly that's been noticed, right? And in many cases, the chart's at 0, and in some cases it holds like this. It's not always going to be sunset shining rainbows, but there's a clear bucket, and you're in hopefully the good bucket, I think is what you could call it. So
maybe back to this angle, like one thing we talk about in this theme of, you know, we cover ownership tokens. That's kind of like where we built our show off of, which is this idea that, and we've seen examples in crypto, this like product has token, product and equity get acquired by another entity for, you know, money, $100 million, let's say, and the token holders don't get any of that upside. In fact, the token just crashes to 0 and there's no kind of legal tie in there. Have you thought, and I know this is really early for GSD, but have you thought what the, you know, enshrining some sort of like actual legal value into the token itself? Like, hey, this token represents all the IP of this like GitHub repo or something like that.
Fascinating question, and not one that I think that I'm not either at this point intelligent or well versed enough on the space to talk to. But what I can say from a value perspective of where I come from is I'm very much should we say freedom first, accountability, should we say like being a good person, doing things that are right. I'm very anti-government. I'm very anti the notion that people should control other people. And so I think that the decisions that I make for this entire thing will always be coming through a value perspective on how do we do what's right for humanity, rather than how do we do what's right for corporations? How do we do what's right in such a way to make these things always look forward rather than defaulting to what's been done in the past? So again, I'm by no means intelligent enough in this space to give you any answer beyond
No,
that.
and that's a great answer too, by the way.
Yeah, just note that the decisions upon which I make will be based on a fundamental value of that at the end of the day, I want to do what's right for humanity. And by humanity, that doesn't just mean everybody on Earth, but I mean people who are involved. You know, I want to do what's right.
No, and to those that are watching, especially crypto investors, like often betting on people is more important than betting on technology or even narratives. It's like the people are the ones that make things happen, and value alignment is important. Obviously, in AI, maybe that's not so true, but generally speaking, it's all about value alignment.
Yeah, makes sense.
I actually look over here too. I see Bags just reposted GSD making new all-time highs here. Are you in contact? Yeah, are you in contact with Finn? Have you talked to Finn from Bags at all? Give him a feedback.
We had a little DM back and forth when he was helping me try and get the link on Bags updated to the new Twitter, but we haven't actually talked much. I watched a little bit of because I didn't really know anything about this, so like I watched a little video on YouTube of him having like an interview with this guy the other day, and it's a very interesting realm. He seems like a very curious character to get in, to get to know. Again, right now, I don't really have anything other than to say about him, other than he's clearly done something quite cool, and he's been very helpful in helping me sort out the issues that were preventing GSD from working in the way that it should, such as wrong community links and all of that kind of shit. Dex Screener was being a bit of a dick and wasn't updating the link, and it was all handled very nicely. So,
we're sponsored by Moby Screener, so shout out Moby. They're good people.
Moby Screener,
Dex Screener, Jason kind of thing. Yeah, I would say, make sure you give some valued feedback to Finn, because I think there's a lot of founders we've had on here, especially from Bags today, that share a lot of the same feedback, and I think it would be beneficial for Finn to know that going forward. And yeah, I would say maybe try to forge that relationship if you can. But
yeah,
I don't know, Lex. I think I've covered a lot of bases here that I wanted to. It's pretty fascinating to see what you're doing. It's kind of inspired me to go and get some shit done.
Dude, download it.
Niche stuff. I need to, dude. I need to get into vibe coding. I'm seeing everyone do it. Frank D. Gods is a crypto guy, and I've seen his like journey into vibe coding. Saying every day I log on, I'm on like day 35 now, where I log on, trying to see what Claude can't do, and I still can't find anything it just can't do.
That's the shit.
Pretty incredible to see. But
I still need I still need an MCG website. But man, look, we're we are very much like you. We started live streaming last year, just kind of making it happen. We've built this kind of business, and all just on the internet. And so we really appreciate your time. Let's stay in contact. We'd love to follow your journey, but also, we can get you hooked up to the guys at Meteora and set up some stablecoin pools. And they do some of the infrastructure like Moonshot as an app is built on. And so that's like a lot more easier of a user experience that your mother could use, like download the app and like put your credit card in. And then all the things that happen on the, the off, on-chain stuff, it kind of makes it easy. So
yeah,
but yeah, happy to help out.
I really appreciate that. Yeah. It's been a lovely chat.
Yes, awesome. Likewise. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you guys. Much love.
Easy.
Happy rest of your day.
Thank you. You
as well.
Okay, here we are. Josh's computer crashed. He bugged out. Okay, that's an interesting start. Nonetheless, what happened? Kings, greetings. What's up, man? How we doing? What happened, man? I wish I could act surprised, honestly. Wish we could act surprised here. We had an anonymous developer who got free money. Rug. Shocking. We had an anonymous developer who got free money. Rug. For like 250K. What are you going to do, man? This is this is how it goes. I mean, exactly as expected. Nonetheless, there's a new leader that needs to be crowned for the Bags app, so we'll explore some of that today. We got a good show. I think Josh is back. Oh, there we go. Josh, how we doing?
A little crash there on my computer, but all good.
Look at that. Rugged for like 500K total. By the way, Josh, I love how this is smaller now. Absolutely love it. The other one was way too big. The comments.
Oh,
here.
yeah. That's it's much better.
much better.
Much better.
But how are you doing? Good morning. Lots going on. We had the Ralph guys rug.
What the heck, man? I can't say we didn't call this, to be honest with you, but also incentive alignment. Yeah. Rugged. 500K total. Like if you include the fees, yeah, chill. That's kind of brutal, to be honest with you. Small fee to sell out, I guess. Like 500K, like play the long game a little bit, you know?
Well, you know what? I think we kind of hit the home run yesterday. Look, we didn't get Gastown on, which was like kind of a miss for MCG. We didn't get Ralph on, which was like kind of a miss for MCG. But then looking back in hindsight here, these two raped pretty much everybody.
Yeah.
So it worked out for the best. We had GSD on yesterday, which is doing phenomenally well. It seems to be taking the crown as the leader. We had Huggy on, which is since recovered, and I think he's live today streaming. Maybe a comeback story for Huggy. Little Alpha, I did, maybe get a small position in that. Didn't get fully filled, but I got a small position in that first little degen trade I've done in a while. So we'll see how that plays out. I'm not risking much. I have about 20x, 30x plus more risk on my conviction plays, but
bet on people. That's absolutely it. And again, we got people in the replies. Why would you have Huggy on? Why would you have Huggy on? It's like, we want to talk to people. We want to figure out, ask tough questions. We asked tough questions yesterday, guys. We didn't, there's no softballs out here on MCG. So, but yeah, shout out to him. Let's pull up some of these charts, like quick GSD check in here, quick Huggy check in. I don't know if you did it pre-show, but.
So no, I didn't. I literally just had GSD up here because I mean, this is a fall from we finally, guys, man, the trenches. AI season's back. Guys, the trenches are back. Ralph is at 60 mil. We have a 60 mil runner.
60 mil topper. Yeah.
Zero. GSD, man. Let's see. GSD is the new rightful king. Actually, but before we do that, let's check out Gas Token, man. Guys, Gas Token, the trenches are back. The trenches are back. Guys, we have a 65 million runner. This is the best dev ever. Zero.
Send it to zero.
Okay, and of course my chart's fucking up, dude. Pissing me off. I was feeling good. This morning.
We need that new Moby desktop. Moby desktop today. Come on, bro.
But yeah, guys, oh my gosh, natural runner to 65 mil, zero. Ralph, same thing. Up to the next one, man. We got the next person up to bat is GSD. So let's see, maybe GSD can. This guy looks like he's got a little bit more ethical backing than the others, but hey, you never know. But here we go. Actually, a beautiful chart. Okay, actually a beautiful chart. Came right back into this longer accumulation range. Kind of has since bounced. Of course, we got this dip from 6.8 million because Ralph dipped. There was just the panic that ensued following that. And it's since bounced from around 3 million up to 6 mil now. So
yeah, I gotta shout out our boy here, Dom. So Chill put out this tweet this morning, 6:50 a.m. Eastern. Beauty. Again, Chill is coming back soon, guys. We're excited. Chill is a great trader. As you know, buy zones are Chill's things. He loves to have a nice little buy zone. Right here, GSD buy zone on that about 4.2 million area, 4 million area. Was telling you guys this morning, and I'll toggle back to you there, Dom. Where are we at now with GSD on that bounce? Perfect, right out of that buy zone. That's a 50% mover again. MCG catching these. So go follow all the hosts. Go to the profile of MCG. Go follow Chill, follow Dom, follow Josh. Make sure you're getting these alpha trades.
Absolutely. And by the way, guys, shout out Josh. Yesterday I said, I saw some of you guys asking, what's the handle of these guys? Josh went, spun it up. Now we got the handles right there on the screen. Stream's looking good. Okay, but we had GSD on, we had Gru on, which I think is kind of sitting just chilling around the same area here. 700K market cap, maybe up a little bit. Okay, it's caught a little bit of bounce. Again, the life cycle that we preached about yesterday, same thing we saw with Believe. I'm going to reiterate, guys. You get the hype pump, you get the death because either people are just FOMOing and piling in at the top, or because you have something like Ralph, Rug, and Gas Rug, and it causes panic. Either way, you get the dump, you get things to bottom out for a day or two, completely trade sideways on low volume or lower volume, and then they recover and get the pump. We saw it on GSD already. We're seeing it with Gru potentially. So Gru's kind of looking decent. Again, one to continue to look into. One that I was impressed that we had a Huggy on yesterday, and I actually said this, out of all of the ones we had on yesterday, this was probably the bet I would most likely make just because the market cap's low. It seemed to be misunderstood due to reasons like the dev created a second token before he really knew what was going on. He he just didn't know what he was doing. He deleted the old token because he thought he lost his job opportunity and was scrambling. Look, naivety, ignorance, whatever you want to call it. I don't think he had ill intentions. He's now fully supporting one token. We saw NVIDIA developer program commented on his tweet today. So he's a very renowned developer. I could see this compared to its peers repricing. So this is at 300K. And again, like I was able to catch a very nice entry here. Let me refresh Moby because we know what it's doing. The classic Moby screener. But this nuked out again purely off of FUD. And I don't think people have quite realized yet that it maybe is here to stay. He is streaming,
and he had a
as well.
backlog of like products that he was going to back into the branding around this. So, yeah.
Yeah, that was very interesting. I thought it seems like he has not only one, but like multiple products. Also, X1XHLOL. Okay, it's a mouthful, but let's check it out. It's like one of the hotter ones on the block these days. So it bounced from 608K to 1.5 mil after yesterday running from lows of, sub 300K, 200K, 300K, up to nearly 3 million. And so again, same situation. Ralph rugged. Everything else kind of got that spooked out a little bit. And it's since been bought up, right?
Someone put us on this, right? Someone put us on this.
Dude, we had this commented on. Actually, a friend of mine, he's in a lot of chats, called it out at the very lows here, and we completely faded. I actually bookmarked it to go and read later, but man, I just get so full of bookmarks and so backed up. I never have time to get to anything outside of MCG these days. I just never got to it. So I read it after the fact, after I saw everyone talking about it. I'm like, wait a minute, didn't someone mention this? So yeah, this was commented. We kind of faded, but I reached out to the dev. Apparently he's 16, a 16-year-old prodigy, ton of GitHub stars. This is now at 1.5 million. It's been one of the best bounces for sure since the Ralph rug. So one to look into. Hey, Paula, do us a favor. We'll check out these links. You just got to send it in the comments because we can't actually open
or
these
the
links,
replies on X. Yeah, can't click them from our stream.
Replies on X, yeah. So that's X1XHLOL. One we didn't cover. You know what? And this is not bags. Maybe I'll wait on this, but I'll talk about Marge and Grasp first. We got Marge, which people are calling the next Ralph. It's being coined as. Now that's
hopefully not. Yeah, that was maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good tag, right? But here's Marge. Apparently, it's doing a similar thing to Ralph and works better. That's like the claim for every. That's what people are saying about GSD too. It's like, hey, it's similar to Ralph. It functions a little bit differently, but it actually works better. That's what everyone's saying. So honestly, I don't use them enough to know. Yeah, Kings, that's what I was going to talk about next. I don't use them enough to really know, but Marge is one to watch. Again, this reinforcement learning situation, it's kind of doing the same thing. Grasp. I got my shit together today on bags, bro. Finally feel like I'm looped in on bags. I feel like I have an edge a little bit. Grasp is another one. Looking pretty good, 740K. Only thing with this is Dev is anonymous. Dev is anonymous, which is bad. It's just bad. Okay. Not going to sugarcoat it. But I am talking to him. Hopefully he comes on MCG soon. We can get him on the set, 740K. Decent little chart here. Not super familiar with the ins and outs of the technology, but it's another bags one that's kind of leading the charge here. So something to keep note of. Add to a watch list. I would say anything we talk about, add to a watch list and do your own research. This isn't necessarily an endorsement. So There you go. On that note, I will go to Seeker. Josh, did you see the Seeker situation?
Yeah, I did. I saw the guy who farmed it too, which was cool.
Yeah, people could farm this through Seekers. Nonetheless, man, I saw this at launch. Saw it at like 50, 60, 70 mil. Maybe not 50, but like 60, 70 mil. Absolutely fading. So I'm like, okay, yeah, you know, look, it's cool. It's Solana Seeker, but like, let's be real. No one actually really uses the Seekers, and it's got no value capture, right? Like, does it have network effects? Do you spend Seeker on stuff? I know you can like stake Seeker for maybe a yield, but like, what's the value? That's what I told myself. Boy, was I wrong. Egg in the face, boys. Egg in the face. Because since then it's gone, you know, a swift 5-6x, and I got nothing to show for it. So that was surprising to me. It's at 500 million market cap right now, and it's cooking. It's certainly cooking. So there is a video. Maybe I'll find a video from the Seeker launch. I think I had something bookmarked, and I'll play it just so we can kind of loop in on this.
And guys, we might be having some technical difficulties on X, by the way. I'm seeing all the stream on X seems to be broken.
Yeah,
I don't know
Josh,
if anyone
matter of
else has
fact,
seen that. But Dear, you seen that? If you check it on your phone, I can't like Acid Dash
matter
is down.
of fact,
Yeah.
X is down, man. The classic X rug. We had that sucks, dude. We had such good streams, especially today. We have a really stacked stream. Sucks to see it down like this today, but whatever. It seems some of you guys are still in here. Kings is on YouTube, so I guess it's good to have the backup in these cases. Yeah, I can't see your X profile. Okay, Paul. Well, we'll just wait it out. Normally these things take a little while to get fixed, but shouldn't be longer than 10, 20,
It'll
30
be
minutes.
funny if everyone hops on MCG YouTube now because of this. Yeah. Chill says can hear you guys. All right, cool. Well, we'll just keep rolling it, and yeah, we'll just manage this as we go here.
Yeah, I was gonna look for a video to show you guys on the Seeker, but again, that X is not working, which makes things a little difficult. My my X Pro is working though. I can see my X Pro, so maybe I can comment on that.
Yeah, try.
Yeah.
Can you put out a notification on your profile? Just tell everyone to go to YouTube and search MCG_live. Sorry,
I'm
guys.
not sure if I can really from X Pro. I can't make a post. Oh, or can I? Oh,
Did we break
I think
X?
I can.
All right. Oh, I think we're back.
Are we back? All right. Well, whatever. Back or not, we continue. Let's look into this X1X HL0L because I see that the dev just posted, and I'm kind of curious to learn a little bit more on it here. So his name is not luck Knight. And by the way, man, another thing with X that's kind of starting to get on my nerves here is now when I add people or tag people, for some reason, like reset. It used to be really familiarized. Whenever I put at and like the first letter, it'd pop up with whoever I was trying to tag. Now I gotta search the whole name, and it's really annoying because I don't know these people's I don't know people's handles by memory.
The search on X for handle is atrocious, and it's been like that for decades. Like,
yeah, it just took like a hard reset on me though, which is like, really, dude. It just felt like it's getting good. So, all right, let's look at this. We'll just take, we'll just dive right into this. I'll read this. It's pretty short. I'm 16, which is nuts, by the way. These kids, when I was 16, I was like playing Fortnite or something. Maybe not COD. Maybe I was playing COD, right? I don't know if Fortnite was out. But when I was 16, I was playing COD. I was playing football outside, with the boys in the yard, playing lacrosse, doing the track stuff. Now these kids are 16 and they're building fucking full-fledged consumer apps and reinforcement learning models. What's going on, dude? So Lucas right here, I'm 16. I spend much of my time building. I love creating new projects, breaking things, and shipping fast. That mindset took me further than I've ever expected. I created a repo around AI system prompts that now has 100K plus stars. That's insane. This kid's 16. Okay, interesting. I like that. I like those numbers. I also run ZeroLeaks.io, and that's where the X1X HLOL will, can we like abbreviate this? I'm not going to say that every time. I'll just call it LOL. Okay. Will be integrated. Not as hype, but as something real tied to a product. Sorry to keep interrupting this, but I hate when the tickers are difficult, man.
Yeah.
When you have numbers in your ticker, I know, and some people in the old days, some people used to like try to game it somehow to make the tickers just blank. And so it was really hard to find. It just, dude, if you have a bad ticker, you're like shooting yourself in the foot here. Nonetheless, I digress. But as something real tied to products and experimentation I already live in every day. I'm young, but I'm not new to building. I care about code, open source, and doing things properly. This token is an extension of that, not a shortcut, not a meme I'll disappear from. Thank you for supporting me and my project. Still building always. So he's fully supporting. It's got 40.5K views, which interesting. Then 30 minutes ago, he posted this, and I haven't read this yet. I just saw someone on my Twitter feed reposted it, so I wanted to read it with you guys. Just want to say thanks to everyone supporting so far. Through Bags Up, I've raised over 60K. This kid is 16, bro. What are you doing if you got 60K in your bag? Right now, I can tell you what a lot of 16-year-olds are doing. They're going and buying a shit ton of Robux, right? They just hit the Robux jackpot with 60K. Nonetheless, I think maybe this kid has better intentions. So through Bags Up, I've raised over 60K, which has honestly helped a lot. It's letting me stay focused on building and move faster with 0 leaks. All right, kid, when are you going to drop out? This is all cool. This is all fun and dandy. Drop out of high school. Drop out of high school and build for us. Over the next few days, video about me and 0 Leaks AI, product updates, special improvement, feedback-driven changes from early users. I'm building this solo and in public, and the support really does make a difference if you want to support the project. Interesting. It's ripping. This kid's 16. That's some pretty sick lore. He's got 100K stars on GitHub. I got to understand what it does, though. He's locked some tokens till 2067. So he'll still be alive, hopefully, God willing. But, you know, maybe some of us won't be. 2067. Hopefully we'll be. I don't know. But that's pretty cool, bro. That's some lore. What does the token do? Whatever. I'll have to find a TLDR later. I will. I'm not buying on this pump anyway because we're ripping, but I don't know. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Josh, I'll let you. You want to cover anything real quick before?
Yeah, I'm still trying to collect myself, guys. Maybe throw up. Let's give Moby and CPT a quick shout out. I think we got Bags pretty much covered. If there's any specific tickers, you guys know, just to drop it in the chat. But couple of things that we did call, and we had Mateus on again. Why you need to be on stream? Mateus on Tuesday came on talking about ownership and all these things and the revenues that Moby was generating. And let's check out. Moby is up like what, 100%, 70%, just absolutely candling, guys. Of course, you know, disclosure, we're sponsors here. We work closely with the team. Love their product, give product feedback constantly. But guys, yeah, this was one that you had to be on stream. You had to listen to the clips.
You know what? Let's play the clip. I think it's only right. For those that missed it, guys, pretty much we had Mateus come on here and basically say, hey, you know, we really are interested in the ownership matter. We think it's like, look, he fully understands. He's like, there's a couple buckets of tokens here, and product tokens have not been mastered yet, right? And there needs to be ownership for these. These are not network effect tokens. These are not store of value tokens. They're product tokens, and they have to be treated as such. And that means ownership, equity, whatever you want to call it. So he said, we're looking into that. We're very interested in looking into that. Like, we are committed to looking into it, and we're looking to find a good solution. Let's go to MTG, because he also noted right after that, he said, and by the way, I don't think people know this, Chart's trading at 4 million market cap, 3-4 million market cap, but we're making 1.4x, 1.5x, 1.6x that right now annualized based on this Moby Mobile, which by the way, like, is actually is actually sick. Not just saying that. The clips are super cool. I think it's really becoming I think it could pop into being one of the top mobile apps, giving something like FOMO a run for its money. Again, FOMO got really popular off of the social aspect. I think Moby's gonna get really popular off of the alpha aspect, right? And I think we see a lot of people using FOMO, not because it's the best technology, just because that's what the masses are doing. That's where the people are. That's where the interest is. It's more of an emotional thing. I think, the same thing could happen to Moby. I'm not saying Moby has maybe the quickest execution, whatever it might be, but from an alpha standpoint, they have the best updates. The Whale Watch, their Twitter is also really good to watch because they've been talking about projects now. They talked about Seeker early. right? The whale tracker was popping off with Seeker. One of the reasons I looked into it was because I saw it on Moby, to be honest with you. And then they talked about the X stocks recently, which completely repriced, but they've caught some really good like overlooked plays. Nonetheless, I digress. Let me go to the Moby clip and let's just hear it directly from the horse's mouth. I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to reshare so I don't have to do this again. Classic. All right. And she's on stage. So the Moby agent team has been shipping relentlessly for weeks and it's paying off. AI insights and in-app clips or context are new tools.
Everything about it is different and designed to.
No, this is not where he talked about the money, man. We want to hear the money. Hear about the money. I got some scrolling to do. We post a lot. We definitely post a lot. Or you could just go on the Moby app. These were all clipped and they're all on the Moby app in there, so you could check them out.
Yeah, go watch this on the Moby app. Go download it. Again, good friends, supporters of our work, and yeah, crushing it. Those candles, when you talk about ownership tokens, you talk about ownership these days, those candles start looking a little greener, which is good. Is this it here?
Yeah, it's his views on ownership. So let's just rip through this real quick.
I think one of the things that's changed over the previous cycles, and rightfully I fall in this bucket because I buy and sell crypto coins as well, and stocks, and invest across all markets. I think what's different with this cycle is there's an expectation, and rightfully so, for these product coins, which are very different than meme coins, right, to have ownership properties associated with them. And I think that's something that is going to revolutionize like the next decades of crypto, right? I think crypto, one of the big use cases of crypto is on-chain capital formation. And you're starting to see a lot of innovation in that category, right? And you guys cover a lot of that innovation on the channel. So in general, I think previous cycles, holders or investors or whatnot were more likely to just take like a wait and see approach, where now, again, rightfully so, people want to ensure that what they're buying has deep ties back to the underlying product, right? Or the underlying protocol. And I think that actually is the evolution of these quote unquote product coins, because I do think that's what crypto tokens in general need to do to see long lasting success, right? And ends up being like less of a meta thing and more of a, these are real on-chain businesses, and X, Y, and Z is how these tokens accrue value and are part of the ecosystem. And I think over the holidays, like a huge conversation on X was buybacks not being enough. You know, we saw the Juke team leads. I think Viora as well commented on it. It was a pretty large conversation. And I actually kind of agree with that a lot. I think people are doing buybacks because they think buybacks are, one method in which you can, assist or accrue value back to the token. But at the end of the day, those experiments for the most part have not been incredibly successful. I think there's a new category of what needs to unlock for tokens, and it falls much more in that ownership category 100%. I do think it's the future, and it's something, again, that's like at the top of our priority. So to go back to your initial question, people like Bitcoin, Zcash, like in that category of like store values, right? Like the gold and silvers of crypto. But I do think like the next evolution, like the biggest bucket in crypto is going to be on-chain companies and product coins. I think we're kind of going through the first innings of what's going to be a revolution in that category, but it's going to come with a lot of structural changes. And it's something that, we are doing a ton of research on, having a lot of conversations, and yeah, just really excited for 2026 because part one is building a product that's seeing a lot of success.
I think we can pause it there, and that leads right into, because we got Tom in the waiting room, leads right in. So that's the ownership token segment with Moby yesterday. Go watch it. Leads right into our next conversation, actually, as one of the leaders in ownership token space here with a new update. Dom, USD1 taking over the world, isn't it? And maybe we just bring Tom up to
let's get Tommy up here, man,
to talk about what's going on.
What's up, bro? How are we doing? Yeah, man, of course it is. As soon as you guys are coming on to talk about this.
No one wants to hear me talk. I hear it is. See how it is.
You've been going on like a blitz, dude. I'm seeing podcast. It's Tom's face all over Twitter. Maybe it's just my Twitter. Maybe
Getting
not everyone
clowned on
else's.
the timeline, pretty tough.
Are you really?
Divorce me over this? Yeah, no, it's all right. I don't care.
When Joe Rogan, like, we really want the SOAR eco to pop off here. We need a Joe Rogan appearance.
I like
You
MCG,
shoot Joe down?
man. It's comfy over here.
Well, we appreciate it. But, also, like, look, we love, like, Thread Guy and all the other streams. I think each stream kind of brings its own viewpoint. So it's not one versus the other. Also, each of them have their own audiences. And so we want you to be out there, talking up our bags, I guess. No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm not kidding though, man. Absolutely. We have Milker MR Killer said, G-Sor, Tom, thanks for introducing us to CPT. So
Yes.
that's the truth. The other day they gave me a fantastic discount. I got to listen to this, Tom. I got to enter into CPT at like an 11 million valuation into Impulsor. Would you believe that? Would you believe that?
Yeah, I mean, people panic. The market's been just shaky, and then it felt like we were getting liquidity back for a minute, and then kind of ran away. And I noticed that we were talking. I was on a call last night. We were talking about Ralph, and then 10 minutes later, Ralph was at zero. I was like, wow, this is crazy. So
it's kind of
the sales pitch for ownership is just never ending. To be honest with you, it's quite comical.
It's built like an incredible case. Every day, and it's literally, like you said, quite common. It's become a joke at this point, where every day I see advertisement for ownership tokens, like advertisement for solar right here. But do you want? I mean, firstly, we have Bags going crazy, which is like we had a lot of conversations with Bags guys yesterday, and it is really cool. Maybe unlocking this new like primitive for funding open source technology, where like once it was very difficult to get funding for open source technology, but also like nothing's legally enshrined. So again, you face the same problem we saw with Bags the first time, same problem we saw with Believe. Again, the tale is old as times. When you see Bags success, what do you take away from that? Because there is something to take away, although obviously it still needs a lot of like tweaking.
I think the learning lesson and what we're doing right now at SOAR is we're thinking about, okay, like their onboarding is great. Like, don't get me wrong. Like they've onboarded a ton of people that would never touch crypto before, right? Are they doing it in an ethical way? No, would be my obvious answer to that.
Wait, Tom, you're saying just like baiting a bunch of people into claiming tens of thousands of dollars and then braiding them isn't ethical?
Sending CT to people's DMs and threatening them. We actually have a good friend of ours who's been a longtime developer, indie developer, actually built a couple $1 million MRR product, who actually jokingly got Bags hacked. Didn't know any better, like claimed his fees. Next thing you know, like he's called a scammer, or whatever you want to call it. So it is really unfortunate because once again, we're doing the same thing we've done for so long, which is turn people off to crypto. It feels like a scam again. We're getting scammed ourselves by the developers, like at the end of the day, right? We're getting rugged because they're selling all their tokens and stuff like that. So it's like we're losing money other than a couple of people that are forcing these people and they're bundling the tokens on one side. And on the other side, the developers are leaving crypto once again. So I do think there's some good lessons though. We're introducing some new things to try to onboard these indie developers and enable them to fundraise. Just do it in a proper and ethical manner, right? And an alignment issue is really the biggest problem. So when you come fundraise through SOAR, how do we get you here first and foremost? We want to help with discoverability and then allow for them to actually fundraise and actually tokenize whatever product they have. So everything, there's always a learning lesson, I think, most importantly.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not sure, guys, just double checking. Tom was lagging for me there. Is that on my end or is it coming clear for you, Josh?
Yeah, no, you're good. Tom's good.
Okay.
Dude, man, as soon as Tom gets on, it's like X just like vamped. I was like, yo, brutal. Yeah, Tom, there was actually a very sad story yesterday. It was this one developer who did Huggy Token, and he had a job lined up at Hugging Face, which is a big platform. Yeah. His family's livelihood is probably dependent on some of this job. He has kids and all this kind of stuff. And then, he did, his token was out there. He claimed it again, not knowing what he was doing. And then they're tagging his employer and stuff, and they revoked the offer. And so this is like real life. This is not on the internet.
And of course with this as well, like then he panicked. He's like, oh, well, I want to disassociate from the token so I can keep this job. And then both kind of went
the
back.
account on X, and it just snowballed.
Yeah.
It's
and now
really
he's got to like work it back up, which is again, like, yeah, I mean, you hate to see something like that, honestly.
I just hate to see us shooting ourselves in the foot for the 50,000th time, to be honest with you. I'm so sick of crypto and CT just destroying any chance of us getting into the normie mindshare. We need new liquidity so bad. We've needed new liquidity for an entire year now. And every single time we get a chance to get in front of normies, we just fuck everyone, including ourselves. It's really discouraging. I do think that luckily, like we talked about, it is a classic signal for ownership. It's a classic signal for doing ethical and moral things. and I think we'll win. I think we're going to prevail in that regard.
Yeah, sure. Look, we could talk about, we could yap about just the CT landscape and how bad crypto is looking right now. But let's get into updates with SOAR, because hopefully, I mean, there's some light at the end of the tunnel here.
Yeah.
You did a few things since the last time we had you. I mean, there was an Axiom partnership. You got USD1 partnership now. You onboarded some tokens. You might have some stuff in the pipeline here. Let's start at the top. Axiom, what is that conversation? What did it look like? You guys have an Axiom partnership now. I can go and just look for SOAR tokens through there. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I think discoverability was one of the issues. I think it's a pretty classic issue with like Meteora Launchpad tokens in general. A lot of times they're just branded as generically as Meteora tokens. Very hard to find on scanners. And most of our traders at the end of the day, CT, they're trading on Axiom, they're trading on different platforms. So one of our big focuses, and one of the things that we kind of looked at before we started doing new launches this year, was how do we increase our mind share? How do we get in front of more faces? Axiom's the biggest in the business. Easy opportunity for us to get in front of new traders. Their team is phenomenal. You know exactly why they're worth as much as they are, is because their team is great. It's the same exact thing with Meteora, to be honest with you. Like when you talk to these super high-end teams in crypto, it's very obvious that they're on top of their shit. They're constantly working with you. They always have developers on, and Axiom was no different in that regard.
Yeah. So,
and the most important thing too, I don't know if you saw it, but there's like a little ownership badge on Axiom. So we're really trying to push this ownership to new masses that wouldn't understand it otherwise, not see SOAR.
That's awesome.
It's really cool. I'm very excited about it.
When you say there's a new ownership badge, that's like outside of just outside of just being able to select SOAR as like a protocol.
Yeah, so you'll see a little thing that says like SOAR and something with ownership on it. I haven't looked into it exactly, but it's we're working with them to get some of the representations of how much actual ownership the public has and things like that, all integrated into the platform. So
we were actually thinking about this problem here, because it's not clear to anyone looking at these tokens, CPT as an example, that what the valuation of the business is based on its floating supply. When you think about what they're doing in Axiom, like how, because you could have different types of ownership, right? Like there's the, Futarki ownership, there's equity anchor ownership, there's DRP ownership. Do you think Axiom will sub-segment those, or are we just kind of in this like ownership as a basket right now, and people click on that tab and be like, all right, I know when I'm buying these tokens specifically, there's more here?
Well, I think it's good that they're pushing forth ownership. I'm glad that they worked with us on it. In terms of like the other different types, that's probably a conversation that those teams have to have. We made a lot of outreach and work to get this done. Like getting to Axiom isn't the easiest thing, like any big company. So we were super happy to do that, but I'm primarily focused on my own business, to be honest with you. I'm not going to give handouts to other companies, so they'll have to do that on their own. But I'm glad that a lot of people are pushing it forward. I think we're all in the same, trying to win together. And I think that as long as ownership tokens win, I think the entire market wins.
So, and a question for you, we're seeing a lot of the people come on SOAR do the 6%. Is 6% the base you can release with the SOAR model, DRP model?
Yeah, so I'll give you the breakdown on kind of what we've got to right now. So it's kind of a mix of like how much can we fundraise through traditional models, right? Versus how much debt do we think it's right for a company to give up. I think as the platform grows and as our fundraising numbers grow, that ownership number will most likely increase. But we're trying to make sure that these companies succeed. Like that's the most important thing. I'm not going to company A and trying to sell them on SOAR because, it's going to help them and things like that. I want them to succeed with our platform. I'm not going to sell them on something that won't help them succeed. And so the 5%, 6%, 7% numbers that we're working with right now is very akin to like a Y Combinator early round. I think they take 7%. We want to be in that same basket of you're giving up a little bit of value, tokenizing your company, but you have the upside in your company still. You can future fundraise and things like that. And when you get acquired, you have a lot of the value and ownership of your company at that moment.
Yeah, I think
I have a question to follow on for that. Do you think there's some friction here where token holders think they are owed more equity or ownership, quote unquote, than is 6% or whatnot? Like how do you see traders like perceiving that? Because then they kind of work out, all right, well, the last round was this, that's what it's valued at. Like I don't know, just from a trading perspective, how do you think that plays out?
Yeah, so the friction is, I'll be honest with you, I think what the core friction that we're trying to solve, and it's difficult, admittedly, is it's less so that problem and more so most companies just aren't worth that much money, right? So that's the hardest, most difficult part is like you see Ralph and all these other shit coins go to 60, 70 mil, and it's like there's a very small sub 1% amount of companies that are worth 60 or 70 mil. So it's like getting away from the trench mentality of like, a runner is 10, 20, 30 million. In our case, like a token only has to go to like 4 or 5 million. It's valued at, 80 million in terms of FDV. So that's certainly one part, and definitely the ownership on to your point on the other side, which is a lot of traders want to own a ton of this company for not that much capital, and trying to balance those two things is quite interesting. So listen, I think the most important thing is just presenting great opportunities to the market. I think CPT is a possibility of being a multi-billion-dollar company, to be honest with you. And if we keep finding companies like CPT, we're in a really good spot. The tokens will find equilibrium. Like we've seen it a lot where a lot of our companies trade at probably about what they're worth. And that's great. I don't want a super inefficient market. When we become the startup hub, the best place to get access to startups in the future, we want things to be valued at what they're valued at, truly. So it's always, and the hardest part of being a launchpad, and I recommend if anyone gets into this business really thinking about it, is there's so many problems that you would not foresee until you start doing it. It's easy to talk shit from the sidelines. It's easy to say, you're doing this wrong, Finn and all these other people. But when you get in the trenches and you're actually building out this product, it is a really difficult problem to solve because you're dealing with CT mentality on one side and you're dealing with trying to get real companies on the other side, and trying to meet those two worlds or make those two worlds meet. Not easy.
No, it's definitely not easy. And I think that's also like the difficult part too. When you have 6% circulating, it's like, a couple $1 million valuation actually gives the company's value, perceives the company's value is very, very high. I would love to see a push towards, 10, even maybe 20% on chain. I think it does feel better as a trader to see more supply just in circulation. But at the same time, you have to justify it, right? And I agree with you. It's like we see these guys can go raise 100K on bags for basically nothing, but that's just because the attention's there. And
correct.
Clearly it's not there for SOAR right now in that aspect. And so it's difficult to justify. Have you guys thought about a flat raise mechanism? Or, I mean, I'm sure you have, of course, but how are you guys looking at that right now? Because I think the trading volume and the fees will be worthwhile for these companies when it naturally migrates over to SOAR. But at the moment we're waiting on that, right? So how do you guys see that?
Yeah, so we're going to have a new ICO type of mechanism coming out. It'll probably come out mid-February. It's our take on what we think works for companies, which is always our first and foremost thought, is like, how do I solicit the best companies to come raise on SOAR? It has to be something that makes sense for them. So it'll be called Accord. I'll share some more details as we kind of flush everything out. But what it's going to enable essentially is you to raise a debt percentage like all of our models work. And it'll be essentially vested over time. Some of that capital flows to the company every month. And at some point, there will be an opportunity for both sides to actually wind down the debt, depending on the goals of the company and how well they succeed. The ICO stuff is scary in terms of, I think we're seeing with Ranger a little bit with MetaDAO. Like, it's really hard to have consistent, successful raises with consistent token launches and things like that in parallel. So we'll probably make it more permissionless. I'm not trying to, like, we've been trying to for a long time since we launched, and when we spoke the first time, I'm not trying to be the arbiter of truth for SOAR and for the eco. I'm trying to bring as many good opportunities that I perceive as good opportunities to the market and let the market decide. So I think trying to keep the SOAR stamp off of everything is one of our focuses, because I think we've seen it with like Fjord and some other ICO platforms and Legion and things like that. People always just correlate the platform it's raising on and how much support they put into it and whether it's successful or not. And if it's not successful, your brand reputation gets damaged. So we have to be really careful of those things.
Interesting. You said something that kind of stuck out to me here. And I do agree with you. I think with these ICO platforms, you kind of get this diminishing return effect where it's like
Yeah.
the first couple times people are, they have this edge, they get really good entries, token goes up. We see that with the VG, we see that with some of the earlier runs.
Yeah.
And then you have this diminishing return where it's like now everyone knows about it. It's not so novel anymore. And the raise amounts go higher because people just expect the same success as the past ones. And you're right. It's very difficult to maintain and sustain. You said something interesting, though. You said we're less interested about the association with the platform, more interested on soliciting the best teams. Does that mean maybe you have tokens launched through any platform, but they're using the DRP standard on the back end rather than just launching through Soar? Per se, for an example here, someone launches on Bags, people love the product, it gets a ton of funding, but they actually on the back end have the DRP model behind it. Am I understanding that correctly, or maybe give me some clarity there?
Yeah, so DRP will definitely be going cross-chain probably next month, I'm assuming. We're talking to a couple large teams. Obviously, we spoke about Meteor a good bit too. Our model is supposed to be something that anyone can adopt. I think it's the easiest to adopt. It doesn't cost a ton of money, super efficient, sign a couple documents, KYB and KYC. So yes, it'll be cross-chain. Our platform won't be cross-chain in the short term. We might look into it down the road, but I love Solana. I think that we're in the best place, in the best hands right now to bring new capital on. And really our biggest goal is mind share and attention right now. And like I said, bringing the best projects on. So all those things play a part.
And how do you guys make money in this case if you do offload some of the, I guess, attention or the platform to maybe some other third parties?
Yep. Yeah. So really depends on the team and things like that. They're all private agreements that we negotiate. Traditionally, it would be a 1% of equity we would take in the company, vested in things like that traditionally. But it really depends on right now how much value we see in some of these launches. We're talking to some very big teams, even some teams that never wanted to tokenize and they actually want to do an ownership token. If we're getting with some of the best, I'm happy to take a cut on that right now. We want more attention on Soar and the eco, and I think that the best way to do this is to bring eyes across all of the different, whether it's Base, Ethereum, etc. Bring those eyes over to Soar as kind of the ownership hub.
No, I think that completely makes sense. On that note, too, I got a few things I want to cover, some of these updates like Polygrow. Cool. But real quick, let's talk about the pipeline because you just mentioned it. How is that looking? So you're talking to some big teams. What's going on internally with you guys right now? How are you doing BD? How are you onboarding these people? Like, just how's the morale going behind the scenes? Curious to get an inside look.
Totally. So right now we just established an office in San Fran. So we have a lot of our team going out to San Fran. We're going to be doing a lot of in-person BD, a couple events a day. There's always stuff happening out there for startups. So we've actually got a couple really good inroads already there. It's only been a couple days. The remaining is basically handled by Nick and myself. So we're doing a lot of the online presence as well. Listen, we probably do 50, 60 meetings a week, to be honest with you, with teams. Some of them are super high quality and they need different fundraising mechanics. That's why we're introducing this new ICO type of structure. Some of them are, lower quality or things that we can launch on a bonding curve. It really depends. But the most important thing is there's a ton of inflow of demand for a better solution. It's just meeting all of their demands is quite difficult because they all have different capital requirements. All these teams look different. And some of the things are super presentable and some of them are not. So, but I would say things are really good. Like our internal emotions are pretty high. We're super excited about this year. We're in the process of fundraising, about to close a round. So just things going really swimmingly, I should say.
Nice. Funnily enough, I actually saw, I think it was Lucas's name, has left Believe a little while ago. Actually, you guys notoriously poached Nicholas from Believe back in the day. Lucas, I think his particular role was BD for Believe and like scouting. I think maybe specifically in San Francisco. Are you guys talking? Did you talk to him? I'm just curious.
Thanks for reminding me. Actually, we did have a conversation. I didn't speak to him directly. Nick actually spoke to him. Would love to get him on. So I'll make the online public call for it. But no, I haven't had a super thorough conversation with him yet. But yeah, that's our goal. Expanding the BD team is one of our big focuses, but also on the other side, we're doing a lot of technical updates as well. So we have the mobile app coming. I think I spoke about it last time I was on, but mobile app's coming quite soon. We're going to be doing a really cool viral type of onboarding campaign to get retail onto the platform for the first time. Paired with, we're also doing two things. So one of the issues we had with the original platform is that there's a lot of like AI garbage and slop on the platform. We're changing it so that it's a lot easier for a team or developer to onboard quickly, get discovered, and then actually fundraise a little bit later on. So I think that's quite important that we open up our funnel at the top a little bit more. That should bring a little bit of the permissionless and a little bit more of the attention that, like, Bags has done a good job and they have so much attention because there's always stuff happening. The problem with ownership and platforms like ours is that it's a little bit slower paced and slower moving. We see this with MetaDAO, right? Like after a fundraise, it's kind of quiet about MetaDAO for a bit. People in this space are used to constant attention. We're used to pump fund. We're used to all these launch pads where there's always things coming out. And our model just doesn't enable that right now. So we're working on trying to find a really efficient and ethical way of the Bags onboarding paired with Soar's DRP and ownership structure. So kind of the big technical updates right now. And also to your point earlier, with the ownership percentages and things like that, we're building out a completely new dashboard that looks a lot more like Crunchbase, where you can see investors, tokens, allocations, debt percentages, how much valuation it is, all of those things, so that you can see that all on our platform.
Okay, cool. The mobile app is pretty interesting. What's the goal there? We know a lot of CT natives don't trade on mobile apps. Obviously, the vision of Soar, it's sometimes hard to see now, but when you take a step back, it's outside of crypto. It's for any investor that wants access to typically gated, gated projects or gated companies, I guess you could say, right? So with that being said, what's the vision or the idea going into building this mobile app, putting time towards it? Believe got a lot of hate for building the mobile app, which inevitably flopped, right? But what are you guys doing? Why is this important to you?
Yeah, so if you look at the studies since COVID, most people are on their phone a lot more. We're not expecting, CT to be on the mobile app. It's not built for CT. This is a mobile app that's purely designed off the back of, Robinhood designs and things like that. So that when you go on, you can look at your portfolio, you can pick different opportunities on the platform. It's not super focused on charts. It's not supposed to be very scary. It's just to say, hey, listen, you can go here, throw some capital into startup A or B, and then kind of sit on it, right? And that's really our whole goal, is this opportunity for people to get access to things and opportunities that really interest them. And so the mobile app is going to be our way to onboard retail. And I'm not talking about CT retail. I'm talking about real retail. Hopefully my parents would be like a demographic, or a young generation that are on FanDuel, Robinhood, all these different gambling apps, for lack of a better term. It'll be a little bit more like that, and less so like Believe, etc.
Yeah, it's funny. I was in the gym the other day talking to a buddy and just catching up a bit, and he was telling me, man, I get raped buying Bitcoin, because every time I buy Bitcoin, it gives, it fills me like 1% higher, and I sell 1% lower. I'm like, where are you buying? He's like, Robinhood. And I'm like, man, these retail guys really just want to do the easiest thing possible, and that's going on a mobile app and just buying what they can. And so it is a completely different angle. How do you tap into that? Because it's way different than CT. You guys have CT pretty good. You got great videos, great graphics. Tapping into mobile, tapping into the other side of the bucket here is way different. How do you guys intend to capture that?
Yeah, so luckily, I'm going to lean on the fact that we have the guy who did the Amazon Alexa campaigns for Amazon. He was the head in front of it, helping us with the mobile adoption. And we also have, which a new ad is, Andy from Indiegogo. He was the former CEO of Indiegogo. He worked on a lot of their kind of introduction to retail and trying to get more people on the platform. Those two have been instrumental in building out this campaign for mobile, which we're still working on, but we're getting pretty far with it. And the second part of that is that our model, I'm sure you're familiar, we take 1% of each token that launches on the platform, right? We've never really spoken about what we're going to do with those tokens. We never actually, to be honest with you, when we launched it, we never even really had a plan. We figured we'll hold it. It's kind of our capital that we hold on behalf of the team, and that we're kind of aligned with these teams. But what we're most likely going to do is start talking to some of the bigger teams on our platform that have launched through us, that we have 1% of those tokens, and start to leverage that in a way that we can get them better distribution. If you recall, with Robinhood, the way they got tons of users is that when you signed up on Robinhood, you got a free stock, right? Retail loves that stuff. Like regular people love
Free
getting
money.
free stuff. So we have all these tokens. We'll vest them and things like that. It'll probably be a 1-year lock, but you can sign up on our platform, get a random token from our pool of random tokens that we have on the platform. And then after 1 year, you'll get access to those. So I think we're going to do a very viral campaign with that. We're also going to be starting on TikTok and things like that. It's going to be slow. It's going to be difficult. It's definitely a space that, I'll be honest with you, I've never built a mobile app, so it's going to be a first time there. But we have a really, really good team in place to actually, I think, tap into some audiences that CT and crypto never taps into, hopefully.
Yeah, you know, private companies and tapping into markets that, again, that are typically just unexposed to the average person seems to be like your niche here. Have you guys thought about bringing on the SpaceXs and some of the big private companies to help with that, just onboarding and retail? Hey, I know what SpaceX is. I know what Anduril is. You know, maybe it's not your bread and butter. Like maybe you make no money off of it whatsoever, but hey, it's on this app. I can buy it here. And that's already exposure to something I once didn't have. Those are the big names. And now that I'm like hooked in, oh, wait a minute, I can buy the impulsors. I can buy the companies that are trading at these lower valuations, but have these unicorn potential, you know, alignments. So is that like a thought of yours?
Yeah, so the question always comes down to how much we want to add things that are outside of our control, right? I have good grip. I talk to all of our teams on the platform right now. We work with them very intimately. The question always comes down to which companies can we onboard that are outside of our control. SpaceX and things like that. Absolutely. All these large private companies, Anduril, happy to onboard things like that. It would just come down to finding agreements where we can actually purchase enough of the shares to represent them. The other side of it is that, like, in terms of presentation, do I want to distract people from the early stage stuff and give them the flashy stuff, which is way later stage? And maybe there's an opportunity for that. But it's definitely a conversation we've had. I don't think we really have an answer to it, to be honest with you yet. Our main focus is our own companies within our ecosystem and building out this distribution arm, because when you talk about like, how are you going to go get the best companies, right? How are you going to go get company A and company B that have 100, 1 million, 10 million users? It's going to come down to distribution. Like that's always the name of the game. These companies, a lot of the best ones are not coming to us for capital. Like Impulsor wasn't coming to us for capital. They were coming to us to give them new eyes and a new holder base in ways that they can make inroads into a new community. That's our sole focus, is presenting these companies with the best distribution arm humanly possible.
I have a question around future fundraising. We've seen kind of the street model with the equity anchor, and there's been some discussion around maybe that model fits in with future VC raising and whatnot better than a DRP style model. How do you think about these two models and future fundraising?
Well, I don't know who said that, but they're wrong, first and foremost.
Maybe I'll give you some more context.
Like
we've talked a lot with Orgo over the last little bit.
Cool.
We've helped kind of Spencer understand both models from our point of view. And then, you know, he went away and did his own DD. And so, you know, this is kind of some of the things that maybe he said on a stream. And so we just want to get comments maybe on how you think about, you know, future fundraising and I guess future VC rounds.
Our model is extremely dynamic, and that's how it was meant to be, right? For example, I spoke to Spencer. If he wanted to go raise future rounds, he could have converted it directly into equity rather than senior debt. There was no issue with that. He was more worried about, from our private conversations, he was more worried about the fact that I think Street or whoever had an actual like opinion letter. I'm an attorney. I don't mind saying opinion letters mean shit. Like, honestly, they're just how much you want to pay for it from whoever it is. It's just a name signing it. It's not legally binding at all. It's just an opinion. So we hadn't pursued that until recently. We're actually in the current progress of getting ours done. I think that was one of the more defining things. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like the SPV, it's pretty standard. I mean, like Street's model's good. There's nothing wrong with it. It just comes down to control is always my biggest gripe with it. I don't love the voting portion. I think people want economic upside. They don't really care about voting on things. And yeah, I mean, in terms of future fundraising, our goal has always been to enable companies to fundraise. Like, if you want to go raise more capital, like, do you think Impulsor's not going to raise more capital? Like, I
No,
talk to
of course
Patrick
they
almost
will.
every day.
Yeah.
Our model works perfectly fine with that. So that's just, like I said, it's just a misunderstanding or somewhere along the lines. Our model works perfectly with fundraising. It works perfectly with later TGs, with earlier fundraising. It works for everything because it's extremely dynamic. You can change it at will. We work with these teams to make sure that token holders are protected, but also that you can meet your goals as a company, right? SPVs, unfortunately, there's not much you can do. They're always going to be on your cap table and always be sitting there. You can buy out your debt through us. There's a whole bunch of options that we've thought about. I would say it's by far and away the most, I don't know what the right word is, but manageable or controllable option.
No, I appreciate it. We wanted your take on it because it's just been on the timeline, these conversations. Everyone's talking about these different flavors. And so it helps, builders listening and people listening to get context.
Yeah.
So.
No, totally. I people just spread all kinds of shit, to be honest with you. Like, I don't even, it's all noise to me. It is what it is. I don't get into it too much.
I don't know if Dom is, we have.
Now, before we
there
get,
he is.
God,
It's the South
can you hear me?
Florida internet. Yeah, there we go. You're
Jeez
good
Louise.
now.
So here we go. Before we get too deep in the weeds, Paul is going to keep asking, so let's at least just get this out of the way here. When SOAR token? It's bound to come up every time.
It always is. Not in the immediate future. It's honestly, we haven't even had one conversation about it internally, so I'm not going to try to mislead people. We have really big aspirations. Those really big aspirations are going to require an insane amount of capital. Like I said, our goal is to be next to the FanDuels and the Robinhoods and things like that. It's going to take us a lot of time to get there. So would not recommend like sitting around waiting for a SOAR token. There will be ample notification before it comes out. We do have plans for one. It's just, like I said, it's not in the immediate future at all. I have to find the best option for startups to come and raise through crypto first and foremost. We're still working on that. We're a startup. Like, I want us to be in the best place and be as capitalized as possible to capture an entirely new wave of people that we're onboarding.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, two things that I have to cover. We glossed over these way too quick. I think this is the first time you mentioned them, so we definitely have to run it back. Cool. Firstly, the Amazon Alexa guy who did the campaign for Amazon Alexa is working with your team to push this mobile app?
Correct. Yep. He's building out the entire marketing strategy for it.
Okay. What's his name and how did you guys meet each other?
Andrew Saunders. He's the
Andrew Saunders. Yeah.
He's the ex-CMO of Arbitrum. Correct. So he did a lot of their early, if you remember how hyped up Arbitrum was, he's pretty much the person responsible for it. Very, very in touch, very connected person, very good friend of ours. We've been working with him for quite a long time. He actually did all of our branding. We brought him back on for the mobile because we really thought that he would really crush it in terms of designs and strategy and positioning and all those things.
Okay, that's insane. Firstly, let him know I thank him for the fat Arbitrum airdrop I got back in the day.
Yeah, me
too. Number two,
same.
The SOAR branding is so tough. Like, it's actually so sick. So to know he did that is pretty cool. Also, like, he did the campaign for Amazon Alexa, which I remember, if you guys remember when Amazon Alexa was just first coming out, was super viral. For sometimes some people were saying, I don't know how I feel about this thing sitting in my house listening to me all the time, but it was everywhere. It was on your TV. Everyone was getting him. Everyone was talking about him. So that's insane. Next, you mentioned the name that I was pretty shocked to hear. Andy from Indiegogo, as in Indiegogo, the fundraising platform.
Yep.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about how you guys, again, got in contact with Andy, why you brought Andy on? And this is a huge unlock, I think, for fundraising. His network and funnel must be extremely profound.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how we actually, ICM.Run, I think, introduced us possibly, or we met with him at the same time as ICM.Run. I really forget. It actually might have been Meteora. It's been a while now. But we were super excited to have him. Massive unlock in terms of, for example, I think he has 10 different companies that or teams that we're meeting with right now in San Fran. He's out there as well. We just had a meeting with him in person the other day. And I think really the expertise, to be honest with you, is the thing that we value the most. He's been there, done that. He actually came in, most people probably wouldn't know this, but he came in and saved Indiegogo. They were basically they had a month left of runway. They were burning all or all types of cash, or all kinds of cash. And he came in, basically got them over the hump, turned them into what they are now. So he has a lot of expertise on the onboarding, the company onboarding, how to get new buyers on the platform, right? All of those things that we're really fighting hard for. He's the man to talk to. We're lucky to have him. Super, super valuable insights.
That's super insane to me. Can you give everyone a TLDR on what Indiegogo is?
Yeah, Indiegogo is I would say the second largest crowdfunding platform outside of Kickstarter, but they also focus a lot more on technology. And that was what Andy came in and did, was he actually pivoted them from a lot of other stuff to really focused on software and kind of that demographic. But they're massive. I think they're worth like $500 million.
It's insane to have him in your corner. You said you brought him on mainly for his expertise. What's his primary role, would you say, inside of SOAR?
I would call him more of an advisor than a day-to-day team member. We talk to him every week, at least, if not more than every week. Yeah, it's a lot of just strategy. Like, we go to him for strategy. I'm not asking him to like talk to teams and sell us on teams and things like that. It's strategy and introductions is the two biggest things that he positions us for.
Okay, that's insane. We'll definitely have to put those out in the show notes, because that's just a nutty announcement here. Going back to the mobile app, you're making it really user friendly. You want it to be just stupid simple for the average person, clean UI, easy to click, get these stocks. You're gonna have a viral campaign that you talked about. How are you going to explain DRP? Because that's where it gets a little tricky, right? If I was just a random guy, I logged in, hey, I can get equity in this company. Simple as.
Yeah.
DRP is a little more nuanced to it. How do you make it as dumbed down as possible for everyone?
Well, let me put it to you this way. The funny thing is that if you were to take your crypto mind out of it and take the shit coins that we've been dealing with for 8 years out of it, right? When you went and you put money into something, what do you think you're getting out of it in terms of a company? You think you're getting value in the company, correct?
Yeah.
We can keep it super simple because that's what we're presenting to people. You're getting value, putting capital in, you're getting value out in terms of the company. I don't think we're going to get super in the weeds about DRP or anything like that. Like I've said 50 times, and we've always talked about, like, DRP is synonymous with, equity. It's no different at the end of the day. All it does is give you a higher priority on the liquidation table. I know people for some reason always don't understand that, but it is a preferable option than equity. We're not going to go super deep into DRP. We're basically going to just market it as you're getting access to the company. You get to participate in the upside of the company and kind of keep it at that. We just have to be careful on legal, obviously. Like, it's muddy waters. I'm not trying to upset anyone, and we're not trying to sell it as something it's not. We really just want to get a new demographic that we can present early stage opportunities, which retail never gets access to, give them that opportunity.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. On that note too, we were talking about how some of these companies just are extremely overvalued on the Bags app and other platforms.
Yeah.
We saw something happen very interesting. I think one of the most interesting use cases or test cases in all of crypto is the Avi Patel case with Kled, right? He came into crypto. He had a previous company, Trility, but he kind of just came in with a vision for Kled. Truthfully, he didn't have much. And he was able to, I wouldn't call it PSYOP, but he was able to get an insane group of bag workers and supporters to basically PSYOP venture capital into like supporting this and getting excited about this. And now it's like, it literally is probably going to become a unicorn because they are now talking to every top VC in the world, frankly, and they're raising at a very high valuation now. What do you take from that? Because like that, for me, that's just mind blowing. It shows the power of community when you can really get them all to work together and bootstrap a idea.
Avi's a generational talent is what I'll say about that. No, he had an insane vision. The idea from the first time I heard it, to be honest with you, I had a lot of skepticism about what it actually was and if it was real. But the idea itself, if you understand data acquisition, was genius, to be honest with you. Like, I knew from the first time I heard it, it's a genius idea. Can Avi execute it? I did not know at the time. Nitrility and all the other stuff that he was associated with kind of, put a little bit of doubt on that to some degree. But I think Nitrility was actually successful. I just didn't think it was as viral as what Kled has become. But he's a perfect use case of, and I would love to have him on DRP. I know he's going to street, but he's a perfect use case of crypto can be great tokens and bag holders can be your best advocates, right? And your evangelists for your product. And that's why, like I talked about earlier, like we're always focused on distribution, because you can look at the case studies about like when someone goes and buys Ford stock, for example, they're far more likely to buy a Ford in the future than anything else. That's like the brand loyalty and the distribution that like you get this groundswell effect where you have 100,000 people holding your token and they're spreading it to another 100,000 people, right? It's kind of how Bitcoin, Ethereum, all these different tokens grew, is that you just get everyone to work for their own bags. Avi has just learned how to very quickly, in a short amount of time, weaponize that into growing the platform, growing his product. He's a genius. He's super smart. Like, there's not one bad thing you can say about Avi outside of, I guess the launch stuff was a little bit, unfortunate, but I don't know what happened there, and I'm not even going to make a comment on it.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't even matter at this point. I think he's so far past that now.
Who gives a
He's
shit?
gone. Who gives a shit? He's gone 0 to 1, and like he's eclipsed the point. He's reached so far out of CT. Now he's looking for lead investors, and he's got a handpick from the best VCs in the world.
Yeah.
And like from that point, now it doesn't matter what the fuck CT thinks.
And he also
right?
might onboard like millions of users to Web3 too, which is a side quest.
Yeah,
People
could
don't
really-
thank him enough for what he's done. Like, it's been extremely impressive to watch. I have nothing but good things to say about Avi.
Okay, good. Then we align there, because that's just mind blowing to me. Let's talk about this. I'm not sure how much time we have, but we got to get to this. You guys partner with USD1, World Liberty Financial, to make all your stablecoin backings USD1. How did this come about? Why is this important? What does this mean for my bags? Just fill me in, brother.
Yeah, they reached out to us. They're doing a really good job of onboarding people away from USDC and USDT. Like, the reality is that we've never talked to, Circle. I've never talked to Tether. I have no incentive to push their products to anyone. USD1 came to us super friendly, helped us a little bit with some marketing and things like that and distribution. And we're obviously going to take that offer over getting nothing from these other competitors. I think it'll grow. We're in early stages. There's no like major commitments on either side yet, but hoping to grow with them. I think that at the end of the day, we're a US company. We're trying to make inroads in the US in a lot of different ways, whether it's political or otherwise. You got to give it up to them. They've made a lot of movement and headway in that regard, and they're just well connected at the end of the day.
They have a big incentive fund, $130 million. Any thoughts on how that is going to get distributed or play out?
I wish I had any insight into that. Hopefully it comes in the SOAR tokens, but no, I think it's really cool. I respect them for trying
a max
to put some
bid
capital.
on SOAR tokens would be great. Yeah.
No, I'm happy that they're injecting some capital. Everyone in this space is so extractive. It's nice to see a team actually putting some capital and putting some money where their mouth is. I will say, like, these announcements, a lot of times they come with a lot of speculation. So until we see kind of what the capital allocations are, I wouldn't get super excited about it. But we've had no conversations to that front. I'm not trying to get our stuff primed up and things like that. We just want to have a super organic platform, give good opportunities to traders, and like I said, get the best traders on the platform. That's all.
And realistically, like in terms of execution standpoint, nothing really changes with this, right? You can still go and buy through Jupiter. You can go buy through whatever DEX, and it just auto swaps to USD1 for you. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. We're actually doing a modal right now where you can actually convert over on the platform. If you have capital there, you can convert from USDC to USD1. So we built that last night real quick. And nothing functionally. It's just a stable coin at the end of the day. Like I said, I just felt like when I can get something out of someone versus never even talking to a team, I'd be much more incentivized to work with them. It's just simple.
I think lastly, and then we'll give you closing thoughts because we got Amir X here about to hop up. But Polybro, they're coming over. We've seen this a few times now. People that have pre-existing tokens are somehow leveraging the DRP standard and converting to ownership tokens. What does this mean? How does this look? I want to understand it a bit better.
Yeah, it's super simple. So like I talked about, we're probably talking to 7 teams right now that are looking to adopt. Most of them larger. We haven't had a lot of the smaller ones. The smaller ones traditionally want to migrate as well because they need the ecosystem support. The larger people just want to adopt the standard, right? So in terms of like Polybro, super cool founder, kind of like, as we talked about before, like they get lost over in, Pump. Like there's just a lot of stuff happening. It's always like attention on the newest stuff and not a lot of attention on the older stuff. we're going to hopefully highlight him and give him a lot of business resources and marketing expertise from our side. The easy way to think about it, though, is that when you come over or if you just adopt, you're taking how much of your company and allocating it towards your holders, right? So what is your debt percentage, whether it's 10, 20%? We talk to the teams. It's whatever they feel comfortable with and enables them to raise more, et cetera. There are like, if you're saying like 1%, I'm usually going to say no, like we don't even want to work with you. But like, 5, 10, 15, 20%, like those are all reasonable numbers depending on how much money you've made off of Web3 and things like that. So, but most importantly, like I always say, it always comes down to what puts the founder in the best chance to succeed in the future. Future fundraising, token performance, all of those things play into it. But we want to make sure that the company succeeds because when the company wins, the holders win, right? I think that's where we went wrong with crypto a lot. It's just like we always stunt the growth of companies, unfortunately.
We had Polybro in our DMs and it just wasn't they're on pump at the time, but super excited that they're coming to Source. So congrats Polybro on that move. What's the migration mechanically look like? Because they have an existing token on pump. Do those tokens still stay in existence and they migrate to a SOAR contract? Is it like a swap, 1 for 2, or how does it work?
Yeah, so it's basically a swap, and you get it's like a 1 to, I think it's like 1 to 2 right now. I forget what the actual breakdown is. Yeah, it's a pretty basic swap. We built it in tandem with Meteora for these first ones. We're talking to Migrate.fund probably for later stuff. To be honest with you, it's a little bit outside of our scope and purview of what we're trying to do in terms of like handling the migration. I want these companies to come over. I want them to adopt ownership, but we're just thinking about a little bit of like, let's focus on onboarding. Let's focus on getting new users on the platform. I don't really want to be dealing with, migration issues, to be honest with you. Maybe for these ones, we built them out.
Maybe from the user standpoint, real quick, and Amir, we got you in a second, but maybe from the user standpoint, like if I'm a Polybro holder, what does that mean for me? Does all of a sudden my valuations change? I have to update the way I think about the valuation of the business, or, how does it look?
I always tell people that the simple way to look at it is that if you held 1% of Polybro before the migration, you held 1% of a meme coin, and afterwards you hold 1% of the company itself, right? And that's like the most important way to think about it. You're actually participating in the upside of the business. You have a reason to work for your bags now, right? Like you're not selling people on a token. You're selling people to adopt Polybro as a platform,
as a product,
and then in turn, token will move with that, right? So it's just a different way of thinking about things. I understand that people always feel like they're getting diluted, but like you're getting diluted in terms of like you're going from nothing to something. Like it's not really a dilution in my book.
Okay, well, that was a lot to cover. I mean, we talked about the mobile app that's coming. We talked about how you have Andrew Saunders doing the marketing campaign for the entire thing. We talked about how you got Andy from Indiegogo onboarded onto the team. We talked about how you're going to make it simple and very user-friendly with the mobile app. You talked about how you're going to TikTok. You talked about how you're talking to 5 to maybe 7 teams that are looking to migrate over. You guys said you had a strong pipeline. I think we covered like a lot. Is there anything else you want to leave us with?
No, man, we're super busy, super excited and blessed to have the opportunity. I think we're in an amazing spot this year to kind of change the world for startup investing or startup access. And on the other side, I think that we're also here to fix tokens. So if you haven't talked to me, I'm always open, happy to chat with you. We're pretty fucking relentless, man. Like we work our ass off to try to get this through. And I think we're going to see some things break this quarter, where things start looking really good for the Sorico, and we're going to work our ass off until we get there, frankly.
Dude, we love it. We talk about you guys almost constantly on the timeline, and anyone we have on, we talk to them about ownership tokens. First name out of our mouth is either SOAR, MetaDAO Street. You guys are the 3 market leaders, and I think though that will continue, and we'll see kind of as these models unfold, and we agree this year is going to be awesome.
Yeah, very excited. I appreciate having me, as always. And like I said, reach out to me anytime. Always happy to chat.
We'll keep sending people your way, Tom.
Appreciate it.
And on that note too, we got Amrish here coming up next from Karma. Have you guys talked to each other yet, or do we need to set up a chat?
I just spoke to him earlier today, actually. I just had a little DM with him. I would love to have him on DRP, frankly. So make the sales pitch for me.
Okay.
We got you, Tom.
All right, thanks, gentlemen.
Peace. Yeah.
Bye.
All right, banger. Straight into it.
I'm so glad you. Yeah, straight. 1 second. We need Amrish. We need a moment.
Oh.
But yeah, no, we can pull him up.
All right, we can pull.
I'm
up.
actually so glad.
Pitch
you
me,
asked that,
pitch
John.
me, pitch me,
Oh,
please.
We're stuck on. We're pitching. Okay,
wait,
man.
I don't hear you guys. I don't hear you guys. What happened?
Oh, you're.
Um.
Yeah, turn your volume up.
Same issue as Roman, maybe. Dude, I was
Okay,
about
there
to
you go. There you go.
Yeah, man. Well, I appreciate you coming today, dude. You know, we've followed Karma for a long time, and the DRP standard is just something that we think would fit you pretty much tremendously. We see you're building a big business.
Got time out. We're getting some feedback on your end, Amrish. I don't know if you can throw in some headphones.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah,
some-
of course. Let me see.
No worries. Take
We'll
your
restart the
time. No
pitch.
rush. Yeah, we'll restart the pitch. Yeah, G Karma, G Soar. Like, man, everyone's cooking on ownership tokens these days. I'm fired up.
Let me see. Is this better?
Let's see. Testing. Yes,
I think
we're
so,
good.
right?
So
Yeah.
much better. Thank you.
There we go. Okay, go on with the pitch. Go on.
Yeah,
with the
dude.
pitch.
No, well, you know, we've been following Karma for a while. We saw you guys just cracked the code here. I think you said you had nearly $80,000 in volume the other day, new record all-time high. Look, the only way to represent that is shared interest by the holders, and I think DRP achieves that in a big way. And I just think you completely align with the company's values. We see they're putting a lot of resources towards making these companies successful. Their pipeline strong, their model strong, their team strong. It's definitely not one to miss out on. There's the pitch.
Got it. I think it's clear. Yeah, I was very skeptic in the beginning, I must say, just towards all of these models, including, for example, Street. I'm keen to talk with Tom. We've had a chat open for a while now, and of course, Nicholas, he's been great as well. But yeah, I think it's a very interesting model, and I think we see many projects move in some sort of way towards an actual ownership token. MetaDAO, of course, is a big one. So yeah, very keen to talk. And I think I'm going to present something that maybe comes to a close alternative for what we have now. So that will be a great alpha on the show.
Okay, so we get to talk about it a little more later. Sweet. Well, we appreciate you coming on, dude. You guys have been cooking. I mean, firstly, I'll just start by pulling up this tweet I have for you guys. Awesome, awesome tweet here. Man, you guys are crushing it. We processed nearly $80,000 in a day, which is a new record for just your IBANs. How have things been? It's been a while since we talked about you. Here, I'll pull up this tweet. It's been a while since we talked to you. You guys are really doing your thing, which is awesome.
Correct. Yeah. So for a very long time, all we had, honestly, is just a bank account. And of course, I showcased it here on the show previously, where you're able to transfer to any IBAN or ACH like account number in the US through crypto. But practically, I don't know if you guys used it, but there isn't really like you pay your bills, okay, sure, but there's like so many apps that you need to use still. There's the wallet that you need to connect. There's like, for me, it's like I'd rather use one app that has everything, where I can pay my bills, trade my crypto, and do with my finances stuff, also pay my groceries, stuff like that through a card. So that's what we've been working towards, an all-in-one app that basically replaces all of these different separate apps and put it into one, where you've got a card, you've got a bank account, an actual bank account, you've got crypto and everything around it. Think of yielding, think of trading eventually. That's something that we're exploring as well. So just an all-in-one app. And that's really the shift that we're making. And this today on your show will be the first time that I'll actually say the app is going to be rolled out in the next 24 hours. So there's your alpha. There's your alpha. And I'm going to show you the app right now. So I'm going to do a little tricky thing. I'm going to switch my camera to my MacBook, which is on my desk, and I show you my phone so that you actually can see how it looks like on your phone. And I will give you guys as one of the first access to test it.
Let's go.
But yeah, we've got the card ready, and we've got actual bank accounts ready. Those will be rolled out soon with a partner that we'll announce soon. But yeah, let me just get the app, and then you guys
do it.
Let's see it, dude. Let's see it. Let's go. Yeah, round of applause, Peter. Starting us off. There we go. This is great to see. Again, Karma, another one that started actually not even as a banking app in the early days in Believe, and now it's completely transitioned, and we're seeing the pivot so beautifully. Here we go. I'll full screen this. All right, you're good to
There you
go.
go. You see, right? Okay.
Yeah, we see it.
So I've got it on the bottom, of course, with one of the other apps. And basically,
Wait
how
a minute.
it
That's
will
alpha.
look
That's
like-
alpha. That's alpha.
wait a minute. So basically, how it will look like is very simple. First of all, the first new functionality that we have is an actual wallet. It's kind of foggy on the screen, but it's an actual wallet. Is it mirrored, by the way? Let me just.
It's working now.
Is it mirrored? Like, do
No,
you see
no,
it the
no.
right way?
Yeah,
Yeah, we see it.
1926.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, perfect. So basically, there's an actual wallet which you can use to receive funds into, which replaces, well, makes it all easier on your phone, right? Before this, you needed to use Phantom Wallet, connect it, so you still need to use an external wallet. Now you just create a wallet in the
Here,
app.
real quick.
and-
Oh, there you go. I just want to make sure it looks right for the clips here. There you go. It's good. It was
you go.
blurry a little bit. I don't know why.
Okay, well, there you go. So first of all, we've got our own wallet. This is all non-custodial, so you can export it. You can use it to do whatever you want. You know, it's all yours. Like, we don't own it. It's your keys. Second of all, you now have IBANs directly linked to that wallet. So I can share this with you guys. You can just transfer me money, and it will, convert into USDC and be up here in my Karma wallet. Now, the actual main thing that everyone was waiting for is the cards, and I'm happy to say that they're finally here. We've got two cards that we're starting with, the signature card and the black card. Both will eventually be token gated. I think that's the first utility that's, like, important to mention here. So the black card, there will be a certain amount of token that you need to hold and eventually stake with certain benefits as well. And the signature card will be available for every holder to start off with. So if you haven't signed up yet, if you go to karmapay.xyz/card waitlist, if you sign up there, you'll be able to sign up within 24 hours and receive an email link to download the app and test flight. So let me just go ahead and click on Get Signature Card. And
are there any
just
restrictions with this? Like, is this barred from certain countries, or curious?
So it's an international card program. We're first starting with almost every country in the world except for the US, which will be rolled out in a few weeks. But basically, no. So the list is much more bigger than we had previously. For example, previously, the Netherlands couldn't sign up. Some other countries in the world couldn't sign up either. And now we're, first of all, working with different partners for the banking as well. We're going to add more countries through another partner. I don't know why it's not sharp, but there you go. So yes and no. There are a few countries, but most of the users will probably be able to sign up.
Both Android, iOS.
Both Android and iOS. Yeah. So we're starting with iOS. Android will roll out in a couple of weeks. But yeah, let me just show you how it works. So first of all, I just created my card. This card has its own wallet. So this is like, I can publish the non-custody architecture we have on the back, but this is all isolated. I can top it up here with the balance that I have on my main wallet. And I can add it to my Apple Pay. So let me just do that. I'm just going to review my card details. If you want, you can use it in a minute to pay. I'm going to wallet. Click on add. Debit card, add a different card. And just paste it in there.
No, I'm not gonna lie. Being able to use tap to pay is sick.
Dude, this is awesome.
Let me see. What was it? 32? 349. There we go. And it should show up in my Apple Pay, and I could set it as my default. So the next time,
No.
Well,
That's all right.
I had it added already.
Guys.
Yeah, I had it added already. I froze this card previously, so maybe that's why. But yeah, so you can basically set it as your default card. All you will need to do is just top it up here. We're starting with, this is a transaction that I did earlier. We're starting with USDC only, but soon in a couple of weeks, you'll be able to do other tokens as well. We're starting with high liquidity tokens. So for example, you can hold your SOL. And if you think like, hey, SOL's pretty cheap right now, it will go up probably, in the next couple of months. You can just hold your SOL in your wallet, and as the price appreciates, you will benefit from it. And whenever you need it, you just, double tap and use your card to pay in the store, and they will go convert the SOL to USDC and use it for the transaction.
So this is pretty wild. I can absolutely see myself using USDC or stables I have in my wallet to spend. Can I connect? Can you connect to a wallet, or do you have to send it directly to the card or the app?
So currently what we do is we create a new wallet for you. This you can export as well, but yeah, it's basically a non-custody wallet as well. And then you send the funds to this wallet. So how it will look like in app is you can hold any other token here as well while being non-custodial. It is an idea that we have that you can actually connect it to your existing wallet, but there's some edge cases there that we still need to find a way to cover, such as, you trying to pay in the store and at the same time trying to transfer it, right? So we need to come up with a mechanism so that, fraud is basically, not possible. But eventually it will be possible as well.
Interesting. So what do the fees look like? Because I could if the fees are equivalent to what I would be spending with the normal credit card or the processing fees, that'd be very interesting. How does that work? What do the fees look like? What's your take home? Because I could start seeing myself spamming this. And what are the insurances? Is my money always going to go through if I need a refund on something? How do they refund me? Does it go straight to the card? Curious on all that stuff. I know it was a lot, and we can go one by one if you want.
Good question. So let me just first show you the last thing that will be related to this before I can put my face on the camera again, because
all good.
I think maybe better. So first of all, let's start with the costs and the rewards, right? Because most of these cards have cashback, right? This is something we looked into, and one of the main things that we want to do is, again, coming back to what we were talking about earlier in this conversation at the start. You want to somehow link the token to the product, right? And for token holders to get exposure for product growth, meaning the more volume we do, the more fees we get, the more token holders indirectly benefit from it, even if it's a gamified in-app experience, so to say, just for legal reasons. I'm saying that, so the way that we went about engineering the way we reward users is different than the regular card program where you've got cashback. And instead, what we've done is we've added karma points. So it's not out there yet, but basically how this will look like is on every transaction you do, you earn karma points. The more tokens that you hold, the higher a multiplier gets applied on your karma points. Meaning, if you, for example, just download the Karma app, you don't hold any tokens at all. On every transaction you do, on every dollar you spend, you get 1 karma point. If you're a token holder and you have over 1 million karma, just as an example, for example, there will be a multiplier that gives you 5x, right? So 5 points per time. Now you're wondering, what will these karma points do? There's a SocialFi leaderboard, and at the end of each month, the highest ranked users will benefit from a reward pool. This reward pool will be funded by the fees that we get through the app, but also the token. So indirectly, the more karma tokens you hold and the more you use the product, the higher percentage you get from this reward pool, which is funded, again, from all of the revenue that we're doing. So it's kind of a gamified experience of sort of tapping into ICM. Let me just switch over the camera, but it's a gamified experience to kind of tap into ICM and creating product like exposure towards token holders. Coming back to the fees now, don't that in mind. We actually had to charge a percentage, but I was like, that's not scalable. So we talked internally, and I was like, well, if we want mass adoption, I mean, let's be real. You will probably not switch from your existing bank account to a stable coin alternative or a crypto alternative if it means that you spend, if it costs you 0.5% extra, right? You will not do that. So instead, what we'll do, and I know a lot of crypto alternatives do this way. Instead, what we'll do is we'll charge this very small flat fee. This will be a couple cents, and this will largely go to the rewards pool, which you'll be able to indirectly get back as a cashback at the end of the month.
Wow.
The exact fees I'll make sure to publish in the next coming days. I mean, we're rolling out the test flights, first users in the next 24 hours. We'll collect as much data as possible and define the actual fees, but it will be a couple of cents.
Okay, those updates were really crazy. So yeah, a few things I want to cover here. You just covered the fees. Let's talk about refunds, right? If I buy something, I want my money back. Do you guys take care of all that? How does that look?
Yeah, so we actually do. Just like any other credit card, so to say, because I need to legally call it credit card because it is, even though, you know, it acts like a debit card. Just like any other credit card, you can open a dispute in the app. And just like that, just like, you know, any other merchant process that you do with your Amex or any other alternative, we'll go to the merchant. So like, hey, there's a dispute open. And then there's an automatic process that our partner takes care of. Just like any other bank account, you know, bank partner, you'll have this dispute case where you need to prove or submit some evidence, like you didn't receive it. This is your story. Just a regular procedure, but it is available, yeah.
And what about just straight refunds? I buy something, I go and take it back the next day. I spend $10 on it. Will I just get $10 straight back, or do I have to go through a whole
You got it
process?
straight back.
Do you want to
Yeah.
share your Met Jobby experience, Dom?
Oh,
With
dude,
that?
yeah, actually, that's funny.
Why?
No, so when we went to Abu
So
Dhabi, dude, I'm like,
I thought Dom was
Yeah.
gonna be sleeping on the streets, to be
oh
honest.
man, I thought I was cooked.
Really?
Oh, dude,
Is it
so
the last day when you guys left?
No, dude. So before I even got there, I booked I booked a spot for a pretty nice resort through like a third party booking site, right? So like a Trivago, or you know, they're third parties.
Yeah.
And they never confirmed. They never sent me an email confirming that I got my stay, or the hotel never did.
Okay.
And I was calling, the hotel said I wasn't in there. So I'm just like, forget this. I'm just gonna show up and wing it, and then deal with getting disputes going. I actually called to dispute like a few days before I left on the trip because I thought I was cooked. And then I actually walked it back after talking to Josh a little bit. I'm like, you know what? Cancel my dispute. I'm just gonna wing it and see if I can get a hotel. Luckily, I got there. Everything was good. The whole process was weird because they actually canceled a few days prior and then rebooked, and they ended up paying like way more money than I booked for to get me in there. So it was kind of crazy. But yeah. So I have to make sure my card can handle some disputes.
Yeah, this is why you don't click on travel sites through the ads.
No, I did not do
Yeah, it is. It's never do that again. I mean, I've had it so many times through these external sites where I booked the wrong date. Apparently, I'm like, no way that I booked the wrong date, but somehow they confirm it the wrong date, probably.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, I totally get what you mean. I mean, there's like a lot of these cases where you pay with your card, and you're like, for example, something with flights, you know, and the nice thing about us is we actually use Visa cards, right? So our partner is like using these Visa cards, issuing it. And so this card that everyone will get is a signature card, which means just like any other Visa card, you have the benefit of travel insurance, airport lounge access, and also I need to look into that, but also purchase protection. So whenever, you know, you need to go through this refund process, it's, you know, just like any other signature card, if you have any, it's the Visa support that you get.
Okay, nice. Rich had a question. He goes, why is SEPA unavailable in the Netherlands? I don't know if you have an answer for that. I have no clue.
So I need to confirm this, but the cards will actually be available in the Netherlands. For the accounts, it indeed was not available in the Netherlands through a partner, Bridge. But again, I'm not going to throw out the name here, but it will be available very soon once we announce it with an, you know, other partner with actual bank accounts.
Okay, there you go. Great answer. Clearly, Rich has been trying to get in there, so now we just maybe got a new user here. Also, you pull up the app. I saw the Kled app on the bottom. Kled is processing a lot of transactions. Any comment?
They are.
Do you care to comment? Do you care to comment on Kled?
No.
Do you care to comment on maybe a partnership?
There's nothing that I have to say about a partnership. I just have the app on my phone. I love how, you know, Avi built it. I think, you know, they're really like doing it in a way where I see ICM going in the future, if that makes sense. So if there's like any project that I would call sets the example for ICM, I'm saying Kled. So yeah, that's all I have to say. I mean, I like the app.
It's funny. We just had this conversation with Tom, like before you came on, just about how crazy the Kled story is and how so many more people should be studying it, because it's really inspiring, actually. So there we go. Again, given obvious flowers. Hardware / cold storage. Are you guys interested at all in creating hardware at any point, creating a cold storage I can maybe spend on. I see a couple people doing this. Zero as an example, creating a hardware wallet where it's actually fully encrypted and zero knowledge proofs, and it protects your identity and stuff. Is that something you guys have thought about internally?
Personally, coming from me, I would love to build a product that's actual physical, just between us. Like that's actual like something that's on my roadmap that I want to do sometime. So I would like to answer yes. But the truth is, like on the short term, no. Right? The first main priority is getting distribution in a place where you'll be able to launch such a hardware product on scale. So the first focus, I mean, especially this year, will be just getting as much as users on the app, getting the name out there, and then for sure, when the time is right, I would love to get a hardware wallet out there. I've been looking into it, and there's many ways to go about it. But especially if you've got an app already and you've got users already, it's very easy to integrate one. One thing I can say though is we will also launch on the Solana App Store. So indirectly, you'll benefit from a hardware wallet if you download it on your Solana mobile. But yeah, that's what I have to say about that.
And you guys, again, have been doing really well. And I added this to the stage. You guys had a daily all-time high in transactions processed, $80,000. How has growth been? I mean, that's incredible. You got people to spend $80,000 and trust you with that amount of money going through your system.
Yeah.
Can you just tell me a bit about that, how growth has been? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So I think the last time on the show, I'm not sure how much users there were actually, but I think it was like 1,200. We did not spend a dime yet on paid marketing. Currently, there's like about 1,600 users or 1,550, somewhere in between. In terms of volume, it was actually very low when we were talking. I think I maybe shared it in private, but yeah. So basically, in the last 2 months, we've gained a lot of eyes, especially with the card coming up, and we've seen usage increase. This 80K day was something that came out of nowhere. It's definitely a spike. It's not what we do on daily, but it's definitely a milestone that I'm personally proud of, and that's why we decided on sharing it. Previously, we did 40K in the first month, then 60K in the second month, and then it just was in between 40 and 60. Again, this is only virtual IBANs, right? So in reality, if you look at other projects, for example, Avicii is a great one. All of their transactions, if you look at their data, I think it's public. It's mostly cards, right? And this not only goes for them, but it goes for most of these other competitors out there, where all of their transaction volume is cards. So accounts wasn't in the first place a thing where I drive volume through, especially if there's a percentage that we charge, like 0.5% for a transfer is pretty hefty. But yeah, we other than that, I mean, people just probably wanted to try it out because the cards in the app was not out there. And so the increase in usage per month has been like between 40 and 100% in this month. But yeah,
Nice.
it's been very cool.
I want to ask you about the competitive kind of landscape. Like, what do you think Karma's kind of core product moat might be? Or are these kind of, more going to be based on marketing and user acquisition, the kind of differentiation and branding, like one bank to another bank is probably very similar. I mean, they might change how many basis points they give you on fees or interest, but yeah, how do you think about like core product building in terms of, where you guys sit in the others?
I think it's a cool question. Something I really thought about as well when I was starting, building Karma like as a neobank out and seeing all these other people trying to build a neobank as well. I mean,
and to your credit, you were fairly early. Like the neobanks launching now are late.
Yeah, I think we were actually one of the first, especially one of like the first on Belief, maybe the first on Meteor. I'm not sure, but yeah. So like, valid question. I think there's two ways to look at it. The first way is the technical standpoint. And to be fair, in the beginning, I was like, well, we basically use the same infrastructure as one of, the tokens, for example, Avicii that we just mentioned. Like, we use a very similar infrastructure. So how would we differ technically from those apps? And so I decided to go the hard route, and that's why the card was delayed. So just to TLDR, I'm not sure if I mentioned it before, but we have like custom authorization access with those cards. That's the only way that a lot of those apps, if you're using one, cannot use Solana to pay in real life. They need to have a smart contract with USDC in it. We got access to do it in a way from the technical side that we can authorize and decide whenever we want you to we want to approve your payment. So just to give an example, one of the technical features that we're working on is that you'll be able to use and integrate a DEX or a SEX, CEX, of a long and short position that you've got open and use that as leverage collateral for your card payments. This is something that I've not seen before, where it's like you pay in store and you pay indirectly through a long position that you have open on, I don't know, like Solana Mobile Seeker, right? So you indirectly pay it without having any uses in your wallet. So on the technical side of things, we're looking at like custom solutions that's tailored to users. And I'm very excited to get user feedback on that also from you guys, from the users of the app. And then the second thing is indeed, like you said, user acquisition. I mean, when was the last time that you switched from your bank?
Dude, years.
You know, that's what I mean.
As a kid, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. So my point is the LTV, the lifetime value of an average fintech neobank customer is very high. It's very long. And so it's very important, especially now that we see all of these neobanks as stablecoins come up, that you're first, right? You need to somehow make it as easy as possible for someone that's entering this whole niche of neobanking to get it on their phone, sign up without much hassle, and basically nail the user experience. And the second thing is indeed going back to user acquisition, lastly, aggressive marketing. And I think that's something that I'll be proudly, maybe share in the next feature on the show. That's something that we're heavily going to focus on, heavy user acquisition. I mean, the more users you have, again, they will probably switch banks in 5 years, unless I give them a reason to switch.
It makes sense. You're at this point now where you've built out a product, you're starting to really ship fast. Banking is sticky, and like you said, the average user stays along for a long time and spends a lot of money over the life cycle. So now the key is user acquisition, and you're dedicated to put a lot of effort toward that. How's funding going? I mean, that stuff takes money. Acquisitions is kind of a hurdle. Sometimes these are things that take a few years to actually become profitable if you really put down that hardcore marketing. Curious how your funding is looking right now, your runway, all that.
Yeah, good question. I'm very proud to say that I've been very conscious with the fees that we received from our token. So we've got plenty of runway. And I mean, at this stage, most of the parties that are out there publishing an app like this are funded or indirectly, I've got investors. But we don't at all. Like, it's totally like an actual, token funded project, which is very cool to say. And that's why I'm very excited to really give the token a place within the product. But the truth is, coming back to what I said earlier, you need to be the first to acquire these customers, right? I mean, now is the time now that you still don't got a crypto neobank on your phone, that I convert you into downloading Karma on your phone, right? Now is the time. So we're looking at raising, but one of the most important things I've talked with a few VCs is that we give the token a place in the structure. I mean, tokens normally are exit liquidity. I mean, let's be honest, right? You raise and raise and raise. You basically, the price gets higher and higher throughout the rounds. And then you launch a token to basically liquidify the equity. That's mostly how it goes. And I think the ICM model that we're looking at here is totally different. It's funded by a token, right? It's the other way around. It's like the exit event already happened at the beginning. So there's like a very different route that we're looking at going about funding. But one of the things that I'd like to talk about is, for example, SOAR and Street as well. Street is something that we've looked into as well. And we're talking with Mia to see, like, is there a way to give the token a place? Because I've talked with VCs and they are open, or not open, they're intrigued to invest, but only if the token gets an actual place within the whole funding framework.
Wait, say that again. So you're saying VCs are wanting to see the token be backed by something like equity?
Okay, so yeah. So basically, what they want to do is they want equity to be the value. And if you've got an asset that's not linked in any way to your company or to your product, which you still need to satisfy, they simply don't want to invest in it. That's my experience personally. And so what they want to do is they want to basically give it a place. So,
Yeah.
for example, one of the VCs that I talked to, they were interested, or this was an angel investor that indirectly was correlated to a VC, but he basically was interested to talk only if we'd use the street model in a way where a certain percentage is linked to equity, and so the equity is the main value instead of the token, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, this
No,
makes a lot
that
of
does.
sense. We've been trying to crack it, so I'd love to hear your take here on tokens with equity, because you look at it, and again, I don't want to reiterate this for the chat because we've said it so many times, but for the sake of this conversation, I will. You get these two buckets of tokens, right? You have tokens that have network effects, like the Bitcoins, like the Ethereums, like the Solanas, right? They have massive ecosystems and usage, so they have natural network effects. Then you have the tokens with underlying value, like equity. And so when you think of something, how can you combine that to get a token that has both, right? Think about something like the US dollar. We used to be on the gold standard. Now imagine if I was on the gold standard and every time I spent my money, we talk about credit cards here. Credit cards have processing fees. Instead of that processing fee, 2% processing fee, well, that actually took supply out of circulation. So now I have a token with network effect and usage, but also underlying intrinsic value. So every time I spend, the value of the equity that people hold actually becomes more valuable by nature and network effect for the business. So the question is, how can you crack into both of those? And I think you can have a token that has all these different benefits to it, like extra points, like burns, like platform usage, whatever it is. But for it to be truly valuable, you have to have some sort of underlying equity supporting that. Or in this case, it would be equity. In some cases, it could be like, if it's a country, it could be minerals. Or if it's a company that has actual brick and mortar businesses, it could be physical material like gold, silver, whatever it might be. In this case, it could be equity because you don't have like the underlying infrastructure per se. So I don't know, just curious on your thoughts there. And like, what do you do now? What's the answer? You've told us, well, these VCs are interested in this. You're kind of interested in this. Where have you been leaning towards with your answer, your outcome?
I think my answer is very similar to your take on it. I think it's important to not just tokenize equity, and I think there's many people that have talked about it before. We've been talking about it for like a year already.
Yeah.
Tokenizing equity, there's many ways to go about it. You've got synthetic equity, you've got ways where you go into a debt agreement, you've got ways where you put the equity in SPV. Okay, sure, we know all of that. But I mean, is that really the reason that we trade tokens? Probably no. We trade tokens because of everything around it, just like you said, the actual utility, the actual community around it, the actual branding around it, betting on the founders, betting on believing, going back to believing. I mean, the concept was great. I mean, the execution, sure, but the concept was great. And I think it's important to, even though we focus on equity, to really not forget that part. And I personally think we are going the right direction. Kind of looking into what you just said with, for example, the KP system we are announcing in our app, right? So indirectly, the more tokens you've got an actual reason to hold tokens and indirectly benefit from the product growth and the revenue we do through holding tokens in the app, right? But then on the other side, I think it's also very important to not just say like, hey, this is Fugazi, this is a token, this is basically something that you can hold and indirectly get exposure to the app. And if I ever exit the company, you get nothing for believing in me. Like that's like, the other side of things. So ideally, just to wrap it up, I want to do a hybrid approach where you go into a way, whenever a liquidation event happens or investors come in and invest into equity, token holders somehow are involved in that process. And then on the other end, you still have got, the community, the utility around it, that it actually benefits the product. I mean, community built products are, in my opinion, still the future, where users iterate on the product and users indirectly own the product.
100%.
Because you guys, if you are using Karma, you exactly know what you want, what you don't like in the app, what you want in the app. And so somehow that needs to convert into ownership and actually realizing that.
I'd rather own my bank at $1 million market cap than the bank being at 60 billion. So there we go.
Also, Tom made a great point earlier when he was on. He said, look, people that own stock in a company tend to want to use that company,
Yeah.
right? So if you own stock in Ford, is the example he gave, they're going to want to go and buy a Ford. I think it applies to this exactly the same. If I hold Karma tokens, I'm going to want to use the Karma product.
Exactly.
And so like, yeah, I could definitely see the value and alignment in that. Also, I just want to walk it back and touch on something. And Paula has some great questions I'm going to go to in a second here. But, we talked about runway and how much capital you have. And you said, well, you haven't really been spending much. You've been a good steward of money. Something we've talked about is, the stewardship of money and funds is so important. I remember last time we talked, you showed us your room. It was like a mattress on the floor and pretty much nothing else. It doesn't look like you're taking some absurd salary. It looks like you're being a good steward of money. Just tell us how important that is for a founder, especially when you're in these early stages of like building out something that wants to last.
I think it's actually the most important thing. It's actually funny that you say this because I've thought about this a lot where if you say raising money, right? I think of Silicon Valley startups, especially in the last 5 years, and I mean it's been basically the process has been a lot different now. It's harder to raise, but back in the day, a couple years ago, you could just raise money, with just a random idea, get like 30 mil on the bank, and then basically people spend it relentlessly, like if it's not their own money. And so I heard, like, I don't know if you guys know the All In podcast. It's four billionaires that are basically talking every week. One of them is Crypto Tsar, like David Sachs. So basically, I don't know who, but someone on the pod mentioned it once, and I was like, basically what they were saying is, you need to first build your first company as a bootstrapper. Like you need to, even though you've got funds, you need to go about it as a bootstrapper, especially in the current environment. VCs don't want to invest into an idea that's not profitable yet anymore. It's like the markets has changed. VCs now look into, oh, did you have market validation? How many followers do you have on X? Are you like funded? No. Okay. How long have you been building this for? How much did you spend? Like, they want the hunger in you. So yeah, to just round it up, I think bootstrapping in general is something very underrated. And I absolutely love that people are starting to do that more now that AI is getting more dominant. Like everyone can build something these days. You just, if you really want to, in a month, you can probably learn to code a very basic app. I mean, you see it all over my Twitter timeline. So I think it's very important, yeah, that especially in the crypto space, many people come and go. I'm very proud that after like how long is the token live for 8 months already? Like after 8 months, even though it started like a totally different experiment, I've been able to still be here, and I think that's the goal, especially for, going into a bear market, for example, bro. Like so many companies don't survive it.
Yeah,
prepare your worst. Hold your stables, like reduce your monthly expenses. Make sure that you can actually live. Like if now everything goes to shit, I can still spend 12 months, and I've had companies before, right? So I've got a different position than some of the people that just launched, and like it's the first company. I can spend like 12 months without any money, and in those 12 months, I'm talented. I'll find a way to get everything to work. I'll find a way to build the bank. Like come on, so
Fire me up.
It's a very important thing.
So the answer there is just a mattress still on the floor.
I've got a bet now. I must be honest.
Okay, all right, all right.
Well, he had an
standing
80K
up,
volume day.
Yeah, he had an 80K volume
Yeah.
day. Those fees
I've got
looking
a bet
good.
now. Yeah, I
No,
paid the bet in installments though. Like let's be honest there. But yeah, I absolutely love cash flow, like the game of it. I think it's very important for people that start in crypto, and I hope some way, like for example, Soar would be very nice if if those guys like somehow qualify founders where they actually have ran a business before, right? Even if it's just a little bit of experience before entering the ICM space, so to say.
Yeah. I mean, you see the opposite side of this too, right? Bobby just posted a tweet about it. You see these guys go and raise $30 million from Silicon Valley, and they just give themselves these high salaries for years and just kind of fuck off and never ship anything, right? So you got two sides.
Was there a name drop?
No name drop, but there's like plenty of cases of this, right?
Yeah.
So,
He did allude to who this was on our last call with him. Actually, funny enough, was that case study of that high flying commerce company.
Oh yeah, it was a competitor, a dupe competitor.
Oh, really?
But nonetheless,
Got it.
we got to kind of wrap here, so we're gonna speed run some questions. Is KYC required for the cards?
Yeah, KYC is required.
KYC is required. Paula, and real quick, Paula, we've had Amirish on here now a couple times, so his background's definitely deeply recorded on our YouTube archives. But Amirish, if you want to give like a 1 minute max TLDR, just
1 minute max, Amirish.
Yeah, I know. I've got a track record for that. No, just to keep it simple. I started when I was 14 years old, got into entrepreneurship. First company was stickers for debit cards. Sold that company a few years later, then got into e-commerce, did that for 5 years. The basic stuff, drop shipping when it wasn't that popular yet. Did that for 5 years. Then got into SaaS. So basically sold the sticker brands to fund, like it was always my dream. I was always a technical guy to get into technical, companies and building actual software. Built SaaS for 2 years, which was kind of, acquisition kind of play. So I acquired an agency and then basically built a software around it, productized it, and then got into crypto as an experiment, totally not planned. And
tell us really quick your Believe launch story, because it's funny.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, so I was in Armenia at the time. I was dating someone that was in Armenia, so like I lived in Armenia. Again, like very low. I paid like 800 euros a month, right, to live. So I was just vibe coding and learning this like to code myself. I built a competitor of Typeform, which I call Chatform. And I built this like 2 months prior launching a token. So I was in Armenia. I was literally in the bathroom when a friend of me texted me and he's like a crypto native. He's been trading for like, I don't know, like 8 years or something. So he sent me a message like, hey, listen, there's this company, was called Yapper. You guys probably know Yapper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they did this amount, and I only heard like millions, market cap, blah, blah. I was like, wait, what? And then he sent me over Believe and the Yapper X page. Now I was like, bro, I could build this like in a weekend probably. Like I'm not even kidding. So I was like, okay, well, this is interesting. But at the same time, I already had, I was very busy at the time. So I was like, okay, let me download this Believe app. And I came to find out when I was reading the little white paper of a few lines that you can launch a token through a tweet. I was like, nah, it can't be that easy. So I just tweeted when I was literally taking a shit, not knowing what I was doing. So maybe it was too easy to launch a token, to be fair. Not knowing what I was doing, and just tweeted under a post of the Chatform product at Chatform or something like like ticker chat, and then I don't know what it was, like a launch coin. And then I went back to work, and suddenly my phone blew up, and that was basically the start of suddenly getting the responsibility, or at least taking the responsibility. There's a lot of people that don't.
You and Bobby Goschel. No, we love these stories. It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome.
So we're pretty much at time. I want to get a quick, better understanding on how the Karma point system works, because that's a big thing with credit cards. So just one more time, run me through the points system exactly, and how people can earn. Is it US dollars or Karma that they earn through this? Just walk me through the whole process, please.
Yeah, let me just open up this document as I support. So long story short, it's a point system in the app. On every dollar that you spend, you earn a Karma point. This is still in like legal review, so to say. So this is like alpha as well. It could go anyway. But the idea is that there is one rewards pool that's funded by all of the revenue, including token revenue, including card revenue, including account, like all of the revenue. And this pool will grow over the month. At the end of the month, there's a leaderboard in the app where you can see the total Karma points that you've acquired throughout the month. And there will be a gamification where the top places will basically share the rewards pool. So indirectly, if you're holding a lot of Karma, there will be a multiplier for every dollar you spend. Instead of getting 1 point, you get 5 points. And so automatically, organically, you'll rank up higher and you'll get a part of this pool. Basically, indirectly giving you exposure as a holder and believer to the product usage. So one important thing to make this model legal, just to make it fully complete, of course, you only get points with using the app. So it's not passive income. It's not that you hold a token and you get rewards from the product growth. No, you need to use the app, right? But if you're an app user and a believer, so you hold tokens, you get product exposure.
And is the pool denominated in Karma? Like, are you taking revenues and buying Karma to put in the pool, or is it
Yeah.
in dollars?
Yeah, so the idea is to indeed do a combination of buybacks and Karma. Like the rewards pool will be in Karma. So over the month, you also get activity on the chart as well, right? Like the actual token gets actual usage, or like the rewards will be in actual Karma tokens.
Got it. That makes sense. And then Peter said, I don't know if Amrish already talked about this, but are there any advantages to the black card also as a physical card planned?
Good question. Physical cards are planned. Probably the first one will be available from next month, or no. I must say 1 month after the launch on the App Store.
Yeah.
One month after the launch on the App Store.
Remember, the internet never forgets.
Yeah. So yeah, let's do that. And then for the black card, we've got some benefits planned. We need to have partnerships to give the best benefits, so that's what we're working on. That's all I can say. But yeah, those still need to be announced.
Okay. This has been an incredible conversation. Tell us what's next. What's going on? You guys have got into a very impressive point. I think we've sat here and watched the entire journey, and it's pretty incredible to see you guys actually doing this, scaling, stewarding the money well, growing, going towards marketing. Now it's time to really roll this thing out and like get ahead of the curve. What's next for you? What's next for Karma?
I think finally everything's coming together. Instead of having a web app and sort of a half app, you guys, will probably also want to use like one app that does it all instead of using it for only banking services. In the practice, you don't. We finally are at a point where we've got this all-in-one app. The app, as you will use it, is very, very designed around simplicity. I want to make it as simple as possible for every user that downloads the app to get onboarded on crypto without getting the complexity around crypto and setting up wallets, right? So we simplify all of that. So with that said, our main focus will be onboarding people en masse through social media. And this is something where, all of my track record, like my 6 years was spent in social media. Think TikTok UGC, ad campaigns. We're still in legal review so there's a lot of complexity around it. I didn't expect that, but to advertise at financial services, you need to get like legal letters, like actual audits of people saying like, hey, you can do that. But yeah, going out there and getting the product out there, getting actual usage out there. So if you are someone that was looking for a way to, bring your crypto and your trading experience to the real world in a way that is very seamless and simple and does not have the complexity of like using like multiple apps, I would like to ask for you to sign up to the Cards waitlist, and then I'll make sure that you get onboarded to the test flight and use the app. Even if it's for 3 days, use it. I mean, you'll probably not delete it, to be honest, but yeah, 3 days. That's all I need.
How sticky has it been? Your user base is growing. How has retention been?
So retention, to be very honest with you, on the web application is meh. It's not that good. And that's what the main reason that I really wanted to get the mobile app store, the mobile app out there, because I personally, I'm not sure. Okay, basically, this is a question you should ask, by the way, for every ICM project you invest in. Have you talked to your users? Because I personally have DMs open in my Telegram. I've got a tab with actual users where I ask them everything. I ask them like, I see that you haven't logged in for two weeks. Like, because I again, it's not privacy. Like I've an open conversation with them. But I just ask them like, hey, what's the reason behind it? Yeah, it's not like a spam calling you.
Hey,
like,
Dom,
hey,
you haven't
why
wired
did you log in?"
$50,000 this week.
Yeah, it's not that I'm doing that, but
Yeah.
I have like open conversation with people, and I just ask them. And one of the reasons that came to the surface all the time is just like, I just don't want the complexity of like the bump, so to say, is way too high for me to off ramp to my bank account. I just want the easy solution in 2 taps on my phone. I can do it. I need to log in. I need to do an OTP on my email. I need to connect my Phantom wallet and do that.
Too
That's
much.
honestly like,
So
Yeah.
is that the play? You hook them with something simple and easy that's maybe not your main revenue driver, and then that trickles down into the cards and other usages of the platform?
yes, that's actually what the cards is. I mean, I could argue for every neobank, so to say, on Twitter that's doing crypto neobanking, The cards is the marketing.
Okay. Well, this has been a banger. Josh, anything you want to wrap with?
No, thanks, Amrish. Always good to see you.
Good to catch up. Good to have seen you guys and met you guys in Abu Dhabi as well. If you're
That's
ever
right.
around,
Yes.
send me a message, and yeah, we'll definitely have a drink. And I mean,
Yes.
in the meanwhile, just download Karma. I'll send you guys the test flight stuff and just
Yes,
use
there we
it
go.
for 3 days. I beg
Awesome.
you.
No, you don't have to
Please
beg.
do.
You don't have to beg. Yeah,
Okay,
I wish
cool.
I could have talked to you a little longer in Abu Dhabi, but we were just running around. So
Yeah.
All right.
Like crazy
Yeah.
people. So see
I
ya.
saw
Alright.
it. Yeah.
all right, brother.
Cool. See you guys.
Easy.
Yeah.
Okay. This is I think been a pretty fire stream, despite X kind of raping
Rugging.
us, rugging
Yeah,
on us.
all right.
But
I like
Th-
my camera's like glitching. I don't even know what's going on. So, I gotta restart my computer, but that's all right.
Cool.
Do you want to run charts? Because we got a 15 minutes until a redacted segment.
cool. Yeah, let's run charts. Also, guys in the comments, people in the comments would love to know your thoughts on Karma. Would you use it? If not, like why? I'm really interested in this. Obviously, the switching cost is difficult. It's difficult to switch from banks, like he
Hey,
said.
low key, I want to. Do you think there's a play here with Karma at $1 million versus like an Avicii at
40 something.
40 something? I mean, they use a lot of the same infrastructure for the most part. Branding looks good on both.
Branding does look really good on both. What does it come down to? So Avicii's got Karma beating the community aspect. Avicii's community is, hey, we are bank owners. Again, like they're I think very close to each other in terms of technology. I think they, like you said, probably have the exact same partners for a lot of their stuff. Does Avicii have the IBANs? Like, is it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, I think there definitely is a play there. I think neobanks are going to continue to become a thing. We saw David Sachs say it, and maybe this is even a good time for me to bring up this tweet that I was going to say for Friday for our Trader Radio, but it makes sense to go through it and check it out today. But yeah, I think there's a big future for neobanks, and yeah, I think there definitely could be a play. Obviously, the goal is to see that those numbers continue to increase for Karma and sticky retention and user base. But I think a Mirish as a founder is great. I just really want to reiterate the stewardship of money is like, it's very important. It goes to show he's not in it to do the quick cash grab. Like he's really positioning for the longer play here. And I love to see that. So let me find this and I'll stop sharing real quick.
Remember, guys, what I said yesterday is you're betting on founders as much as you're betting on technology. So make sure you're betting on good teams, good founders. We've had all of them on today, Amrish, Tom, etc. And someone else redacted who I don't even know who's coming on shortly. So
yeah, guys, we literally have people coming on our show. We have no clue who they are. We just send them like the
we
join
have no
link and
clue.
they're just gonna
It's
join.
like, yeah, join. And we get our reactions. So remember Patrick? I was like, oh, hey, Patrick's in the room. And then I Googled Patrick. I was like, oh my gosh, this guy had a $10 billion NASDAQ listed company. Like what? All right.
It's crazy.
Go
So,
ahead.
but yeah, this directly ties into what we were saying. And here's David Sachs on the whole matter.
A good compromise is everyone leaves a little bit unhappy, right? But I think what's going to happen is that after market structure passes, the banks are going to get fully into the crypto industry. So we're not going to have a separate banking industry and crypto industry. It's going to be one digital assets industry. And I think
And will they be regulated the
their
same
opinions
way?
are going to evolve over time. And I bet you over time, the banks like the idea of paying yield because they're going to be in the stablecoin business.
But will they also be regulated the same way? And I guess that's a big, I mean, the banks will say, hey, if they get to do all the same things we do, how come they don't get regulated the same way?
Well, I guess because they're offering slightly different products, right?
Yeah.
So, but I mean, everyone offering the same product should be regulated in the same way, and we want to get to that harmonization. A good compromise. is
So
everyone
yeah,
leaves a
that's what he
little bit-
thinks. He thinks the banks are coming.
Oh, okay. Well, listen to what he says though. There's not going to be, can you play it one? It's like the first 20 seconds.
Are going to get fully. A good compromise is everyone leaves a little bit unhappy, right? But I think what's going to happen is that after market structure passes, the banks are going to get fully into the crypto industry. So we're not going to have a separate banking industry and crypto industry. It's going to be one digital assets industry. And I think
Pause.
their
regulated the
their
same
opinions
way?
are going to evolve. Over
Pause. You know what he just said? He said there's not going to be a banking industry and a crypto industry. There's just going to be a digital asset industry.
Yeah. I mean, look,
like,
and
like what did we just hear?
it's wild
You-
hearing it from the crypto czar, but look, we see people preparing for that, like Amirish, preparing for that
Yeah.
reality. I think even Robinhood is working towards it in a sense where it's like an all-in-one. We're seeing super apps become more popular, right? These all-in-one apps that kind of encompass your banking, your investing. No, I think he's
what's
on.
the like? So that's crazy because the banking industry is massive, and for them, they're
Slow
probably
moving.
listening to that and they're thinking like, "Holy shit! Like we're either in trouble or this is a massive opportunity, or we're acquiring all the market leaders." Like one of those
Well,
three.
but also, like, is it not obvious? I would love to have
Oh, of
my
course it's-
investments in my bank account. Why do I not have a like?
Yeah.
Of course, there is like Charles Schwab and bank accounts where you have like your brokers through them. But why can I not
This
see
is like
all my
what the
investments-
internet did to taxis, right? And then you had Uber, and it was just a better experience.
Yeah.
It's great.
Look, these banks have to evolve, or their lunch is going to get eaten in real time by these neobanks. Now, of
Yeah.
course, they're legacy business; they got a ton of money. But yeah, it's pretty wild, I think, to hear from the crypto czar here, David Sachs.
That struck me. When he said that, I was like, holy, there's only gonna be one digital asset industry. I just that's
fully into the crypto industry. So we're not going to have a separate banking industry and crypto industry. It's going to be one digital assets industry. And I think
And will they be regulated the
their
same
opinions
way?
are going
Yeah, it's
dude.
pretty crazy.
Yeah. Anyways, so there might be some acquisition targets. Look, like think about the direction we've come. We have guys like Karma exploring ownership tokens. We have banks are coming into the space. The financial system's upgrading. Some of these might be acquisition targets in the future and not too distant future, So I'm so bullish.
Also, okay, so we asked about Karma. Is Karma a potential play? Karma's so undervalued, Peter says. King says, I bought some more. Karma undervalued. 1 million is a steal. Now, Amrish said some interesting things today, which struck my mind. Because before this, and you could call it even a performative meme coin, until there's utility, until there's equity tied to it, it's a meme coin, right? In some capacity. But he said this. Look, he's very interested in the model where you mix equity and underlying intrinsic value with network effects. He said, like, that's the goal. And so he said, we talked to just before when he got on, we said, have you talked to Tom? He said, look, I've looked into Street. I've looked into Store. Originally skeptical. It's crypto. It's good to be skeptical. But he's interested in that route. So I guess with that considered, yeah, I would say there's definitely a play here with Karma to reprice maybe closer to Avicii, maybe not quite that much, but up there at least. Assuming that he does adopt some sort of ownership model, because that's the thing with Avicii right now. It's the people's bank is what they call it. Right now, there's no ownership in Karma. There is, I think he had some sort of buybacks, or it's some sort of mechanism going on to continue to make Karma valuable. But again, it's not quite the ownership mechanism. So that's the thing. If he nails that on the head, I think then we can talk about a very big repricing. But we're seeing the numbers going up. We're seeing the direction being directionally correct. We're seeing a founder who's just very disciplined about where we're going and what to spend money on. I think Amrish does study a lot before making decisions, maybe not launching a token on Believe, but in other cases, I think he does actually take his time to understand things. So yeah, really interesting stuff.
Dom, why don't you riff for 10 minutes? I'm going to try and reset my streaming setup and I'll be back.
Sweet. I can riff. Okay, guys, let's talk about Surge. This is a launch pad that's coming online soon. So Surge platform is now live. Keep notifications on. More announcements coming soon. And I'll just throw this video up here. Not sure if you can hear it. It doesn't matter if you can. It's just like futuristic music. But this is one we were interested in because Surge, I can turn it down so I can hear myself. Surge, we know, has a very deep pipeline of AI projects. And so if done right, it could be big. Of course, it needs to prove itself, right? But Serve is live. And we'll check out the app here, I guess, together for the first time. I haven't seen it. Early. Okay, so look, we got good feedback on Karma here. We got a lot of Karma supporters. Surge is now live. I've read and accepted, of course. Continue. Tokenize your startup. Fund the future. What's launched on here? Nothing significant yet, it seems. Let's see how the Surge token is doing after this. Sort by market cap here. Okay, yeah. So nothing's launched of significance yet on Surge. I know you can stake. They got a $1 million hackathon right now going live. Now remember this, the founder of this is a billionaire who exited a AI startup before going to Surge. He has a very deep pipeline. No, let's not do that. There we go. He has a very deep pipeline because he runs hackathons all across the world. It might be one of the biggest. And so he knows tons of AI startups and founders. We know the AI, like AI is undeniably the hottest thing right now. We saw the little resurgence with Bags just to show interest for it. So if he can nail us on the head, I think we have a really big pipeline of great founders and builders coming. Now, it's not quite equity ownership from what I've seen. They will have a built-in buyback mechanism based on fees. Not sure that's enough, but again, I think right now I'm more focused on the type of projects that come from this into the space, get onboarded. So interested in Surge, not fully sold on it yet, but like it's caught my attention in a big way. So just thought I mentioned that. Just wanted to mention that. Let me see if there's anything else on that note. Just going to kind of clear up some tabs here. I had a ton open. Oh, dude. Guys, we got to talk a bit about this. We got to talk about a bit about this joker right here. Geoff. Guys, this is the man who full stacked 250K on the Ralph chart. This is what he had to say about it. And by the way, just like such a dimwit piece of shit, I got to say. He said, moments like this is when this is after flushing out $250,000 onto the chart. He had the audacity to say the following: moments like this will test the paper hands from the diamond hands. By the way, I'm a paper hand, guys. By the way, I'm a fucking paper hand. I just flushed 250K on your heads, dipshit, dumbass. But this, let's test you guys a little bit. We know I'm paper hand. This is going to be the moment that tests the paper hand from the diamond hands. How stupid do you have to be to even type that up after full stacking 250K? Idiot. I still hold Ralph, by the way. Okay, buddy. You might as well give it to anybody because you're clearly willing to full stack on everyone's head. No one cares. This is actually a bad thing. This is actually bearish. I could have waited 12 hours until the next vesting schedule before selling, but I didn't. Proof attached. Again, like these are not helping your case, dude. This is not helping your case at all. You could have waited 12 hours. So what? You could have been a little more patient before full stacking on everyone's head. It's been a fun 2 weeks where folks have made millions trading this coin backwards and forwards. Fees have been lovely, but I too also need to de-risk my investment. There's still a long road ahead. Mind you, this guy has made $250,000 from fees already. Right? So outside of just the $250,000 he's stacked on everyone's head, he's made that much in fees. And so I don't know what he's talking about protecting his investment. He's fully protected, risk-free on this about $250,000 ago. There's still a long road ahead. This was the easiest way to think long-term without entering into a super weird / sketchy grant contract, which would have been restraining and risky. The hat stays on. This was the easiest way to think long-term. No, the easiest way to think long-term was building and continuing to collect fees. Idiot. 5.75 million Ralph unlocked, 29% invested. Obviously, I mean, you can't recover from this. Here we got Bobby. Rugging and then pulling the, but I'm an unk card is low-key. This means to some extent in Gen Z talk unk. Smart, good shit. Yeah, I mean, look, obviously it's not good shit, but like, I mean, this is insane, man. And I go to some numbers here because I have it pulled up. I got some other people that commented on this. Top holder of Ralph was up $400,000 before he went to sleep. Perspective here, perspective. He's now down 19K. Moment of silence, please. He was up $400K before he went to sleep. This is why I couldn't sleep back in the day. I sleep so much better now that I'm not trading in and out of positions. I remember I would be trading and I'd get a position at 11, 12, 1 p.m., 1 a.m. And I would not go to sleep until I fully sold all of it. So I would be up for hours just watching the chart and exiting. For hours. I wouldn't get to sleep till like 4 or 5 a.m. because I would not go to sleep on these charts. Absolutely not. And I wouldn't set limits on these charts either because you get stuff like this. You know, imagine the person that set a limit on Ralph at like 30 million, thinking he was getting a good entry, and the dude rugged, and now it's never coming back. And you just got limits hit at 30 million. It's going straight to zero. You just burned money. So you can't set limits on these. You can't go to sleep with them. No wonder I sleep so much, but I still don't sleep good. But how can you sleep with this? Again, guy lost 400K. He was up 400,000 UPNL. He's now down 20. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Chill even made a post on it. Ralph Dove just rugged. He sold $250,000 worth of token, which is almost 2% of the total supply. As a result, the token price crashed 90% plus. Holders are wrecked, and he still owns 3%. It's over, bro. It's over. It's time for BagsApp to have holder protections through the ownership equities model. Again, banging the drums on this. We talked about it a million times. We gave Finn direct advice. I'm sure he saw it, actually. The amount of tags we've done for Finn, I'm sure he's seen it. These holders need protection. Man, Josh, you love this vertical format. This vertical format just doesn't work for a lot of tweets, brother. So here we go. Back to the other one. These devs got all the benefits for raising capital without the responsibility of following through. There's no accountability, and stuff like this could continue to happen unless there's incentives to change. This is Gas 2.0. And I mentioned it on MCG. Josh and I literally had ongoing conversations about this. I'm not going to bore you again with that. But last tweet on this, and then we'll move on. Here's easy. Holy freaking crap. The Ralph Dev nuked 2% of supply. Bro, what is this? I did say it was an issue with the education side of these fees, deferral coins. Despite the dev being into crypto, they didn't know shit about the best practices. Wow, yeah, I guess despite being bullish, not buying may have been the right move. It may have been. It was. I don't know anymore. This is so absurd. I hate that I love it here. I do too, man. But look, everyone who bought just got bodied. You hate to see it. I mean, what are you going to do, bro? Yeah, DeFi FOMO, interesting suggestion here. GrandX Trade pivoted a few days ago and today posted a demo video of their new product. Looks pretty insane. It's like trading prediction markets like Tony Stark powered. Yeah, dude. So they sent it early in one of the chats I'm in with them. It looks sick. It looks sick. I actually need to look into Grand here. Let's pull up their Twitter. So thanks for actually bringing that up because I've been meaning to do that. Grand. And of course, I got to go get their exact handle now because Twitter is being an idiot. GrandX_trade.
They also low key might be on MCG next week.
Oh shoot! Oh dude, you know what? That's right. I had some people in my DMs hitting me up to have them on, and he showed me a screenshot of you in conversation with them. So I'm like, okay, there we go. GrandX Trade. Come on, buddy. Okay, I got it for you guys. Let's see. Well, there you go. Your dreams come true, DeFi FOMO. Next week, potentially. That'd be awesome. So let's see. And people are excited about this. This has pumped a good bit since this update. Meet GrandX, a new way to automate and trade prediction markets. Prompt to build autonomous trading agent strategies. Edit and review on Canvas. Integrated with Polymarket and Kalshi, trade sports with live scores and play-by-play data. Our private alpha testing access is rolling out today in small batches, more soon. Remember, this is backed by Alliance. So they've had a pivot now. Let's see what everything looks like. It looks so clean. Clean UI. Here we go. And there's no volume, by the way, guys. It's not me. Oh, man. Why is there no volume?
They need some Bitcoin good music.
They do. This is rough, man. It looks great. The app looks great. I just need some house, techno, something, man. Whoever made this video, like the video is good. Video is good. You just gotta touch some. So
I like the visualizing that flow though. That's nice.
Yeah, I will go back and pause it on the flow too, because here we go. So, I mean, it looks so clean. Is the app live? Can I go on the platform now? I'm not gonna show the one he sent privately. That doesn't feel right. So if not, I won't show it. Oh, dude, that looks.
Dude, that is good.
That looks so cool.
Oh my goodness.
That looks so cool. And it shows the order book over there. Yeah, look at the order book on the
Yeah.
left side going.
Like it feels like a real exchange. That's
No,
one
that's
thing that
really clean.
misses with Polymarket is it just doesn't feel like a real exchange. Like not real exchange. I mean like with an order book and like kind of the orders flowing through.
Here, let's see what the team has to say. Yeah, that looks really clean. I've seen tons of threads about automated prediction market trading, and almost none of that shows how to actually do it. GrandX Trade lets you build trading automations with simple prompts. You can plug into Polymarket, Kalshi, and live sports data directly with more data sources coming. Good morning. We've migrated off the Believe platform. 50% of supply has been relocked on Streamflow. Private alpha starts this week. Let's I want to dig into this video, but let's go and check out the Grand chart real quick. One sec. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, off a little pumpy. 1.1 million is what we got to. Look at that. Yeah. Good buys. Whoever's down here paying attention at the 100, 200K mark, even if you got in at, I call it the top of the range here at 300K, you caught a nice little 2-3x. Yeah. Look at that. That's a great looking chart. And again, these guys are really smart. These are a smart group of guys backed by Alliance for a reason, completely pivoted. And like pivot should happen. If you can't find the product market fit, pivot every time. Website looks great. Okay, we're going to the website. Thanks, Kings. See if we can digest some of it a little bit more. But it looks really good. I want to get a better idea of building autonomous agents. How successful can you be building your own autonomous agents? Like, that's my question. I think it just looks good as an interface here. Okay. So I'm live. This is what it looks like. And then let me read DeFi FOMO's complete comment here. Pivoted a few months ago and today posted a demo of their new product. It looks pretty insane. It's like trading prediction markets like Tony Stark, powered by Jarvis. Oh, I did read the whole thing. Degens will degen up 400K. What? Up 400K. What was his target? $1 million? A fool. Oh, you're talking about the Ralph. Yeah, dude. Well, I don't know his reasoning, but if I was floating up 400K profit, unrealized P&L on Ralph, I probably would be cashing it. So let's check out this website. Should I make an automation? What do I like to automate here? Should I make an automation? I don't know. Maybe I'll just take one of them. Buy $10 when Jokic checks in, sell 100% when he checks out. Buy Celtics if they had 95% win probability. I'll do that one. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right, let's see. Jeez. Not going to sign up right now. Dang it. Not going to sign up right now. So we're going to have to watch the video to check it out. But so let's switch the platform. Let's go Denver, Washington. Or Denver Wizards. So these are the odds. You can see the order books here on Polymarket. Pretty low volume right now. 69% Denver, 32% Wizards. I mean, it just looks clean. So let's see. Let's go watch the video so I can understand how to build these flows a little bit better. So you type in, what are the odds? Oh, they're talking about the Fed meeting specifically. Okay, so what are the odds of the Fed meeting? If the odds of no change in January Fed meeting hits 99 cents, buy $10 of Rick Rader as Trump Fed chair nominee on Polymarket. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, so I get the concept here. So, hey, if the Polymarket odds, basically resolve or go close to resolving 99 cents, buy Rick Rader because indirectly he'll probably benefit from this. So if this happens in the Polymarkets, do this thing in the Polymarkets. That's really that's pretty interesting. Oh, we lost Josh. That's pretty interesting. So here, yeah, you got the wallet. We see it says start event driven. So let's see. It's adding action here, connecting widgets. Again, just trying to see this in action here. I set up a new Polymarket automation when no change in Fed interest rates after January 26th. We understand the question. When you're ready, go to automation, click enable on the Fed note. So okay. So then you see it live. You see, okay, here's the event. Event starts. This is the prediction market for it. No change in Fed interest rate. And then it connects to Will Trump's nominee, Rick Ryder, as next Fed chair. Interesting. Oh, this is really cool, actually. Okay, so now you can go and edit, refine. Fed increasing interest rates. So if the Fed increases interest rates by 25 basis points after January 2026 meeting and no change, oh, so you can make multiple outcomes. So if he increases, so look, if they increase, maybe I select a different person. If they decrease, I select this person. Or in this case, it's the same, but I think you can probably do multiple different outcomes, which is interesting. Okay, this is sick. This is sick. And I'm not sure, I just don't do prediction markets like that. So I'm not sure if something like this exists, but really cool. Wait, so is this showing it execute live? Live trade sports with scores, play-by-play and real-time odds. So what, did he just buy it? Did he just buy? They got all the players, player substitutions. They're buying on Kalshi, buying the Suns, it looks like. Order executed. Okay, dude, this looks sick. So you can do workflows or you can just trade using the platform. And yeah, it looks that actually looks great. I'm actually really excited to see this roll out. So here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to go to GrandX Trade, add or remove. I'm going to add them to the interested tab. I already have them on there. Look at that. Do I have Christian on there? Going to add Christian. They're already on there. Perfect. So I'm fully keeping up to with this now. I think that looks really clean. Right. So what makes it valuable? We as people now, we look at it. It's at $1 million. Firstly, we got to know more about the token. What does the token do? Of course, always. But now we have a couple options. We can play it now. We see what it looks like before. You have the automation, looks really sick. You have the UI, looks really sick. Live betting. I could see me as a prediction market guy going on there and using this over like the Polymarket interface or the Kalshi interface for sure. So now I can make a bet on that. Well, are other people going to see it the same way and are real power users going to actually go ahead and use it? That's the question. I would assume maybe yes, if I like it enough to think so. Then you can maybe buy on that. The next phase, which is the bucket I kind of fit into in terms of an investor, I want to see some numbers. Okay, what does the feedback look like? Is it being adopted? Is it sticky? Are they generating revenue? Is some of that revenue flowing back to tokens? We haven't seen that yet, so maybe I'm not a bidder yet personally. But I think it's a great start. And again, the risk reward is going to change. Once we get to the point I'm talking about, it's going to be priced probably much higher than it is for the people that are going to speculate now and be like, I could see people picking this up. It's the vision. I'm investing in the team. They persisted. Those are your options here. Those are your options. But that's really cool, man. Great update. I appreciate you sharing that because I would have actually forgot to look into this. But nah, shout out to the guys, dude. I'm happy to see them sticking with it. Like that goes to show. So again, here's how it looks. I love the live order book. I love the live order book. Now they should have. Now I'm not sure. This looks to just be flows, but I would love to see if it would show limit orders as well. Like, hey, there are $1,000 of sales coming in if it reaches 75%. I would love to see something like that. Which, and I'm sure they'll iterate on this. Here is the order book. Oh, dude. Can I get this on? Can I get this on screen? Maybe where it shows lines. So yeah, you got an order look. You have, oh my gosh, these are big numbers. Holy cow. Holy cow. Okay, so the volume on these is actually more than I kind of thought. Yeah, you got $210,000 sitting at 57% right now, ready to buy. You have 7,000, 20,000, 55 cents, 56 cents. Look at that, 82,000, 53 cents. These order books are pretty thick, actually. I'm not going to lie. Let's see as we get up. If we get up to 99 cents, there's this one guy that's got, $9,500, 4,600 if you get up to 98 cents. These guys are just looking to squeeze out a little bit of profit, basically. I wonder if it's the same thing on this side towards zero. Yeah, same thing on this side. So really interesting. Okay, that's pretty cool. I'm looking forward to this app then. Nonetheless, we should have our next guest coming on soon. Do we have any update on that, Josh? I'm not seeing.
17 minutes, maybe 17
Oh,
minutes,
okay.
maybe.
Okay.
Guys will want to stick around for this. I think you guys will want to stick around.
Yeah, Jones. Yeah, the truth is, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know prediction markets very well. I know good UI, and it's good UI, but yeah, I don't know prediction markets well enough to be like, this is awesome, but it is super cool. Like, I'll say that. As the average dude, this is super interesting. We need someone with experience in prediction markets to walk us through how it works and discuss strategy. I think those people would probably be Christian and the Grandmaster team, right? So hopefully we get them on next week.
Also, the homie Chill is
go.
getting more into prediction markets too. So he
True.
might
There you
wanna
go.
have a look at this.
There's your guy. Let's go on Moby. Let's talk through some of the trades. Kled dipped down. Guys, Pasternak is fully out on one of his wallets. I think the other wallet holds a very small amount still. We saw him flush out of Kled. Fucking asshole. Saw him flush out of Kled, but I'm so happy he's pretty much out now. Sent us down to 24 million. Instantly got bought back up. Look, guys, we talked about Kled already on the show multiple times, and we've seen the clear support from other people. But this was an obvious buy. Here's how you want to look at it. And here's what Avi continues to say. Look, let's take 10% equity as the baseline. Once you introduce 10% equity, 20% equity, that only becomes the floor. It does not become the ceiling, right? So if Avi says, hey, look, there is 10% equity tied to this, and I just finished this raise at some amount of money, I get to handpick my investors. We know it's at least, we know he's raising at $300 million, maybe higher since that video went viral. I would lean towards maybe higher. So we know the fair value, if you get 10%, is at least $30 million. Now you have to factor in the flywheel that they've built in. And 33% they're taking from these contracts and the amount of money that's going towards the buybacks of the token. So really the equity is only the floor, and that's something they've been trying to stress out. But we saw Pasternak full stack again, going into this massive raise. They're the most viral thing. I want to reiterate again, Silicon Valley venture capital is all over Kled. Every single person in Silicon Valley. And Avi actually went on a show today and talked a bit about it on Blockmates for like 15 minutes. It was very brief. But he said, look, everyone's interested. Now I get to go and pick who I want to lead the round. So what you have is, firstly, a few angels came in. Hey, I went handpicked my favorite people. I want to handpick 15 angels that I love that I want to work with me on this to invest. Okay, sweet. Those guys are on board. I've got the money from other venture capital I wanted to add to their position. And now I need to go and find someone to lead this raise. And by the way, my options are endless. So now I go and say, hey, you're going to buy about 10% of the company, maybe a little less. You're going to pay about $30 million to do so. And you're going to lead the raise. Hey, A16Z, I want you. Hey, Sequoia, I want you. Hey, whoever, blah, blah, blah. I want you to lead this raise. Now that gives them like almost, I'm not like, of course, it's private equity, so I will never say too big to fail. But once you have a venture capital like this leading the raise, your connections become unlimitedly open. They can meet with whoever they want. They have as much capital as they need. They have the relationship, the incubation, the resources that these venture capitals, these VCs offer. And so we're now at the point where Kled they're at that point. They can pick from whoever they want. They're going to announce it at some point once the raise is closed. And then it's like for me, the 300 mil to the unicorn status at $1 billion plus is like, it feels very, if I could put a prediction market on that, I would say that's probably trading at like 70%. I think it's pretty at this point. Raising at $1.5 billion is something Avi has mentioned is like reasonable. It is reasonable. So Kled was a nice dip. I ate that up. Another dip I ate up. And again, like we keep talking about these. It's the barbell for me. CPT Kled barbell. Ate this dip up. Dude, CPT, someone full stack. Look, I've said it. I'll say it again. There's one way to play CPT. You do not bid at these levels. You do not bid at these levels. Do you see all these wicks? I'm going to go down a 4-hour for you guys. Do you see all these wicks? I'll tell you exactly what's happening. Literally, I set a limit the night before we got this wick. The night before, because I saw us trading in this range and slowly trickling down. And so you have to think through the mindset of someone. This was exactly my thought process. When you look at CPT, you see massive wick, instant recovery. Massive wick, instant recovery, massive wick. Look at the red candles. big red candles, big red candles, big red candles, big red candles, big red candle, big red candle. So what happens in CPT, it's very obvious. You have low liquidity for a very valuable asset. You have whales. You have very interested participants, maybe even funds, myself, good trader, smart money, literally waiting to buy any dip because anything they can get this value filled for is worth it for them. So what you have is impatient traders hanging out, right? Let's go back here. Impatient trader hanging out. He sees a BagZap coin running, full stacks his big stack. It instantly gets eaten up. But if you had stink bids, set at, 12 million right here, you just got hit. If you had stink bid set at, I have it at market cap. Let me change it to price. Excuse me. So if you had stink bid set at 16 million market cap, well, you're getting hit. If you had stink bid set at 15 million market cap, you're getting hit. That's how you play CPT. You just set stink bids and market cap valuations that you think are very valuable. I look at CPT and I say, hey, if I can get this for, if someone wants to be stupid and full stack, I'd be happy to absorb that supply at $18 million market cap. We've had people that done market research on competitors. They could probably go raise closer to $250 million market cap. I said 50 to 100 last time to be conservative. I've now talked to top holders. I've talked to funds. I've talked to some of the smartest people, and they look at this and they say, based on market research for competitors, off the patents and partnerships alone, this could raise at $250,000 valuation. People just don't understand. Right now it's trading at 25.
$250 million.
$250 million. Yeah, excuse me. It's trading at yeah, you're right. You're right. Excuse me. $250 million valuation. And so what you need to do, or you don't need to do anything, but what I like to do and what I did on this dip, I set limits. I mean, limits down, limits down, limits down, limits down. I actually had limits going even lower, limits around 10 million that I didn't get filled on. And so that's what you want to do. Set stink bids. Eventually someone's going to flush out, give you a big retarded dip. You're going to have the smart money that is, I promise you, sitting here waiting to buy it right back up and get their hands on as much supply as they can. Look, there's only 5-6% of this circulating outside the SOAR team and the ICM team. There's like 5%. And I know people personally that have another, between myself and a couple chats, I'm in probably like 2-3% of the supply. So there's really little outstanding supply in hands of people that are going to sell. But the few guys that have a lot of supply and want to full stack out to chase the next thing, they will fill you. So no need to chase into this. If you have none, maybe you DCA. But it's become incredibly obvious to me that this is a play that I'm going to continue to stack. And I will just wait till they raise the 250 million, maybe take some profits. But I have a significant amount of money in here right now, and I intend to turn it into multi-7 figures, to be honest with you. So like CPT, it's pretty obvious. We had Tom from Sauron again talking about it, raving about it. Patrick's a beast. PayAI coming into a great entry level. Let's talk about it. Where can we see the X402 leaderboards, Josh? Do you remember? If you guys have it, please send it.
Yeah, I'll try and find it.
Because I remember PayAI was leading by a mile. Love Clyde, still waiting on a good entry. Where's your buy zone? And what is the future catalyst after the street announcement? Yeah, Crypto Jones, that's a good question. Let me go back to Cled and I'll walk you through it. Now, my buy zone is you got to remember, my buy zone is different from yours. My buy zone is at extremely low levels. I did buy more down here. I'm not gonna lie, my buys have been fantastic on Cled. So I'm in from 3 mil with size, just to be frank with you. I'm in with some very serious size at 3 mil. I also added more, same play I talked about on CPT, here on Cled, down here on Cled, and right before that run on Cled. I also added more down in this range on Cled. So I've been very good at catching the dips, to be honest. Almost perfect, not to toot my own horn here. But how I would play it for somebody that is maybe wants to add more or doesn't have a lot, let's just think fundamentally. Now, the nuance to this is we do not know how much equity Avi is going to give up. But again, equity sets the floor. Now we got arbitrage every time it dips under that. I would say it's safe to say 10% is coming. Remember, the token holders did everything for Cled to an extent. I wouldn't say everything. Avi's a beast. Token holders did a lot for Cled. He does owe it to the people. I would say 10 to 20% is what I'm expecting. Let's err on the 10% side. Makes it very simple. Anytime you go under 30 million market cap, you can turn on a DCA. Anytime. That's basically talking about it at the current raise, assuming it's not going to grow at all. assuming that they continue to chart, become number one in, I mean, they were number one in Canada, or top 10 in Canada. They were number one in 5 different countries. They were top 110 plus, right? If they continue to see traction, if they continue, and they're getting more data, again, go listen to the Blockwork space with Avi today. They're getting more data than all the big social media companies combined. Twitter, Facebook, Meta, Instagram, whatever. They're getting more daily data than those combined. So they're getting a ton of data. And also, if you remember, their goal was to get to 100 million assets. And basically, they would have one of the biggest AI labs basically just sign up blank checks indefinitely as long as they keep it coming. They reached that. We know Cled's got contracts. We know they're making money. We know they're raising with the best in Silicon Valley. So for me, it's obvious. My buys anywhere under 30 million. Now I buy support. I strictly buy support in these markets. 30 million safe, because if you have patience, you should basically be able to say eventually it's going to come back to that price, assuming he gives 10% equity at minimum. Now maybe he gives more, maybe he gives less. That's what you can't account for, or it's very difficult to account for. Based on what I've seen, 10 to 20% seems fair. Now, if I had nothing or very little Cled, I would say this dip was great. Give me back in this range for maybe buy number 1. Again, if I have none, maybe I'm buying again, like here, sub 30 mil. Buy number 1 would be around this 27, 26 range. Buy number 2 would be anywhere back in here. We saw there's clearly willingness to buy over here, right? So if people are willing to buy, they're continuing to grow. They are better now in January, the 22nd of January, than they were in December and November. Much better. And if people found value with Cled here in November or December, there's value even more so today. So anything we dip before 26, DCA turns on. If we get down here, I start upping my size. 20 mil, I start going with size. So this is like, hey, I'm getting a fair price. I'm getting a good price. I think I'll be safe buying these sub 30 mil, 26 mil. And as we get lower into this range, I would say the middle of this range, around 21, 22, call it like 23 and below. That's when size starts coming into play. And again, you got to set limits for this, because the only way you get this is probably if you get some sort of trickle down. Markets are slow, markets are bad, trickle down. People kind of just are impatient, and you get flush. And the recovery happens, just like we saw here. People get impatient, off a big run, people start getting impatient, and flush. You got filled. You only have a few seconds, so go set those limits. Otherwise, slowly DCA around this range. You might not get it, but I'm trying to play a conservative. Like, that's a conservative take. I think my bullish case is, look, if they assign 10 to 20% of equity, well, that literally puts price at new all-time highs, instantly reprices to 60 mil. So if you want to be a bit, call it a moon boy, whatever, this is the discount. I would say, yeah, you're pretty solid buying around here. But, and again, maybe I'm seeing rose-colored lenses, but again, we've seen what Avi's built. It's incredible. There's no denying it. There's no denying at this point. People called him a LARP. At first, maybe that could have been conceivable, understandable. People hated on him. People said, oh, well, your advisory board, that's hilarious. You guys have XXX Tentacion's advisory, advisor. Why is he on your board? His board got clowned. Some people left from the board. Oh, you're shipping data and hardware. Well, that's not real. They went and tested, found it was real. They had Kobe. They had Scooter. They had Pasternak. All the big names on Twitter paying attention. Fudding. Nothing to say now. And these people that were fudding are aware of it. There's so much mindshare on Cled that these people have now converted to buyers. So it's pretty crazy. Nonetheless, yeah, I think this is a unicorn. So hopefully that answers your question, Crypto Jones. Josh, I've been yapping. You want to bump in here? I'm going to check Pay AI out next.
Yeah, let's do Pay AI. I also want to do, we have Moby codes for $50 Moby giveaways. And I want to give these away, but I'm not giving them just to anybody because it's $50. So how do you want to do these? You want to just do DM MCG or?
Yeah, I say we actually put out a post with this. We got a couple codes. Now, guys, this is only going to work if you haven't downloaded Moby yet. So if you want to start using Moby, we got a $50 code for you. It'll give you $50. It'll add it to your progress bar. The only way to claim is completing this progress bar. We've seen plenty of people, even in our comments, complete it. So it'll help you get kickstarted. It's not like you get $50 straight to the bank and then you can screw off. You do have to like use the app. Nonetheless, we have 20 codes, I think, for that. Comment if you want one. If you're in here right now, paying
You
attention,
don't have
and you want
Moby.
one, and you do not have Moby, comment, and we'll DM you, and then we'll probably give away a few on the Twitter as well. We're trying to get it to where, because I know it's tough clicking links. We have an MCG link, referral link, and it's great. It's a great way to show support. But it's hard to click links, especially even if we have it going on the bottom there. And
Just DM us. Just
DM us. We're gonna get you straight codes that you can plug in.
Also, I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna drop the MCG Alpha TG real quick.
Oh, there you go.
Only available for the next 20 minutes.
Okay. Hey, and Chucksy, good to see you. I don't think I've seen you on here before, so you don't have Moby. We'll get you Moby.
Chucksy's been on here. Chucksy's been
Am I
on
tripping?
here.
Did he change
Yeah,
his profile
yeah,
picture?
you're tripping. You're tripping. Chucksky's
Oh,
on.
wow.
I'm trying to remember the names we've been in. But hey, Chusky, I see you called out blocks. Look, I don't know. I ran a web or Roblox development studio, and we built 4, 5, 6 games. And I dealt directly with the Roblox team at the highest levels, and I can tell you they do not like this kind of stuff. They do not like Roblox integration stuff. So I'll have to look that up.
But look, this is candling to 423K market cap. It's hot right now. It's all the fuss, all the buzz.
Yeah, it
Literally
will be the
biggest
buzz.
Games in the world. The
Yeah.
biggest games in the world are on Roblox right now, which is mind blowing to me. Like outdoing Fortnite daily users, which is insane. So Chucksy, DM MCG, we got you with the code. Anyone in the chat, just DM MCG, we got you with the code if we've seen you on. And you're gonna trade. Genuinely, Moby's like leveling up in a big way. The clips are so cool, and their alpha has been really hot recently with whale trackers, smart money trackers. It is giving you an edge. It really is. So I would say give it a try at the very least. I'm a guy that does not use mobile trading apps, and like I've actually been logging on every day and just checking out what's going on there. Definitely watching clips. So there you go. DM. We'll put out a tweet later today. Maybe we got 10. We'll give away 10. We'll put out a tweet. 10 codes for people who want $50 in Moby. First time signups only. Or let's do it in Telegram, actually. Let's do it in Telegram, Josh. So we'll send out the Telegram link. Give everyone a couple minutes to join. And then we'll do a giveaway in Telegram. We'll just drop straight codes and say, look, if you're fast, you can slam these codes for first time Moby users. Let's make it very clear. It's first time. Davey Dev is sure that his API is not breaking any Roblox rules. Perfect. We got to look into it.
Well, you know, I'll look at it, but I'm pretty sure it's breaking Roblox rules. I'm 100% without even looking at it. I'm a pretty 100% it is.
So what are the, tell me about the rules.
Okay. So
you think this guy knows about the rules going into it, right?
Well, look, I did multi-$100,000 brand deals on this kind of stuff, and the Web3, absolutely not. And B, you can't have like a equivalent, like do something on Roblox, then earn something over here. So that doesn't work. Goes against Roblox's terms, and they're extremely strict on this stuff. What else was you couldn't even use the Roblox logo. Can't even use the Roblox name unless you have like a written partnership with them. Like they would take off Roblox logo off stuff quick. So yeah, there's a number of, you can't use Roblox for any other commercial purposes. You can't send users out of the platform. So if this developer is claiming that you can do anything with Web3, I'm sorry, but he's never built a successful Roblox game, in my opinion. And if he has, I'm eager to learn, but I doubt it.
Chusky, let's get him on here and debate, dude. Let's get Josh going. I want to see Josh going.
I mean, dude, look, I shipped 7 Roblox games. I earned hundreds of thousands of dollars building Roblox games. I did it with some of the biggest. I did it with a client that was $50 billion market cap. And a number of them. So I know Roblox. I talked to the team for years. I know Roblox better than anyone in Web3, probably.
Yep. Let's go.
I knew Roblox devs were making millions. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Let's run over to Soar real quick because I'm getting texts.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting texts that there's a new launch, which I'm sure no one's really surprised about considering we had Tom on today in a redacted thing. But, you know, I have no idea who this project is, when they were coming, or anything about anything. So let's go on and check it out. I'm going to share this tab. I'm not signed into Soar, but that's okay. Come on, come on. Let's go on Soar. Twitter, maybe? Did they post about it? No. Dude. Boys. What's going on with the app, boys? Maybe it's my side. I don't know.
All right, on Twitter, here we go. The MCG Alpha TG is now live. MCG Alpha TG join link only open for 20 minutes. And send.
Maybe even add that we'll be dropping codes in there. Okay, or not.
Yeah.
All good.
Here, can you tag over to MCG Twitter? I'm gonna screenshot it so people know it's not because people think it's a scam sometimes, and it's definitely not. All right, right there. All right. Only open for 20 minutes, guys. Go get it.
What are your guys' top projects that you're still looking for an entry? Maybe a question for another day. Not trying to put you in the spot. Actually, I would say Solo is one that we're really interested in.
Radar.
Radar is incredible.
Radar was getting close. I was like, oh my gosh, we should be pulling trigger on this, and it is just absolutely ripped.
Oh, is it ripping again? Yeah, Radar's really proved themselves. You got to remember when we had them on originally. And it's been like, congratulations to anyone who got in this, because it's just picture perfect chart. And I'll share the screen there. Radar has been just slowly grinding up. When we had them on originally, I think it was like very little usage. Now they're churning users. Like, people love this tech, getting integrated everywhere. This natural adoption is incredible. It's undeniable. It's incredible. And they probably continue to do it. So Radar is one of those. Now, the entry for me, again, I told you I like to buy support, would have been right around here, which we did not get. So love Radar. Shout out to them. Hopefully we can get them back on the show soon. So that's one I think that we don't have. Another that I haven't gotten my hands on yet, but we've been contemplating and talking about quite a bit, is Solo. I feel like it's probably only a matter of time. Just right now, no one's talking about it. It's quiet. But essentially, we're expecting attention to rotate back at some point. Stable coins are big. They're boring. But if they can crack good yield, I think right now we're just waiting on the audit. So it's pretty quiet from their end. I actually thought I had a solo update that maybe I can look into as well. Let me see. I wanted to read, but yes, Solo is a really interesting one. Josh, maybe you tell people why we were interested in Solo while I look for this.
I mean, from a technology standpoint, it's the streaming yield is key. So there's kind of two elements. One is a higher yield. They were advertising 20%, I think as low as 10% as the negative funding rate trade is unwound a little bit. But yeah, streaming that yield into neobanks is a big use case.
After a year of grinding, Yas is ready to redefine stablecoins, and Zaranga put out a post on this. Solomon Labs, Ranga. If you only look at the surface, last month might have looked quiet, and this is why I think it's maybe being overlooked. Right? We know people have short attention spans, although the concept, technology, and vertical are big for this. Let's dive straight into what's happened over the last few weeks. Near the end, I'll cover our rollout strategy, security, and audits. Audits with Cantina started last week. You can check those here. The code has been battle tested on chain for over a year, including being live through 10/10. Important. Team, they brought on a senior back engineer to help us scale Yas, along with hardening the rest of the infrastructure. So they brought on a new senior backend engineer. Also, remember, they have PayPal USD guys on their team. Very experienced team, which is something I really like. Like that was a big addition for me to feel confident buying this. His background, and this is now the senior backend, his background is a rare mix of high performance market plumbing and crypto native infrastructure. He started in high performance exchange connectivity at Goldman Sachs. Nice. Then went deep into blockchain across SSI benchmarking and testing, evaluations, and MEV research on FCFS chains like Algorand. He late became a founding engineer at the MPC custody startup, where he helped build the core cross-chain integration framework. He's also completed a master's thesis at TU Munich, analyzing LP profitability and market making strategies and prediction market. So perfect. I mean, it's good senior engineer to have. Additional capacity for marketing. Nice. With experience at Disney, Netflix, DoorDash, and Amazon. They've translated their experience into crypto alongside deep customer products. So good team update. Yeah, let's see how legal is coming along. This is the part we spent more time on than we would have liked, and we thought we were closer to finishing earlier, but it's also the part that determines whether everything that follows is durable. We've been iterating the DAO operating agreement aggressively. We're now past dozens of drafts converging on a 130-page package built around 3 primary instruments, several secondary instruments, plus a formal process layer for how government evolves. Yeah, I mean, look, we know what this stuff takes a lot of time, so I'm not going to read through all of that. Integration is B-Day. A lot has moved here, but most of it is still under NDA, so we can't share details yet. Makes sense, bro. Under NDA, you can't share much, but a lot has moved here. I guess it's something to take note of. They're probably finding good capital to come in and actually use this YAS, right? That's the goal. If you can go and partner with some launch pads, and just like we saw SOAR use USD1, if you can see them using YAS, earning yield, proving this out, like that's what you want to look for. We're working with Avicii, which was a huge partnership, to go live with YAS, and that will land during the next phase I cover near the end of this update. UI and UX product. There's a lot happening across UI UX right now. New branding is coming. Site performance. It looks like they're cleaning up the site. Not going to read all this. Swap experience. We've fixed the swap widget issue that broke embedded buy/sell flows. Okay. So basically website's looking good. They're revamping UI. UI is going to be better. Engineering and infrastructure. The amount of dev work happening is hard to capture in a single update, but for perspective, last week alone, we had 80,000 plus lines changed across the code base. The production surface area spans 42 repos, and the core repos now total 660,720 LOC. Again, no clue what that means. Some of what we focused on over the past month: trading infrastructure, build visual debugging inferences, added support for multiple AMMs, whatever. Gonna try to keep this quick. Core libraries, not gonna read through that. Developer tools, not gonna read about that. Specs, cool. What's next? YAS rollout. YAS is a mechanism. Let's use you. Starting next week, we're kicking off phase 1 of the rollout. This phase is about showing YAS in production with select partners across the core use cases. And then broader access. Let's see, this is a big one too. We've overlapped with secondary. Broader access to the protocol for retail users. This sequencing gives us time to finish out the remaining legal custody and venue work alongside deployment. So retail adoption is coming. Right now, they're just rolling out in slow phases. Phase 1 start next week. So look, it's been quiet. Yeah, let's look at metrics. Okay. So yeah, I think that covers it pretty much. So look, TLDR is they've been quiet, but they've been working. And I think people forget how long some of this legal stuff takes. The question you got to ask yourself is the team capable, and can they deliver on this vision they've built out? I think the team is capable. They got money. They got the funding. They're in an interesting vertical. I know that's all I really say on Solo, but
so I got something on stablecoins that might shake up stablecoins, and I've heard really no one talk about this, which is this concept of custom stablecoins that Coinbase rolled out. And Coinbase is actually allowing any developer to essentially white label their own stablecoin. And then on top of that, to actually earn yield from user deposits, which is the key thing. Because right now, if you think about Tether or Circle's business model, is they take in bank deposits, they buy US treasuries, which earn a yield, and then that's their revenue essentially, and their profit is that yield. And on tens of billions of dollars, it ends up being a lot of money in that, you earn 4% on $10 billion. That's $400 million. So that's a lot of money. And yeah, So I don't know how this will work out exactly, but I would keep an eye on the space. I don't now with back to Solo, and this is just me bringing awareness to this as a product, right? Because I don't know if this is going to be competitive or if it's additive in terms of, Solo's story becomes much more valuable, and adoption becomes much more valuable. But I don't know, keep an eye on this stuff because it is important. I think that developers have ways to earn from user deposits. Like, I think that's a great business model. So, just saying.
I'm seeing people say this has launched on Sora, but I'm not seeing any confirmations. I'm not sure where people are getting.
Do you have a thing? Can you pull on screen or?
Shiza here. Shiza AI. Own your AI before. Let's check out the website. I have no way to confirm, by the way, guys. I have no clue if this is real or not. I'm seeing friends that have no affiliation with Sora text me about it, and I'm seeing people in some chats talk about it, and they're trying to get confirmation.
The great speculation.
Yeah. Crypto Jones says big promises like 20% APY scare me personally. Gives me Terra Luna PTSD. Yeah, that's one of the big questions. Like I asked them is when they came on, which is why audits are important. Audits are very important. But I asked them, how sustainable is this? Like, what happens if you get a crash in the market? Like, can this completely depeg and basically lose everyone's money? So I hear that too. I guess the best way to be safe and secure is, I mean, even at this, we saw Terra Luna, like you said, even with size, you can't be so sure, but great auditors. And I guess you got to trust the team to some extent, but you're right. 20% is a lot. Does Radar have an ownership model? What makes you so bullish other than the insane price action? Yeah, again, on that, man, it's just, obviously insane price action, but they are literally integrating everywhere. We have so many people on the show. All of them are integrating with Radar. Radar is doing insane work.
It's actually hilarious. Like, we'll talk to a project and they'll just be like, and yeah, we have like shielding with Radar or whatever. And I'm just like, bro, this is like the third time I've heard a product just talk about Radar, like just off the cuff.
Yeah.
Right.
Here's
how to, sorry. I'll let you go, but just in case you guys are wondering how to do DD with MCG, click this search at the top of our thing and then add in a ticker, right? And you go Radar, and then you got to see all the context that we've provided on a specific token. We've talked about Radar sub $1 million, or at least it's been on our radar since then. But I actually did a breakdown. He gave an estimate of $700 to $1,000 in daily fees that they were generating. And so using ChatGPT, I worked out that they have about 57 million in volumes. So which is, annualized. And this was back in December. So
December. Yeah. So I mean, it's
probably earlier. Yeah. It's probably only up.
So to answer your question, they're making revenue, and I can't remember. Does that lead to auto buybacks? I forget the exact Radar like utility of the token, but yeah, they have great revenue. They're getting integrated everywhere. The best piece of advice I think I heard is in investing is if you use it, invest in it, right? And that's like one of the key things. If you're using something, if you love something, it's probably a good signal to invest in it. And what people say is instead of buying that thing, buy the stock, right? And so in this case, if we're seeing everyone use Radar, we're seeing privacy narrative emerge. Like privacy is also just a hot narrative besides the fact that Radar is just actually getting natural adoption. But between those two things and their revenue, it's pretty compelling. And it's just slow grinding too. It's not like it's spiked up to 6 million on day one with the first candle and it's people exiting. These are people that are buying and holding because they see a vision and understand the technology. These aren't people buying because of pure hype. It's too slow to have like hype driven buyers right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shiza, you want to go back to that? Do some DD.
Yeah, I mean, let's do it. The problem is I don't want to like front run their announcement or anything like that. I don't know if you can.
I mean, okay, we can hold back.
Yeah.
Again, we have no idea. So like, I can't front run something I have no fucking clue about. I just see
All right,
people
that's fair.
talking.
That's fair.
If it would be one thing if you or like people that are close with the SOAR team came and were shilling this. These are people that have literally no affiliation with SOAR, have no idea what's coming next, have no clue if something's launching, texting me about it. So it's like cat's kind of out of the bag here. So let's see. Be your own AI before AI owns you. Building infrastructure for the post-agentic world where individuals own and monetize AI agents. Trusted by forward-thinking companies. Morpheus, Avero. I'm not really familiar with any of these. But it's good to see traction based on their website here. Your complete AI workforce built for ownership. Everything you need to deploy, manage, and monetize your AI agent from autonomous task execution to revenue generating, all under your control. You know, here's the thing. It's so tough for me to gauge because I see so many AI agents all the time that talk about autonomous workflow, and I don't know. It's hard until you talk to them. It's hard to know what makes this stand out. Sometimes it can be very difficult. So, welcome to the future of work and ownership. We're building the infrastructure for the post-agentic economy. Our mission to ensure that when AI replaces your job, you own the AI doing the work. She's enables true AI ownership, not subscriptions, not rentals, actual ownership of the intelligent agents that generate value for you, not for big tech. We believe the future of work isn't about competing with AI. It's about owning and profiting from AI that works on your behalf. Again, broad statement though, you know, let's see. 100+ pre-built templates, real-time intelligence. Yeah, you know, before I even look more into this, I gotta know. I gotta know if it's real, I think. There's almost no point in reading through this unless we know it's real. So let's go to replies here. Anything recently? January 12th. They posted this on January 21st. Anything from SOAR? Nothing from SOAR. Did SOAR reply to anything? I don't know, guys. We might not have anything for you here on this at the moment. Nonetheless, I'll read SOAR's recent update that came out while we were live on stream. Here it's a notice for the USD1 rollout. Today's USD1 rollout has been into SOAR as such, blah, blah, blah. From now on, users will only be able to compete swaps on the platform with their USD1 balance. For pairs that are still denominated in USDC, trading will be routed through Jupiter Exchange so that USD1 will automatically be swapped. Okay, I'm not going to read through all this, actually. As long as it just swaps everything for me. TLDR, does it swap everything for me? Do I have to worry about anything? I don't know. Whatever, I'll figure it out later, I guess. So, look, then we'll just sit here and wait. I got no confirmation on this Shiza project here, so I'm not even going to dig into it more. You want to do Pay AI? Are we going to get anyone on, Josh? It's 3:30 now. It's like we've been streaming for fucking ever.
I don't know. I do not know. We'll find out hopefully shortly. Pay AI took a bit of a dump, so I wouldn't mind looking into what's going on here. I did check the facilitator and dollar revenue. It's pretty small numbers compared to the others. We can pull it open, but yeah, let's go to this.
Oh yeah, could you pull up the facilitator? I think that gives all the contacts.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. We got the SOAR team coming here and talking to us. Yeah, Judo says the experience remains the same. Cool. Then I'm not gonna read the whole monologue there. Appreciate it. Yeah, thanks, Judo. It makes sense. It makes sense. I'm just too smooth brain. I'm exhausted after reading so much today. So, but that's good as long as everything's seamless. Love it. Oh, here we go, Davey, Josh. All right, Davey, I'm not even gonna speak. Josh, you got to talk to the guy here. This is man.
Davey, I'm glad you're hopping in here, you know, not to FUD what you're building because I really don't know what you're building, but yes, I do know a lot about Roblox and I've talked to them at the highest levels. So
I would love to chat with you sometime about your Roblox experience if you wouldn't mind. Okay, well maybe shoot MCG DM. I'm not sure if this is a show thing or just a personal thing, but either way, shoot MCG DM. Josh is very generous with his time, so I'm sure he'd be willing to, you know, maybe give you a few good words. But you do have some supporters here talking about your project, so we'd love to talk about your project sometime too.
Yeah. So here's the PayEye facilitator. If we want to start here, real quick until someone pings us. This here, I don't know if you want to flip screens for me there, buddy.
I will.
Yeah,
Boom.
thank you. So I don't know if this is real or not, or if I'm reading this incorrectly, but they did the most transactions, right? But the lowest volume, only $964 in, I believe this is 24-hour volume. However, the last time he was on here, they had mentioned they had done like something like $6 million. Okay, there's 4.57 million. I don't know. Is there anyone know any reason why PayEye is specifically selling off?
It's interesting because the last time we had them on, they had insane metrics, and it candled them from like a couple $1 million up to many millions.
Yeah, for context, like Coinbase is totally kind of, their volume is dried up here as well. So I don't know if this is just like X402 is like not hot right now or what, but I'm just gonna do a quick search in the timeline.
Yeah.
I only trade fundamental. I don't know.
Yeah, it is interesting because we saw PayEye, and like, frankly put, when we saw their numbers, I was shocked. I'm like, okay, this is adoption happening in real time. You know, X402 agent to agent payments. This is crazy. And so it's interesting to see it's down a little bit now. What site is this, Josh?
This is
Blockworks.
no, x402scan.com.
Got you.
Yeah.
Look, I think ultimately though with PayEye, again, they're kind of the leader in this sector. So it's less, I think, in my opinion, a bet on PayEye and more so a bet on, is this going to manifest into a reality? Are we going to get X402? Is this a real thing? If that answer is yes, then PayEye comes around eventually, and like everything in the meantime is kind of meaningless, I think, as long as they're still like on the cutting edge, making sure they're a top facilitator. You know, I think the volume is important, of course, because it's going to show that we're actually seeing the adoption we're looking for. But in the meantime, until we get that, we don't know how far out it is. The bet here is just betting on the narrative, I think, more so, and positioning yourself in the leader. And so like that's how you want to look at PayEye.
Yeah. I think the other thing to be wary of with these types of ecosystems is, like we saw with UCP and even Bobby from Dupes kind of feedback, is like it can be created by someone outside of crypto, probably like super easily, and then the valuations of all the crypto versions of these products kind of get called into question maybe. So again, don't know if that's the case or not, but just being wary of that.
Yeah. Well, you can even tab over, you look at Dexter and you look at some of the other X402s. Daydreams, they're all down.
So there, yeah,
So
like
maybe
I
X402.
thought I saw a Python SDK for X402. So I'm not a developer to know. So if someone knows, please let us know.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so I think Shiza here is live. I think Shiza here is live. So let me just look into this, do some research, see what I could find. Okay, maybe I refresh the store, add store at the end of the I see. Okay, yes, it is live. It is live. You can see it on Axiom here. Okay, so on Axiom, you can see it. It is 5% in circulation. And I'm going to try to get you guys CA here, put it on screen for you. One minute. It's ripping. See, it was live down here when we were looking into it too. Rip. So we yeah.
But there
At
was
least it didn't get sniped.
No, but there was another vamp attack though, because there's another one on Soar that got vamped.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, so I'm glad we didn't. I didn't want to be too speculative on this because you never know, right?
No, yeah, you never know. So let's see. I'm looking into it here. Let me pull up their Twitter. Let's do some DD. I'm assuming we're gonna have them come on in a second, though, right? That I would imagine that's who we have coming on.
Yeah,
We don't know.
potentially.
Again, we don't know. So
We don't
we'll
know.
do the
We're
DD
assuming.
if that's the case.
Yeah, let's do DD.
They haven't posted anything on it though. Nothing. But I guess we do know it's confirmed at this point. We can see
Are
it
they
here.
followed by Soar and stuff like that?
I doubt it. Okay, but Soar just posted our first USD1 launches live is Shiza. Please be careful of fakes. Add Soar to the end of the above. Shiza enables. They tried to make it so you couldn't snipe it, so I posted the CA without the Soar at the end. Shiba enables you to capture, own, and monetize your unique life experiences through individual intelligent models that you own. Okay, so here I'm on the Soar website. Let's see what they got for us. Currently projected future valuation of 7.7 million. Pretty hefty. Out the gate, I'll just be honest with you. We'll see if it is worth that. She's a shared human intelligence. Oh, let's see. We got videos. Yes, I just want to do videos.
The rise of agentic systems will force humanity to rethink how we derive our value, leading to the transition from a labor-based to an intellect-driven economy. Today, I'm going to walk.
Oh, dude, what's going on? I saw this happen the last time too. Are they going to not let me get past?
The agents for this future. She has a companion, which captures your novel human experience, and she's a developer, which builds the agents.
Okay, bro. This is the same thing that happened on the Soar platform last time. Boys, we got to figure this out. Yeah, the videos stop after a little while, but okay, they got a bunch of artifacts. What's this too? 12 minutes. Oh, he gave like a keynote or something.
Of course. So, and that probably.
Whoa, this is him on the NYSE. Oh, whoa. Now we're talking. Okay, she's a public white paper. Yeah. Now we're cooking. This is what I'm here. Founder profile. Okay, I'm just going through all these artifacts now, boys. Give me a sec.
Drop me a name in private. And I'll do some name DD.
Yeah, dude. Here it is. Said S. Hussan. Founder CEO. She's a professional experience, Liquidity Digital. Founder and CEO. Banker X, CEO Americas. Analytic 8, Director Northeast. Okay, so this guy I think is Chad. Hussein is a highly innovative global executive through ladder advisory and serial entrepreneur with an illustrious career spanning over 25 years at the convergence of technology and finance. He's the founder and CEO of Shiza, superhuman intelligence zonal agents, where he is challenging his profound experience into sculpting the convergence of AI Web3 to enable the future where human intelligence is transformed into sovereign AI individuals. Okay. In the media, NASDAQ trade talks, the wrap. Okay, so this guy's legit. Let me know what you can find on him. I'll go through the white paper in the meantime. And the white paper is very technical, guys. So unless I can get like some baseline numbers that jump out on me, I'm not going to read through the whole thing right now. Although you should. Here, wait, let me go. Let me see the so we got introduction, the need for decentralization, she's a vision, architecture overview. It's gonna be a lot of technical stuff. I'm not gonna read. Yeah.
All right. Got a tweet out.
It's trading very well, by the way.
Yeah, this is getting bid.
Let me go back here. Let's see what we can find. Do they have a pitch deck? Pitch deck. I like pitch decks. This is a PDF. Let's see. Client agreement. Redacted client. Okay, so they have clients. So they have AWF client agreement C1, redacted client agreement, and they have another redacted client agreement. Implementation report. So look, they have some clients, it seems. I'll share this tab. Implementation management service for blank. Executive summary, scope of work. Shiza will deliver custom AI. Okay, so they have potentially enterprise contracts is what this looks like.
So I have a pitch deck here, by the way.
Oh, sweet.
This kind of gets into a little more of what this is doing. So I'll share this again in the artifacts.
And we got them coming on. Do we want to put out a tweet about?
Yeah,
them
I did.
on?
I just put out a tweet. So agentic workforce, AI, executive assistant, V1, email management, calendar scheduling, proactive monitoring, intelligent assistant, voice reminders, channels, personalization and mid configuration, onboarding, language localizations. In today's fast-paced professional world, managing your inbound calendar can feel like a full-time job. Okay, so virtual assistant, alerts, cross-source, what is this? Approvals and safety. Okay, using Slack, working hours, blah, blah. Okay. Okay, so this can be kind of useful. Loki, my wife is actually an assistant, an executive assistant at a very, very large firm. So hopefully that doesn't take her job.
Look, this is okay. Here, I'm on the white paper, just reading through it, just looking for some numbers. I'm trying to gauge whatever I can. And the best way to do that is just numbers before I even read into the tech. Commercials, term provision, monthly subscription, 12-month, $250 USD per month, hosting and support, build monthly in advance, one-time MVP build and configuration, $2,500 USD, one-time fee, payment terms, one-time fee payable, blah, blah. So I guess these are some commercial numbers. I'm not really sure what to make of that. We know they have at least 2 contracts signed because I had 2 redacted ones. This is the second one pulled up. Sorry, we'll let you continue. I just wanted to dive into that real quick.
No, yeah, I think that's revenue model, maybe the sales model. So a combination of, I guess, a custom implementation and some sort of subscription.
Commercial here, you got the monthly subscription, $250 per month, hosting and support, build monthly in advance. Then you got one-time MVP build out, $10,000 US, one-time configuration fee. Okay, so they so I'm assuming they have a configuration fee and then there's a monthly on top of that. One-time MVP build out. I think, yeah. So they build out the product and then I think you pay the fee, if I'm understanding. Okay. Got some contracts. I think it's gonna be best to have them literally on here explaining it like we're 12 years old here, to be honest with you. But this is all good information. It's just, when you're DDing quick like this, you don't always have the time to sit down and fully understand everything. Can we look into the CEO, Josh? What were you able to find on him?
Yeah, sorry, I got sidetracked tweeting the thing out, but
no worries.
Let me see. Here's an entity. She's a labs.
And so again, when you're doing quick DD like this, the best thing you can do is search for team, because it's very easy to see their history, and numbers, team and numbers. Team numbers and then like a general overview. What's the description? What is the technology? What are they building? And, obviously trying to use your best knowledge to make a guesstimation on how well you think he's going to do. And then in the meantime, doing thorough research. His LinkedIn is right here.
Yeah. And we also have an X profile right here. So let's see what he talks about. So Saeed Hussein.
True.
There we go.
Fucking do it, you fucking asshole.
No overthinking. Okay, so maybe that's more about his launch. Okay.
Oh, see, he was tweeting about launch on SOAR. So look, guys, whatever kind of technology you have that can query and scrape from Twitter, there's some edge there, because you can put him on a list.
He hasn't tweeted about specifically. He's tweeted about just go and do it. So I don't know if that's
you said like SOAR right below,
hyping himself up. Oh, did it?
Yeah. Scroll down. Not in this thread though.
No. Oh, wait, someone else here. Who has this alpha? Did you guys? Oh, launch token on
Here,
Soar.
go back and scroll down. Look, he said so right there. Let's see.
And the innovators like, yeah, he's just talking, I think, generally about.
No. Look, I made a lot of money doing this, guys. I'll tell you exactly the play here. You see people talk about they have a project that's untokenized and they talk about Launchpad, you instantly add them to a list. Instantly. It's like the easiest way to get an edge. Maybe he'll never launch, but I have an entire CA watch list with like hundreds of people on there who may never launch a token, but I've seen them talk about crypto, talk about Believe, talk about a certain Launchpad, and they have a project. This is ripping though.
Yeah, 500K circulating, 11 FDV. Definitely ripping. Okay. I don't see anything about the business itself. It's more about regulation, hyping himself up to launch.
Let's see. Is anyone?
That's funny.
What's the SOAR community? Let me see what some of the SOAR communities are saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Not seeing anyone give a comprehensive breakdown yet.
Yeah,
Here.
we're trying to be the first on this. We're trying to be the first on this.
Well, we'll get.
Watch the demo on his. Let's watch the demo on his site here. This won't break like. This won't break. Let's try this. Okay, it's on YouTube.
The rise of.
Okay, you good? Is the sound? Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Will force humanity to rethink how we derive our value, leading.
Oh my gosh, why is
into the transition from a labor-based to an intellect-driven economy.
Oh my gosh, guys, I don't know why this is glitching. Is there an X version of the video?
No, it's not on X.
Open this.
Here. I can pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up. I gotta run to the bathroom. Where did you get that from? Is it on YouTube?
I'm pulling it on YouTube. Sorry, guys. For some reason, off the website and on SOAR, the video was not working, but I do want to watch this demo.
I think you might have gotten the wrong link sent to you. Say again, we didn't send him the link directly because we didn't know who's coming on. So you're not in a back. We're not seeing you in a back room here with us. So I'm not sure.
Oh, here we'll get you sorted. So you just give me a second here. Let's get you sorted right now.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom while you figure this out.
Yep,
quick.
go for it.
Boys,
I'm excited
back
for
from
this
Alpha.
chat. I'm
Yeah.
gonna DM this right. Oh, your DMs are not open. Yeah, here we go. We have to DM it to you, or else the whole squad will be joining. So we don't want that. If you can DM MCG Saeed, we would love to get you sorted on X. But I can't, unfortunately, I can't DM your profile. So DMs are closed, which is okay. Sorry, guys. We are having a little bit of a difficulty with the YouTube video here for some
to an intellect-driven economy. Today, I'm going to walk you through two of the products within the Shiza ecosystem that lay the foundational groundwork for this future. Shiza Companion, which captures your novel human experience, and Shiza Developer, which builds the agents and framework that will ultimately allow for you to monetize on your experience by both contributing to and deriving value from this future economy. Let's go. So now we're going into Shiza Companion, where all of your experiences are captured, from meetings to your emails and social media interactions. Shiza Companion will diarize, summarize, record, and extract next steps, and can integrate with a wide variety of experience capture tools. Companion will also join live meetings on your behalf, giving you the ability to scale yourself. It will become your ultimate privacy-enabled tool that feeds all of your personal data into your own cryptographically encrypted, individualized learning model, or ILM, ensuring that all of your personal, private, and proprietary data always remains exclusively yours, and you dictate who can access it or benefit from it, giving you the ability to monetize on the value of your novel human experience. To build your agents that will extract the value from your ILM and turn them into these monetizable intellects is where Shiza Developer comes into the picture. Shiza Developer is a very simple and intuitive drag and drop, low to no code platform where you can pull in details from not just your own private ILM, but also from a wide variety of open source and proprietary LLMs, giving you the ability to build your own army of proprietary agents and intellects.
Saeed, how's it going?
Yo, what up, boys?
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. Do you want to walk us through what we're looking at here? Congrats on your launch.
Thank you very much. Well, what you're watching here is something that an incompetent imbecile like me cannot take credit for, because I've got a phenomenal team behind me that's been able to put all of these things together and making really good. So I get to do the easy part here.
Love it.
Nice.
And real quick, I think.
Sorry, what Dom's saying is because he's lagging, but your mic is not coming through super clear. Are you able to adjust it?
I think so. Let me figure out how I'm gonna do this. So give me just a second here.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time, and then we'll get into it. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's a bit of a muffled kind of like
yeah,
I don't know, echoey sound.
And we had you in the comments here. You're saying this is an example of a job function, not the entirety. Unfortunately, your wife's job is at stake, and it's going to be happening quite quickly. Well, and for context, yes, my wife is an EA at a large firm, but I mean, it's still in person. It's still in person. It's a little different. It's not a virtual assistant. I think virtual assistants absolutely is tough, but
I'm still struggling with my Bluetooth here too. Just 1 second.
Yeah, no worries, man. Take your time.
I'm gonna throw myself on mute because knowing me, I'm gonna probably end up losing my shit over this technology. Not functioning correctly.
Sure, feel free to mute. We will we'll riff off for a little bit then.
Yeah, we'll bump you off stage for right now. You can get sorted, and then we can do a proper introduction here. But yeah, so that was the video. You guys saw the pre-video here. He definitely got the hood, so he's on brand, that's for sure.
I got the website pulled up, so maybe we'll just start running through that. Again, we'll go through today. We'll try to get background. If you guys have questions, of course, please ask them in the chat. We'll make sure to gather those and get them out. But we'll go through background. We'll go through the technology, maybe some how the business is doing, and get all the numbers for you. But this is the website. Own your own AI before AI owns you. Building infrastructure for the post-agentic world where individuals own and monetize their AI agents. We've already watched the demo, so I'm not going to walk us through that again, but you can watch it up there. They've got some partners trusted by forward-thinking companies, it seems. We'll get into their partnerships as well, so I can write that down. Make sure I remember. Okay. Your complete AI workforce built for ownership. Everything you need to deploy, manage, and monetize your AI agents, from autonomous task execution to revenue generating, all over one hood. Autonomous AI. Deploy AI agents that handle your workflows end to end, from data analysis to content creation. Your agent works while you focus on strategy. Look, I think these are the conversations we've been having a lot of recently, and it's just, we see with Claude Code, we see with the quick emergence of AI. Soon we'll have AI that can basically contribute while we do other things completely. We talked about yesterday, we go to the movies, we go golf, AI should be there doing work and doing it for us. So I think this is kind of what that's dipping into. Hey, we got you back on. You want to test out?
Yeah, let's do it.
Is this better?
Oh,
yes,
much better. Yes, thank you so much.
Of course.
All right.
Of course.
Well, then let's kick this off. Get it started. We appreciate you coming on today. You're the talk of the town right now. You just did a big thing. Can we talk a little bit about who you are, your background, and then we'll get into the product and why you chose to launch a token here with SOAR.
Yeah, you guys are making me do the one thing that my wife hates the most, which is talk about myself. So
we have to do it. Journalistic duty.
Safe space. Dom likes to talk about himself all the time. So.
Oh no, you said safe space. One of the words that I hate.
Also, I hate it too. I don't know why it came out of my mouth. So don't worry, you're good.
You said it to the wrong guy, dude.
Yeah, we're aligned. Don't worry, we're aligned.
Awesome. Well, I could tell by your background. We better be aligned.
Yeah, USD1. That's right. Do you have a relationship there, or is this just happens to be the stable coin that you guys are pegged to?
We're working on the relationship there.
Got you.
I'll just
Got
leave
you.
it at that.
Okay, well, we'll dig into the maybe you won't leave it at that. We'll dig into it a little more later. But let's hear. Who are we talking to? Who are we putting our money behind right now? And give us an idea.
Yeah, sure. So let me know how much you want me to dig into it. I can give you a high level overview around my background. So I made sure that I was on an HD camera here so that people can see the white hair that's behind this beard, so people know that you're actually you're talking to a dinosaur. So my background, I date all the way back to the prehistoric age of the early .com boom when it was just starting to kick off. So serial entrepreneur, launched my first company when I was a senior in high school. That's when the whole .com boom was kicking off. Start off there, and it's funny, everyone is talking about, and I love what you were saying earlier, Dom, about this hype around AI and everyone is building agentic solutions and this and that. Very, very, and it's going to be a very interesting conversation for us to dig deep into, right? Like the what behind or rather the why behind the what. So I've been involved in the space for the last, I would say, close to now encroaching on 30 years now. So 3 decades I've been involved in this space, starting off all the way from when AI wasn't even AI back then, right? It started off back in the data warehousing days, and then got into business intelligence, analytics. So straight out of high school, that's why I had launched my first company, which was focusing on data visualization and data warehousing. I was with a GE Corporate, built out their HR data warehouse, and then got involved through GE Capital, fell in love with the capital market, so I ended up becoming a Wall Street junkie, private equity, M&A trading, asset management, investment banking, and built out I was in the shared services division, built that out for business intelligence with Credit Suisse, and then I also went post Lehman collapse. I went in to help them, their asset management division called Neuberger Berman, split out and go independent. So I was built out their data analytics division over there, was asked to run that for a couple of years until I started getting bored again. And that's when I left to launch a company focusing on data visualization, natural language processing, and geospatial analytics. Built that out, got picked up by a larger firm. And then around that time, I started getting exposure to this thing called Bitcoin, which I actually came in as a cynic of.
What year is this?
This was 2015. Right, okay. 2015.
Hey, I'm class of 2015 too, so I know what you're talking about.
Well, I won't say I'm class of 2015. 2015 was when I started to pay attention as a cynic, right? So took some time, beating the shit out of it, and only to get exposure to Satoshi's white paper, and was just completely blown away by the implications of this underlying technology that was powering it. And then, given my background in the world of data and the capital markets, and being on the bleeding edge of tech and the financial markets, I knew that the way that we had perceived value is going to change drastically, right? So if there's anything that has value, that's what we call an asset. Those assets are essentially what we trade. And if up until now, the problem with any asset is that the value of any asset is inversely proportional to the supply of that asset in any given market. So if you can't control the supply of an asset, the value of that asset is going to diminish quite significantly, right? Which is the reason why this whole concept around money, digital money, it wasn't a novel concept. It's been talked about since the 70s. But the reality is that, and this was my concern, is that the reality is that you can't take anything that you take digital, you can't control the supply of it, because it's this easy for me to just replicate it and send it out. So Satoshi's white paper had algorithmically solved for that. That for me was the aha moment. So I was like, well, hold on. If this is something now in which you can actually control the supply, now you can tokenize it. If you can tokenize it, you can securitize it, and if you can securitize it, you can monetize it. So the way we're going to see value is going to change quite drastically. So that's where I became a very, very big believer. Now we're going to like 2017, and became a very big believer in real world assets. So this was before real world assets were even a thing. So that's where I had joined this project called BankX. And we were the pioneers behind the proof of asset protocol. So that was us. Joined them as their global chief commercial officer, eventually ended up becoming the CEO of the Americas there. But then the founder and I, we didn't see eye to eye in terms of our path to execution. So I ended up resigning from the organization, left, told my team the next day that I was leaving, and they decided to follow me. And that was the genesis behind Liquidity Digital, which is where we were building out a marketplace for institutions to be able to trade their most valuable asset, which is their investor network, right? Protect that, right, without exposing it. So deal syndication for private deals. So that was I was running that. Ended up our first institutional check that we were slated to get in. A week before that was scheduled to come in, we get ghosted by our investors. This was right before FTX and the downturn of the market. So it's it's funny. Everyone thinks that they're an entrepreneur until they're faced with adversity. That's when they quickly realize that
This isn't for me.
maybe I should put a W in front of it. It's what I call a wantrepreneur. So there's a lot of entrepreneurs out there. But I was like, look, I'm gonna just keep going. And one of the things that we wanted to build out during that time was this deal recommendation engine. And that but the cost of capital that was required to build out this deal recommendation engine was so significant. I had pushed it on my roadmap out to like our later Series A, early Series B. But when this watershed moment with OpenAI happened, that is when I said, well, let me try to play with it. I had very early access to this API, right? And I'm one of those rare CEOs that's also knows technology to be dangerous enough. So I was able to get a hold of it, and I started playing around with it, and we ended up building out in a matter of weeks. We ended up building out the first sort of agentic solution. This was 2 years ago, in 2023. So ended up building that out, and we were going to go to market with it as a due diligence analyst. But then what I realized was I stopped myself, and this is where the self-awareness, right, is so crucial. One of the things that I'm aware of is my level of intelligence. And like I started off with this conversation, I'm not that smart, right? So if a dummy like me could come up with something like this so quickly, whereas in my previous venture, I needed literally millions to be able to build something like this out. The reality is that there is going to end up being a mass proliferation of these agentic solutions that's going to be coming in. So rather than position ourselves where it's going to end up becoming a commoditized tech in the next 18 to 24 months, let's start to get ahead of it. Let's start to think about what the second order effects of these agentic solutions is actually going to be. So that is where I started going down this rabbit hole and came up with this whole notion around building what does a post-agentic world look like? And in this post-agentic world, our thesis became very simple, which is to Josh, what I was my tweet towards you, or my response to you about your wife, is what I realized what we're going to start to have is mass automation, right, from these agentic solutions. That is going to lead to the automation of tasks, into the automation of processes, eventually the automation of jobs. So unlike most people in the space, especially at that time, that were sort of pussyfooting around this, we were like, nope, we're going to double down on it. It's harsh, but I think a brutal dose of the truth is what's needed for people. And jobs automation is an absolute inevitability. The question is, when your job does get replaced, how does humanity survive, right? Because we're a very labor-driven society, right? Whether it's intellectual labor, creative labor, manual labor, physical labor nevertheless. But if your labor can be algorithmically replaced by an agent, then you better make sure you own that fucking agent, as opposed to a centralized entity like an OpenAI or a Google or a Perplexity or an Anthropic.
We're trying to figure out right now is, where does the value accrue on these things? Like, does it stay within the big labs? Does it accrue to the agents themselves? Does it accrue to Google's stock price? Does it accrue to individuals? I want to get that in a second, but you've been building this business for 2+ years, right?
Yes.
Just so everyone on this call is aware, this is not a new thing for you. You've been doing this, you're highly experienced in it. And now if you want to maybe get into where
I've been building this business for, I would say, almost 3 decades now, right? This is a culmination of all of these things coming together.
Knew you were going to say that.
Am I that predictable?
No, fair
I
enough
got,
though. You've been in data all your life, and I mean, what makes a good AI? It's the data that's put into it, right? So it makes sense.
it's a culmination of, or rather the convergence of the data, right? The data play, and then the decentralization, which is the Web3 side where it comes in. But I think most importantly, this is also, we shouldn't forget, this is also a fintech play. This is an economic, we're talking about a post-labor economy that we need to build out for, right? So the way that we start to think about in this post-agentic world, what we're gonna have to rewire how we're thinking, right? And that rewiring means that we have to start thinking about post-labor economics, right? So to your question, Josh, earlier that you had asked around where does that value accrue? Does it go to the agents? Nope, it doesn't go to the agents. The agents are nothing else but just the front facing. Think of it as like the front end, right? That's all they are. And the mistake that most people tend to make is they think that just because they have the agent, that they're in control of it. Absolutely not, because all of the underlying components that you're interacting with, that's all going upstream. That upstream where that's going, that is where that value is being accrued, right? That is going to those LLMs, whether it's a Google, whether it's an OpenAI, whether it's an Anthropic. So the real, and where does it go, right? So I use the word here, I use LLM, right? There's a large language model. So these large language models that every inference call that you're making to them, you're training them, right? You're training them on your data, on how you do things, on your experience. So when you do that, there's going to come a point where once you've trained them on it, it's folks like us, right? We're going to come in, we're gonna just say that if that's the case, then we're just going to create an agent and you're going to be rendered useless. And let's be honest, the vast majority of the work that we do, it's, as much as we like to think that it's unique, a small percentage of it is where the unique part comes in. The vast majority of it is actually repetitive, and it's something which could easily be trained for someone to do. And if I can train a human to do it, you better believe I can train AI to do it far more efficiently. So the real danger then becomes, so first off, labor, like I said, with your wife's job, right? That we just have to, we have to accept the fact that this is an inevitability. This is what's going to happen. We're just like how, when people talk about jobs disruption, right? There's no jobs disruption. I don't like to use that term, right? I was on a panel actually, and I was asked this question, like, well, you're building a very disruptive technology, right? Aren't you afraid? I said, first off, I take offense to the fact that you call this thing a disruptive technology. This is not a disruptive technology. This is what I call a destructive technology, right? Calling it a disruptive technology it's too soft of a term, right?
But remember, survivors.
Exactly. Don't forget, destruction is the catalyst for creation. So if the dinosaurs weren't destroyed, people like you and I wouldn't be having this conversation today, right? So destruction is a catalyst for creation.
So my question to you, and we see this, it's kind of interesting. In China, there's optimism for AI, where in the United States, there's more, they're not so optimistic about AI. It's going to take our jobs, it's going to ruin our lives. And we've seen this in industries in the past where something comes in, it destroys it, and then you said like it rebuilds it. Do you think from these AI agents taking over, we're going to actually see, again, you talk about these secondhand effects of more jobs coming up, more opportunities for people, etc.?
No, I don't follow that. I don't believe that bullshit. That's a bullshit statement. It's so it's partially true, right? These are things that we say to make ourselves feel good, right? Like, hey, it's okay, right? Look, there's gonna be this has been the case. Every single technological innovation and every single revolution it's created more jobs, right? And so they're partially right. They're absolutely right. So here's what I say: not only will this revolution, this technological revolution, not only will this create jobs, newer jobs like in the past, but I say that this will create more jobs than any trend in the past ever that's happened. So we're going to have more jobs. The only difference is that those jobs are not going to be done by humans. They're going to be done by the very machines that are going to create those jobs, right? So humans are going to start to get extracted out of that. Now, am I saying that it's going to be 100% of the jobs that are being done by AI and agents? Absolutely not. Of course not. That's not what I'm saying, right? But I'm also not saying it's going to be 5%, right? Realistically, or probably conservatively speaking, we're looking at about 40%, right? And you know, my old buddies, right, from my OG days support this, right? Goldman Sachs, they did a recent study. McKinsey supports this as well, where according to the Goldman Sachs study, by 2030, 300 million knowledge workers are slated to be out of a job, right? They're going to be replaced. Now, let's just do the math here, right? Just for the sake of the audience to understand what kind of a problem we're looking at. 300 million jobs, right? And these aren't your rickshaw drivers or your local cabbies, right? These are knowledge workers, what we call white collar jobs, right? So these white collar jobs, on average, right? Let's go conservative. On average, 50K, is that average? Is that fair, right? Number of
Probably
50K,
low,
right? Yeah, exactly. That even that's a low number for someone like that, right? Like your average software engineer is not making 50K,
Right.
They're making far more, but we'll go
Sake
conservative
of
here. So,
simplicity.
yeah, so 50K, multiply 50K per worker times 300 million jobs that are gone. That is a 15 trillion with a T, $15 trillion problem that we're going to be facing. Now, the question is, those jobs are going to get done by someone. Where does that value, that $15 trillion worth of value, where does that, to your point, Josh, where does that accrue to? In our current state that we're in right now, that's accruing to these centralized entities that it's going to go to, right?
So I got a time out here. So we talk about this on our show often. We've covered AI 2027 at length, which is a white paper that basically predicts this exact outcome and says that by 2027, we kind of hit the tipping point for all of this, where we go past the point of no return. And it's like, you know, general intelligence out there, it's big. You're saying by 2030, which I think aligns to a lot of that. How does this manifest itself? When I want to, because in AI 2027, for instance, it says that, you know, within the labs and the government, they know this is all kind of happening, but the general public, they just see layoffs. They see maybe the stock market continues to march higher. The stock market performs quite well, but the average person starts losing their job. At what point did the average person clue into this and be like, holy, like this is a huge, like, then becomes a big political issue. But you know, what is that kind of, what will it feel like for the average person? Will they come, what I'm asking is, will they come to your product and be like, oh, I got to own my agent to survive this? Like, give us what the experience for the average knowledge worker will be, and then how do they protect themselves?
So if they come to our product, by the time that they realize that, holy shit, this has affected me, it's already too late, right? The reality is that what needs to get done now, right? Like there is an urgency associated with this, a mass urgency. So right now we're just giving all of our information away. We're giving all of our data away, right? So, and we did the same thing, right? This problem was essentially what led to the birth of Web3, right? Web3 ethos were built off of that, right? Own your data, right? In this instance, it's no longer about own your data. It's about own your AI, own your experience, right? Own the sovereignty of everything, what it is that you're doing. So what we're doing is we're building out, instead of having these large language models that people are communicating with, right? What you're going to do is you're going to gain access to what we call these individualized learning models, right? We used to call them individualized language models, but we've changed that because it's no longer just our architecture that we're building. It's not just a composition of LLMs, but we're also leveraging large world models as well as a part of that architecture, because that's going to be a very, very novel approach that's needed. So so when you have this ilm, right, your ILM, right, or your ilm as we call it, which by the way in Arabic ilm literally translates to knowledge, right? So your ilm is novelly yours, right? No one else has access to it. So if Dom's ilm, every experience that he's
ILM
gaining,
stands for individualized language model.
Learning model.
Individualized
learning model, right? It takes elements from both LLMs and LWMs, right? So large world models and large language models. So your ilm is novelly yours. No one else has access to it. Now, if I wanted access to it, right, then I would have to get permissioned access from you. And every time I'm interacting with it, you are the one that gets to monetize on it. So when we start to think about this shift, right, of labor, what ends up happening is we're right now, how we earn, the way that we earn today is through these labor mechanics, right? And it's all in one, right? You're paid for your output. Your output is your labor. However, your labor is a product of your input, which is your intellect, how you do something. But if your agent can actually replace the output, the value shifts from the output to the input, which is your intellect, right? Which are these insights, this knowledge, which comes from the daily interactions, these experiences that you guys have, right? So all of those experiences that you're gonna have right now, those you're just giving those away, right? In the Shiza ecosystem,
I get it.
Yeah. So in the Shiza ecosystem, go ahead.
Maybe before you explain this in the Shiza ecosystem, because I just want to explain what you just said, which I think is really important, is so whether you use an AI or an individual let's use an executive assistant for simple terms. If I'm an executive assistant, the end output is whatever that output is. Someone's life gets better, senior person on a company's life gets better, and you help them do that, right? And what you're saying is whether that output is done by a human or an AI is, that's where the value will change. It'll shift from human to AI, right? And that's where you said there's a $15 trillion opportunity here, where right now that 15 trillion, 300 million knowledge workers times $50,000 salary, $15 trillion, it's all done by humans. And what you're saying is you want to allow humans to basically control kind of the, not the output of it, because you think that can be replicated, but the inputs that are the unique skill sets, unique knowledges that each individual has to perform that task. Is that correct directionally?
That's it, man. I'm hiring.
All right, hit Shiza now. And well, you're hiring. Great. Well, I
would actually love to even dig into this concept a little bit more,
because
we've had people on the show, and even these last couple of days, I'm sure you've seen the proliferation of vibe coding, and now the average person be able to kind of code their knowledge base into whatever it is they might be. And now you're able to niche down products from maybe what corporations used to build to these individuals who are highly specific, building stuff that would never get built before. Is that kind of what you're saying? We're going to niche down the knowledge of somebody into an everything agent, and each individual is going to somehow get rewarded for their specific contributions?
That's correct. So when you talk about even everything, right? Everything means different things to different people. One of the things that we have to be careful about is mass generalization. So with mass generalization, what ends up happening is you end up because there's multiple data, and I'll try not to nerd out too much here, right? But I think it's important to understand this concept. Whenever you have an influx of information coming in from a wide variety of places, then what that does is you go into information overload. That information overload, then you're thinking about this, and then you can't get into the specificities of something. Though that's why we can describe what people call in this hallucination, right? How these AI agents end up hallucinating. So what you want to do is you want to be able to cut down on those hallucinations as much as possible. And the way for you to be able to cut down, the best mechanism for you to be able to cut down on those as much as possible is to get as specific and as targeted as possible, which is why it's important that the way that the construct of these large language models, they're great for being able to handle general things. But when you start to get into the specifics of how I want to do certain things, right, that's where I need to train it on. And I create these subsets to be able to train it on for those so that it understands how I do certain things. And that's where the value comes in. Today, we're training it, we're giving it to these LLMs to be able to improve their own models. In a world where, so when we start to think about, a post-agentic world, right? Data is going to end up getting commoditized. LLMs are going to end up getting commoditized. Agents are going to end up getting commoditized. These are all these things that I'm calling commodities. They're assets that we consider today, very, very valuable assets of today. But if they end up becoming the commodities of tomorrow, then the real question is, what is the asset? And what we're positing is that the real asset ends up becoming the novel human experience, right? So the ability then to be able to capture, own, and monetize on that novel human experience, that becomes the asset of the future. And that's essentially the encapsulation of this infrastructure that we're building out with this concept of shared human intellect zonal agents, or Shiza.ai.
Okay, well, let's get into how you do this, because I think we're all understanding now the backdrop of it. How do you now go and make this into a reality? Are people getting paid? Like, just tell me what's going on here. Break it down in the sense of how do you bring this to life?
So there's the sort of visionary aspect of this thing, right? Which is it's great. We're going to change the world, right? But and then there's the pragmatic approach towards this, right? It's so there's what I call the revolution, right? We're building out as this revolutionary concept, but how you get there is through an evolutionary process. It's what I call evolution towards revolution, right? This is where the pragmatism comes in. So the first thing that we're doing, and the first thing that we've done so far, is we know that these AI, that AI is going to end up replacing these jobs, and we're going to start heading towards this post-labor economy, right? But so one of the first products that we had built out, right? And you're looking at right now, you're looking at our slogan here, right? Own your AI before AI owns you. So, but before you can own your AI, you need to be able to build your AI, and building AI is not that easy, right? So for the layman. So the first product that we had built out was a product called Shiza Developer, which is a very easy and intuitive drag and drop tool that you saw in the demo as well, right? Very easy. You just pull it, you're able to pull up your agents and whatnot. But then what we also realized was that people were coming up to us and saying, look, not only do we want these agents, we want these agentic swarms to be able to build these things out for us. So to be able to automate that, which then gave birth to the concept of Shiza AWF, which now you guys understand where the AWF comes from.
I was gonna ask, that's your ticker.
Yeah. So our ticker, AWF stands for the agentic workforce. So the agentic workforce is going to be that human labor replacement for what you guys are. So today you have your humans that are doing the work as a business. And what I'm going to say here is going to sound, it's probably going to end up, sounding a little bit harsh, and going to make people shit on us, my capital markets background. But I think it's important to speak the truth. And the truth is that the most expensive line item on any P&L, right? And for those who are not aware of these acronyms, P&L is your profit and loss statement, which explains how your business does, right? The most expensive line item in there, right, is human labor. Let's just call it what it is, right? So if you can take out that human labor from there, right, all of a sudden the cost, not only do your margins go up, but the cost of goods itself, whatever it is that you're building, whether it's a service or whether it's a product, right, that leads to a significant markdown on that.
Yeah, if I could turn Dom into a bot, I would be very profitable.
We can make 50 of them. We can spin up a bunch of MCGs.
Sorry, Sweet. I just said
that.
You're right, though. You're right.
No, but we're going to talk about that too. Like, so then where does the human value come in? So we're going to talk about that because I think that's also a very important. Dude, I could talk about this shit for like 3 days straight. Right? Like,
I know. We're and like part of our job too is like to kind of like get these kind of key moments. So
look, ultimately we're building. Look, we launched on SOAR. Obviously, and there's a reason why we launched on SOAR. We want to build our community. We want to get that, and we want people to be able to see what it is that we're doing. So I think it's very, very important. Again, you're seeing someone like this maniacal this maniacal psychotic founder who comes from this background. It's very important to see whether whether it's the real deal or not, right? And I think that's the purpose of these things. I was listening to you guys earlier. One of the things that you guys, some of the bits of wisdom you guys were telling your audience was, it's not about the idea. Fuck the idea. It's not about the idea. It's not about the business model. It's about none of that. At the end of the day, it's about the founder, right? So if this is someone, because business models can change, ideas change all the time, right? But if the founder is someone who's not persistent, is not tenacious, and is not psychotic, good luck, right? It's not going to happen. Fortunately for me, psychosis is one of my superpowers. So, to go back to what we were talking about, Josh, so with this agentic workforce, right, with Shiza AWF, we're going into companies and we're saying, look, we're going to essentially, this is cost savings, significant cost savings, in which the vast majority of your workforce, right, of your tasks can be automated. We take care of the tasks, then we get to the processes. They end up getting automated. Once the process ends up getting automated, then it's the job functions themselves that end up getting automated. So step number one to address your question, Dom, how do we get to, how do we practically get to it? Step number one is the lowest hanging fruit. The lowest hanging fruit is through Shiza Agentic Workforce, AWF, which is why even on our website right now, the emphasis that you're seeing primarily is on workforce automation. It's on this automation, but we are not just a agentic, another agent building tool. We're not we're not just creating our own model. We're building a model, an LLM agnostic orchestration layer that allows you to pull from the best of the best, right? You mentioned Claude earlier, vibe coding, right? These things are only going to get better and better and better. So we're in a race right now, right? Like 6 months ago, OpenAI was the talk of the town, right? Then 3 months ago, Google shot all over them, right? And then now it's all about Claude, right? So, but the smart thing to do for you as an individual, right? The smart thing to do is you don't want to bet on one horse because you don't know which horse is going to win. And these horses are neck, are neck and neck. Tomorrow, maybe it's a completely new horse that comes in and just ends up thrashing them all, right? So the architecture that we're creating is what we're calling an LLM agnostic orchestration layer that allows you to be able to pick and choose from the best at that point in time that makes sense, right? So for example, if I wanted to do any kind of creative writing, I go to an OpenAI, right? I'll utilize that. If I wanted to do any kind of anything for, let's say, videos or any sort of automation of those, right? Then I'm going to the Gemini suite of products, right? And into their models. If I want to do any kind of coding, I'm going to Claude, right? So, but
and this is within the context of, so you started with workforce automation. You actually have some in the artifacts, you have some contracts that are redacted in there. So you're already doing this, like you already have customers. Can you maybe talk a bit about some of those implementations and a bit about what those contracts look like, deal sizes, whatever you want to share?
So with the AWF, we just got started with that. Like just in the last, and which is why we're like, oh, holy shit, we need to start raising now because we can't keep pace with the demand, right? So let's do this
from customers, from enterprise customers.
Yes,
you can't keep pace with the demand. Why is there a constraint around that? Is it salespeople onboarding? Is it what's the constraint?
There's a ton of demand there. Look, think about it this way, right? It's like this moment that we're in right now. This is like being in the in during the dawn of the internet, where anyone and everyone wanted to have something with being a internet company, right? Or wanting to apply technology into it, right? So what did they do? What they did was they needed to have. There weren't enough software engineers that could do it, right? So because of that gave rise to an entire economy. That economy was the software development economy that came through, right? So that's the reason why entire economies were built on top of it. So if you take a look at my where the place where I was born, right, India, the entire Indian economy was built for the most of the part as a services economy on top of these software engineers, because we didn't have enough supply to be able to meet the demand. We're experiencing that right now. Most people, right? So vibe coding is great for certain things. And by the way, vibe coding is also going to get better and better and better, right? But how do you vibe? Like vibe coding is one aspect of it, but then you take a step back, and when it comes to like orchestrating and when it comes to architecting the right solutions, things like security, all those nuances that are there, right? That is the lowest hanging fruit where you can start to go, and organizations need that, right? And it spans across the board from large scale enterprises to small mom and pop shops as well, right? So for us, what we're looking at is how can we start targeting these, right? So we need to increase our workforce so we can, because when it comes to sales, when it comes to going to like a lot of these SMBs, right? AI as of right now isn't there where it's going to go. You still need to have the humans to be able to do that, right? To be able to
go 0 to 1. Yeah.
To go 0 to 1. Correct. So you have that. And of course, then there's again, like I was saying earlier, right? It's not that 100% of the human workforce is going to be something that's going to be replaced, right? It's going to be quite significant. So we still need to find those people. It's just what's going to end up happening is you're going to have less and less humans overseeing more and more of these AI.
So I want to talk about some of these enterprise deals, because I almost worked for Microsoft, a reseller, doing some of this kind of work, and they would go into businesses, obviously start with setting them up with some cloud infrastructure, then do their security, and then say, hey, look, what can we start to automate? Essentially, you're doing a similar process with your enterprise clients. Is that correct? And you have 2 of these deals that are paying you to do this?
Correct. And these enterprise clients, I'm using the word enterprise, and I'm also being very careful about how to use it, because when you use the word enterprise, people immediately think these are like, Fortune 500. We're not even going there. So there's a reason why we're not going there, because for the most of the part, it's a waste of time to approach them right now. These are dinosaurs. I know this because that's the world that I came from. That's why I got frustrated with working for that. And I said, fuck it. You guys are nowhere near innovation. So I'm going to go out and do it on my own. The real sweet spot as of right now for us is in the SMB sector, right? Small to mid-sized businesses. Right. So for those small to mid-sized businesses that we're going to be able to hit and target. So it's you mentioned something, right? You mentioned cloud infrastructure in the past, right? Most of these people, they don't even have an idea where to get started, right? So what we are doing is we're providing them with packaged solutions where you don't have to worry about any of the complexities, right? So like even like some of the things that the Dom is doing right now, right, which is fairly easy for someone like him to be able to put together, because at least he understands tech. Most people don't even have an understanding around that. So what if you can actually just talk to your agent, explain what your processes are? It will learn it. There's an onboarding process. And from that, it's spitting out these reports for what needs to get done, identifying what some of your biggest pain points are, and then building out that solution for you. That for us is the lowest hanging fruit that we're looking to go for. So I'll give you an example of this. One example of a client is they are a Hollywood, like they do Hollywood scripts, right? So they review Hollywood scripts. They're a production shop, so they get bombarded just like how a VC would get bombarded by decks, and they have to do all the filtering and whatnot, right? They do that same thing. So that's a very laborious and time intensive process to do, right? Not efficient at all. It takes up a lot of time. That is something that can be agentified, but it's not as simple as just going to Claude and saying, hey, Claude, take a look at this, tell me what's good, tell me what's bad, because all Claude is going to do, or all OpenAI is going to do, is it's going to learn from what everyone else is doing, provided there's a lot of nuance that's there, right? So
there's context specific kind of, what makes a great script, and then you can train it over time and et cetera.
And a dummy like me is not going to know what that is. I'll just be like, oh, yeah, whatever, right? But Josh, for example, if that's what he does, he's going to have very specific nuances and nuanced approaches towards what's what and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
So now what you're doing is you're training, and that comes from Josh's experience, right? So if you've been in the industry for 5-10 years, that experience that you're gaining, that is what you're going to train this on. The difference is that when you're training today, if you're training Claude or if you're training OpenAI, you're feeding that to OpenAI and
course,
to
yeah.
Claude, right? In this instance, what you're going to be, when you're training it on your own Ilm. So your Ilm is think of it as a digital version of your brain. That's why it's no coincidence that Shiza's logo is what? It's a digital brain, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what we're essentially, it's your experience, your brain, you own it.
Right. So you're doing these quote unquote enterprise in your quoting enterprise implementations, these B2B implementations. They pay you an implementation fee. They pay you a monthly subscription. How does your revenue model work?
Yeah. So the revenue model is, so we've got multiple streams of revenue, and I'll go through that, right? So one is what you just mentioned, right? Like sort of our solutions-based approach, which is very easy, low-hanging fruit. That is, there's, depending on the complexity of what needs to get built out, there's an initial implementation fee, right? There's a one-time implementation fee, and then there is an ongoing infrastructure sort of support fee that ties into that, right? So there's the services fee. That's one stream. There is our infrastructure, the AWS managed services fee, right? That's the second stream. The third stream is like with what Dom is playing with, right? Which is a developer, right? So just like she's a developer, we have other tools that we're going to be bringing onto the market as well that we're working on. So there is a SaaS fee as well that's associated with it. So you're going to pay on a per license, per seat model. So that's our third stream of revenue. Our fourth stream of revenue is APIs, right? So right now, the model that we have is you bring your own API. Eventually, what we're going to do is, it doesn't make sense even for you to bring your own API. It's too much for you to ask, too much for you to think. You shouldn't be able. We're going to negotiate. We're going to have ownership of those APIs, right? And we're going to create those routing mechanisms, so you don't ever have to worry about that, right? We do that so you can subscribe to it as with an API as a service, right? So that is the fourth stream. And then the fifth stream, and this is the biggest one in my mind, this is where the future is going to be built on top of. And this is where things start to get very, very interesting and cool. This is what we call our CaaS, right? Knowledge as a service. So like even like SaaS, right? I mentioned we have a SaaS model as well, right? We're going to kill our own fucking model. And that's going to give birth to the rise of the CaaS model, knowledge as a service. So what do we mean by that? Your all of this experience that you're gaining, that you have, right? If I want to pick on that, you have your Ilm, but Josh's Ilm, what did I say? Josh, your Ilm is it's a digital version of your brain. Well, yeah. You don't want to give access to your brain to anyone, right? In its entirety, right? Instead, what you want to give them is you want to give them access to derivatives of your knowledge, right? Which is what we call an intellect. Your intellect is essentially a custom knowledge store of all of your experiences, right? So if I wanted to, so for example, right now in this discussion, if this was a conversation that I was having with Josh, and Josh is having with Saeed, Josh doesn't give a fuck about Saeed's brain in its entirety. What he's got very targeted questions that he wants to have answers to. So what if I could give you access to my, to that intellect, right? To the intellect of Saeed and Shiza, for example, or Saeed's take on post-labor economics, for example, right? So if I can do that, that's what Josh cares about. Now, remember, I came onto this podcast. I've, we've been on for almost a half hour, let's say, where if that is all we're doing, right, and we're communicating in this half hour I've been talking, but guess what? In this half hour discussion that I've been talking, sorry to break it to you guys, but there's nothing novel that I've said here, right? There's nothing novel. There was never an aha moment for me. I could have this conversation in my fucking sleep, right? And this is the reality of all of us, right? 95% of the conversations that we have, 95%, and this is me being conservative, by the way, right? 95% of it is just repetition. There's nothing novel about it, right? You asked me for my background. I've said this 100,000 times in the past. I've given it to people, right? This story. The reason why I'm so smooth in my flow is not because I'm a genius, it's because I've done it a fucking billion times, right? Well, if that's the case, why is it that you have to speak to physical Saeed when you can just have this discussion with my digital intellect, right? That you can go in and you can communicate
with your CAS or
with my CAS.
yeah. So
Right.
okay, and so actually, I wanted to ask because we got to give Darth Internal a shout out here. So you create a dupe or avatar of yourself by training an agent with your unique skills, knowledge, and experience. So that agent does all the work, but you accrue the benefits. So back to this example that you're just speaking about. You know, I could talk to you, or I could go to your CAS. And how do you? So I pay the CAS and you get the benefit and you don't have to be on the stream. Like how does it work?
So this is where the value of the individual comes in, right? So what you're going to end up doing is now today, you're like, you know what, Saeed, this is awesome. You know, for MCG, what we want to do is we want to hire you, right? We want to hire you and we want you to help us figure this stuff out. And I'm like, cool. Here you go. Here's $500 an hour. That's what I'm going to charge you for, right? Or I'll, you know.
And there, I'm Syed, founder and CEO of Shiza, and I'm excited to connect with you. What's up?
Sorry, Dom is Dom's.
Sorry, I didn't think I was gonna start playing.
Sorry.
No, Dom, talk to Saeed. Ask him.
So can it hear my voice if I get into the
Sorry about that. I was just making sure you were still there. Is there anything you'd like to know about Shiza or how we're building the infrastructure for a post-agentic world?
What's the question?
Maybe
we
you're
ask
curious
real
about
side here.
Ask it about what the fuck does it mean? Exactly like that. What the fuck do you mean by post-agentic?
Okay. Can you hear me right now or? Hey, Side, what the fuck do you mean by post-agentic, dude? I must be. I'm not sure if my mic's connected to. Let me hang up and try again. Here we go.
Hey there, I'm Syed, founder and CEO of Shiza, and I'm excited to connect with you. What's up?
Yeah, cut the shit. What do you mean by post-agentic, dude?
All right, straight to the point. I like it. So, post-agentic refers to a future where AI agents are so advanced and pervasive that they've fundamentally reshaped how we work and create value. Instead of just automating tasks, these agents become active participants in the economy. And the big question is, who owns them? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I want to
Ask,
talk
how do you make
to the
money?
real Saeed, though. How do you make money?
I'm glad you asked. We've got multiple revenue streams flowing into Shiza. We make money through software as a service subscriptions, application programming interface access fees, and marketplace fees within our ecosystem. Users can pay for subscriptions using either
Tell him,
fiat
ask
currency
him how
or our
Dom makes
Neuron
money.
tokens, which gives a discount for using neurons. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it answers my question, but really, I just want to know, how do I make money, to be honest? Are you going to pay me?
Where'd it go? Ask him again. Yo, Knucklehead,
right.
can you hear me?
Why is it not terms and conditions? Except here we go. Yo, can you hear me? Let me hang up and talk to him again.
Hey there, I'm Syed, founder and CEO of Shiza, and I'm excited to connect with you. What's up?
Yeah. Can you just tell me how I make money?
I get it. You want to cut to the chase. Love that. At Shiza, we're building a new kind of AI economy where you can own your intelligence and turn it into revenue-generating assets. Are you interested in making money as an individual, or are you thinking about how your organization could leverage Shiza to boost the bottom line?
No. As an individual.
Got it. So as an individual, you can make money by creating and owning AI agents that automate tasks and generate revenue for you. You can also monetize your unique knowledge and insights by creating and sharing personalized intellects on our decentralized marketplace. Does that sound interesting? I can give you more details about how that works, or we can even schedule a meeting to discuss your specific interests. What do you
Set up a
think?
meeting.
Let's set up a meeting. I have no clue what decentralized intellect is, so I need you to teach me.
Great. I'm happy to set up a meeting to walk you through it. First, I'll need a bit of information to get it scheduled. Could you provide your full name and email and also the reason for the meeting? Also, what time zone are you in?
Yeah, Dinero Dom, and my email is dinerodom@gmail.com. I'm in Eastern Standard Time Zone here in Florida. And yeah, am I missing anything?
Okay, De Niro Dom, thanks. And the reason for the meeting is to learn about decentralized intellects and how to make money with Shisa, correct?
That's right.
Okay, great. Give me just a moment while I check my calendar. Okay, I'm going to book a meeting for you.
Oh, thank goodness you're free. Jeez.
All right.
All right. So I think then what it probably sends my pseudo email there, meeting.
Yep, you'll get it.
Okay. Well, there you go. Well, we
Looks
got
like the calendar tool timed out. I'm sorry about that, De Niro.
All right,
Let's
we're
try
hang-
that again.
we're hanging
I'm going
up.
to book a meeting for you. It seems like there's a conflict in the calendar. Do you have another time that works for you, De Niro?
Oh, this is going to your Calendly.
Yes, it's going to my calendar. It's going through it.
Yes, it is.
it's
I
making
am
sure
sorry
that
about the issues, De Niro. What time works best for you?
Okay. We get the gist. Let me switch over here. Okay. So yeah, we got the vibe there. It's your personal agent right there. Just booked a meeting between us for some time in whenever I said. Yeah, do you just want to explain a bit about what we just witnessed?
Yeah, so here's the funny thing about anyone who's impressed by what you guys just witnessed. This isn't shit, right? This is like the easiest thing to put together, right? It's just
I find how funny he is. So just, impressed because it's your personality and it's exactly the same as it is on the agent. So
yeah, it's so you guys gotta talk to my team about this because it's not exactly my personality because he's not dropping enough F-bombs. Okay.
That's what I was
he's not-
waiting for, dude. I was gonna copy and paste your tweet over here.
You got to tell that's to my head of products. Okay. Exactly. By the way, did you guys see on there, like when I posted that, my team was actually sending me messages thinking that I got hacked.
dude,
No
yeah,
way.
well, we were doing slight due diligence beforehand. I'm like, yo, this guy is wild, or like, what's going on here?
Yeah. No, I think the agent needs a little bit of fine tuning, but I'm not sure if you want that. I don't know. I'm not sure if you want this version of yourself forward facing to the customers here.
The face of the customer, the face of business, the face of how we interact, that's all changing. I think that's been proven by the man that we have heading up our nation. I think if there's one thing that he's proven and he's shown is that what we used to think of is no longer applicable.
In the sense that it's no longer just the suits and the smooth talkers. You can be hoodied up,
I
dropping
think people,
F-bombs.
yeah. So I think people appreciate genuineness and honesty, especially as we start to go into this world of agents, right? So, for example, here's another thing that will
Grifane V2. I like that. Actually, that's an interesting comparison. We'll get into it because someone wants to say, and I'll quote from Sacramento on X, bro, can you tell me what the token is about? So they want to know what the token is.
So no bullshit. Right now, what the token is about is, you said he's from Canada?
No, it just
Sacramento.
that's his Sacramento.
Oh,
Phi
Sacramento,
is his
okay.
handle
Okay,
on
okay.
X.
I
I like
thought you
showing
said-
people out, like, hey, so they can hear their question asked.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, of course,
yeah.
of course. No, because I thought you said a boat, and I was like, is that Canada?
Oh yeah, I'm from Toronto too. So yeah.
Oh, so that's just your natural accent. Okay,
Yeah,
cool. So as of we're as far as the mechanics of the token itself are concerned, there is going to be there's a lot of stuff that we're putting together. But for right now, we're keeping things super simple. The reason, which is the whole reason why we launched the SOAR, launched on SOAR, is because they've got one of the best models to have an ownership coin, right? So as of right now, this token represents direct ownership in the company, in what it is that we're building out in the future. So it's essentially it's 1-to-1 with our equity. And eventually, one of the things that we're working on is and this is where I was getting to the last part of the question that you had asked, Josh, which is the fifth part of our revenue stream, which is what we're calling agents to agents. So you had asked, how does if there was an earlier question, right? How does my agent, how do I make money from it? Well, the way that you're going to make money from it is, instead of hiring an individual for, let's say, $500 an hour or $1,000 an hour, where for that time I'm exclusive to you and you only, right? What if I can scale myself? Because as a human, I can't. AI agents give you the ability to scale yourself, right? So now what the future is going to end up being is instead of individuals charging themselves out for, you know, $500 an hour, $1,000 an hour, right, $200 an hour, even $20 an hour, people will just subscribe to specific intellects of theirs for, let's say, $10 a month, right? I'm going to subscribe to this, $15 a month there. And you're going to have this massive marketplace. This is where the CAS marketplace comes in, right? Where you're going to have all of these people subscribing to other people's agents. And for every single transaction that's occurring, so it's an open market because maybe Dom values Josh's intellect more than Saeed would value it, right? And or Josh values Saeed's intellect more than what Dom would value it. So it's going to be an open market in which people are going to determine whose intellect they need for at what cost. So open, you know, again, the free capital markets mechanics going into it. And then for every single transaction that's going to be occurring, there's a small little fee that gets taken off the top, and that goes back into, that's our fifth stream of revenue, which is what we call our CAS marketplace.
So essentially, the I guess end goal here is everyone has their minds connected to these CAS agents, and now I can go trade, exchange, buy, sell my likeness, image likeness on this website, and I can profit from it, and I can buy other people's for specific tasks that I know they're good at.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
It's what's going to end up happening is, remember, the real value is going to be the value of the human experience, right? Because it's not a play for data, right? So if I'm talking to, for example, my attorney, right? It's not a data play, right? Because the same access to data that he has, I have as well, right? That's already democratized. I would even go as far as saying that I probably have more access to data because I'm a data nerd, right? Than him, than he would have access to, right? So I'm actually at a greater advantage when it comes to having access to data. So we can determine that it's not a data play there, right? What I'm valuing him for is not his data, but it's how he interprets that data and tells me what to do with it, right? That's what I'm paying him for. And that comes directly from the experience that he has, right? So the real value ends up becoming the human experience that these things are going to need. So on a constant basis, we're going to be accruing these things, and that's what these machines are going to want, right? That's what other AI agents are going to want.
Can you pull up that comment? So Roman here is another project called CPT, and Patrick Sang is the founder of it. He took companies public, $10 billion valuation on the NASDAQ during COVID, you know, crazy story. So could I take basically Dom and say, all right, you know, Dom works on MCG, but I need like 10,000 versions of Dom for me to be successful and highly profitable. Could I just hire those 10,000 Doms and then just, you know, not fire the real one, of course, but like now I have 10,000 working Doms? Is that real, or am I tripping?
No, that is real. The question is, if you're going to hire 10,000 Doms, then you know, you're going to start to reach a point of inefficiency in the market, right? So do you need to have 10,000 Doms, or can you just leverage, because the value of Dom is not going to be on the output, it's going to be on the input, right? Which is his intellect, which you'll be subscribing to. So you just leverage, so you're better off, what you're better off doing is, instead of hiring 10,000 Doms, right? What you're better off doing is you're subscribe to Dom's intellect, then you marry Dom's intellect with Saeed's intellect, and then you marry Saeed's intellect with Jim's intellect, and you marry Jim's intellect with Joe's intellect. You have this collective of what we call these interconnected intellects, and that ends up, so they're benefiting from it, and then it's your idea, and that's where the execution is happening.
Interesting. Okay, now we're peeling back the layers. So I'll ask you this, because
can you hold on just 1 second? I think that's my kid calling me.
No worries. Yeah, no worries. Do your thing. We can bump you off here off screen so you can make your call. But
yeah, Josh, and maybe you know, you want to share your thoughts up until this point. I think we all are kind of in understanding of what's going on here. I'm curious. They've been working on this for 2 years. They have some clients here. You know, how big is the team? They're going into a fundraising round. How are they seeking funding? So they have maybe, I don't know, you could even ask for projected, I guess, valuations or whatever that might be. But curious, what are your current
let's get
thoughts? We can
into
get more,
let's get into a wrapping segment of this with those kind of more focused questions. I don't know. Are you good, Seed? One more minute. Okay. He's having a conversation with his kid. That's fine. So we want to know, those questions exactly. To be honest with you guys, we've been streaming for 5 hours. Like my brain is like, meat and
fried. But I think we get the
fried.
gist here. You can basically leverage, as long as they're on the marketplace, anyone's intellect, anyone's edge, right? I think edge is a good way to put it. Who's good at what and how can I use them? And if they're willing to sell it, can I buy it to make myself more profitable, quick, like whatever it might be. So we see Patrick Sang, for example. We know Patrick Sang's great with relationships. He's great with partnerships, signing deals. He's high energy. Okay, so maybe I get Patrick Sang for BD. We know Josh is very good at technical analysis. He likes his AI stuff. Maybe I get Josh for AI researcher, and so on and so forth. And so I think that's the general gist of it. And I'm
that's what these are actually. And funny enough, I was on this slide now, but it's these like knowledge networks that you can build, I guess. And yeah,
I guess the question is, what's the extent prior to human intervention? Like, could he go out and do BD for me? Could he close the deals for, like, at what point do I have to step in myself? Obviously, the agent, when I was talking to Saeed on Saeed's agent, it set up a meeting in the calendar, but then at some point, Saeed's going to have to step in and have that conversation in the calendar himself, I guess. Or is that just because we're too early?
Saeed, we want to get into wrapping questions here because we don't want the segment to go too long. And they're focused. Dom, maybe like hit the list so we can get these.
Well, high level, let's just close that thought. So what is like the extent before human intervention is needed currently? And is that going to just, it's rapidly evolving as AI grows and expands, but can you tell us maybe high level, when do humans have to intervene?
Yeah, look, I mean, what I can give you right now is I can tell you how things are right now. But as far as what's going to happen in the future, if I even try to pretend, right, you guys should just call me out on my own bullshit, right? The reality is that when people start to talk about like going into, you guys have probably heard of the term, right, the singularity, right? I would say that we're very, very close to the singularity, where we can't look past what's going to happen 3 years from now, right? And with this massive change that's happening. So it's at where we are right now, right? Where we are right now is there is going to be human intervention, of course. Like, so for example, when you spoke with my intellect, on the website, right, when you were there and when you were communicating with it, right, it did a lot of my job, right, where it's like it went through my calendar, it set that up. It also took away the job of, let's say, what folks like Josh's wife, for example, right, that's what they would be doing, right? So a lot of like those, at least at a basic level, right, it took that away. But then there's high level stuff that's going to be there, right, which as of right now it can't do. So then what the job of an EA becomes dealing with more, the EA ends up having their own agentic EAs, and their job evolves into that of, let's say, a chief of staff, right? So now what they're doing is they're responsible for coordinating those efforts. And so what you're going to start to see is what this is leading to mass consolidation, right? Mass consolidation of roles, which means you could have 5-10 employees that were working for a company before, and now out of 10 you don't go to 0, right? But out of 10 maybe you go to 2, right? Or you go to 3, right? That's a 70% cut, by the way, right? If there's that consolidation that happens, then the role of the CEO becomes more around overseeing, right? Overseeing and oversight and whatnot, right? To be able to look through all these things. So that becomes, that's where the evolution of the role happens. And then it's like, okay, well, now I can if I have this experience, and now all of a sudden my intellect, I also put out into the market, and there's companies that need advisors, they can just subscribe to my intellect, right? So then we can have we can start to have lesser and lesser roles that are there, but then my time is at saved, right? So we're absolutely, so when you talk about like the future state, right? And Dom, you had asked a question earlier also, which I think is important to address as a part of this, which is why the Chinese are, sort of less concerned, appear to be at least less concerned about it versus us here. A lot of it also has to do with the fact that, we're, the people that are going to be the least concerned are going to be the people that are the least affected by it, right? So if you don't really have a job for the most of the part, you don't care if there's going to be job losses, right? But if you do have a job, of course you're going to care more about that.
People
right?
that have the most to lose, maybe is what you're saying.
People that have the most, absolutely. So, but here is what I will say though. I'm not again, this is where if you go on my X, you'll see like the response that I had for Bernie on his dopey idea around putting a moratorium on data centers. It's a silly solution, right? What he's suggesting. Yes, it's reason for concern, and I applaud him for being one of the rare people that are actually at least even bringing up this problem, which is the number one problem in the world, by the way, that we're solving for, right? This is the number one problem. Unless someone were to say there's a asteroid hurtling towards the Earth right now, I would say this is problem number one, right? So when you have that, right, when you're going to have that leads to that is what leads to mass consolidation. When you take away the human element out of it, right? Don't forget, a post-agentic world, a post-labor world also means a post-abundant world where you're going to see mass abundance, because the cost of the things that you have to buy are going to go down very, very drastically. Because remember the P&L example that I gave, taking the most expensive line items out of there. When you start to take that out, then you're going to start to, that means the cost of goods, the cost of things that you're buying into the market. And when it becomes this easy for people to be able to build these things, all of a sudden you start to see mass price collapse coming in. So then the real value becomes human interactions, human experiences, because these machines are going to need to have that. And that's where this whole notion around the intellect-based marketplace comes into play.
We want to wrap up in 5 minutes here, 5 p.m. Eastern. We want to cap it because it's man, you're a very interesting speaker. I think everyone wants to know is how does that accrue to the token itself? Is it through mass adoption? Are you going to drive crazy revenues because companies are hiring you? Are individuals going to be like, man, go rent my intellect over there, and you have this vibrant marketplace with billions of dollars of transactions? How do people benefit from this?
So so a couple of things, right? The lowest hanging fruit that we have is, look, this is the reason why we went down the SOL route, right? Which is we did our raise. We don't need to have that much money, right? Unlike and by the way, I love to come on to I'll come on again and we can go into a completely different topic also, which is what does the future for entrepreneurs, for startups, for VCs come into play, right? Because one of my thesis is that in this post-labor market, you're going to start to have less and less capital requirements to be able to build things, right?
Right.
So we realize that. I mean, that's the reason why we said we don't need to go out and do a mass raise, right? We can do a small enough raise, and with that, we're already at revenue, but we can get to revenue to the point where we can be self-sustaining, right? And that's going to happen very, very rapidly for us, right? So when that happens, now all of a sudden, what does that do? What does that do to the value of the token that we have, which is directly correlated with our equity? The value of the token skyrockets. So now that the value of the token is skyrocketed, the next time I need to go out and raise additional funding, I don't have to do it at these bullshit valuations, right? Because there's real product, there's real revenue, there's a real team, there's a real problem with a real solution that we're solving for with real customers. So this is how you position yourself to become essentially like.
What do you think timing is like for you to get to that state where you're like, all right, you're already revenue positive, but you're like at profitability?
8 months.
Yeah. So this year, like,
yeah.
So by the end of the year, you're thinking, hey, like we're very far down this automation job loss kind of wormholes, close to the singularity. AWF is this platform where people are uploading their intellect, and there's this vibrant marketplace. I'm creating my custom agents by getting a little Saeed, getting a little De Niro Dom, and a little, whoever else there, creating my custom agent. I'm doing a lot of work. AWF is kind of at the center of that. And, VCs are like, here, Saeed, please take our money. Please take, right? And directionally, am I getting there?
100%. Look, I mean, the reality is that this is why you want to position this, right? So that's why for us, I've always been an infrastructure guy from day one, right? Whenever there's a gold rush, you want to invest in the in the
picks and shovels.
Picks and shovels, right?
Picks and shovels.
And that's where the opportunity lies. So this is why we have to start thinking about what's coming ahead. That's why when most people remember, we had built out our agentic solution 2 years ago, right? And immediately when I saw how easy it was, I was like, fuck this. We got to start thinking about post-agentic, because this thing is there's going to be a real problem that needs to be solved for. So that's why we're one of the, we're even that term post-agentic, that's a term that we coined, right? That's our term.
So that double down, triple down on that, by the way. Sorry, Dom, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess to just wrap this, it all sounds great in theory, but the big question is, how can I get an AI to fully embody my mind, my thoughts, my life, my day-to-day, what I see, what I think through? It's a lot to capture. We don't have Neuralinks in our brain. Can you tell me how that works out at a high level here in the next minute or two?
Yeah, very easy. So you're actually already doing that. So there's nothing novel about Shiza having to build something out like that, right? So how do you do that? If you go into any of your meetings, right? Almost none of us go into meetings without any kind of a meeting recorder that's there, right? That's recording it, whether it's a Fireflies or whether it's Read or whether it's, and then we have you have in your email suite, you've got something like a Gemini that's sitting there. You've got something like, if you're in Microsoft, you've got a Copilot that's there. Or for your social media, you're interacting with Grok AI that's there, right? Problem is all of these are isolated from one another, right? There's nothing that's centralized. These are all so Grok is holding onto that data. Your Read notes are holding onto that, right? What we're doing with all of this is that we could, one of two things. One, we're planning on launching the Shiza Companion, which will follow you, which will have all of these things. Or what it's going to do is just have API tie-ins, or it's just going to take the inputs from their output that's already there and put all of that inside of your own. You solve for it, and that's not that difficult to put together, right? The key is in how do you build an infrastructure which is cryptographically secured, which is private to you, right? That's where the novelty of the solution comes in, and that's what it is that we're building out. But the capture mechanics, they're already here.
Wild conversation, Saeed. Wild conversation. I love your vibe, by the way. You have a good vibe about you. So
awesome, man. Well, look, man. Much appreciated, and
of course.
And while I wouldn't be doing this thing justice if I did not give a shout out to Tom and Sean and the boys over at SOAR.
Yes, love them.
They've been absolutely phenomenal, and they're not paying me to say this or to do this, but if you are a startup, a serious startup, right, that is actually building something real and you want to get real exposure, talk to SOAR. Launch on SOAR.
There we go. Good way to close it off. Saeed, we appreciate your time here today. Pretty fascinating conversation, and we'll continue to follow your project and see what you guys cook up. So
yeah, thanks. Awesome, man. Follow us on Twitter. For anyone that's out there, today is day one. So and boys, thank you for giving us this public exposure and being super early supporters. And I'm looking to come back on and continue to keep you guys posted.
Yeah, bring us some updates, stuff. Man. Let's go.
100%.
Updates,
all right, boys.
Yes, yeah.
Peace.
Bye.
There we go. 5 hours and 30 minutes today. Good conversations.
Hey, man,
we had
only MCG will be on stream for you guys this long. My eyes are cooked. Guys, there's stream notes and everything. We're going to wrap it up here in the next minute. Stream notes for everything. Wild conversation. I think both Dom and I's brains are just like expanding and exploding.
Yeah.
We talk about
Friday. Yeah.
Tomorrow's Friday. We don't have any guests on tomorrow, so we'll have an open stream and mostly trading focus probably. But yeah, I mean, we've talked about future of work and stuff like that many times on this. So that's an
I
interesting
mean,
take.
I'll just do the brief overview here. I
Please.
mean, we have we had Sauron first. We had Tom from Sauron first. He talked about the mobile app that's coming. They talked about how they got the new Andrew Sanders from Amazon, who did the Amazon Alexa campaigns, helping them with the mobile app rollout. He's doing all the designs. He did the designs for Soar. They talked about their massive addition to the team with Andy from Indiegogo. Absolutely huge for a launchpad company. So that's like a really crazy one that got underlooked. Their TikTok rollout, again, their vision behind the mobile app. Then we had Amrish from Karma on. We saw that he had a Collect app on his phone, maybe some alpha there, maybe a partnership that he said could be cooking up with someone that we all know. So it could be Collect, something to keep in mind. They got potentially hardware wallets and cold storages coming. They are they have a very low fees. They do have insurance as well. You can refund, return all the time. They're doing Karma points, right? So you spend with Karma, you get Karma points, and you earn Karma in app, right? It's like their version of credit card points and cash back. And the more Karma you hold, the better you get, better discounts you get, and the more you qualify for earning Karma points.
We glazed over one thing with Soar. It's now discoverable on Axiom, USD1 integration, also the ownership token tag on Axiom. I think this is if there's anything massive to happen with Soar in the last like 3 weeks to a month, that is it.
Yeah. Well, and we just got the first launch. So I think this is the first time Axiom really got to experience a live launch. So there you go. You see, and it actually did very well. I mean, the valuation, the perceived valuation,
it did actually better, definitely better than the other ones. And honestly, CPT even, 40% right now, 24 hours. So,
I mean, and that deserves another 400% today. So I'm not even going to comment on that.
Not financial advice.
So yeah, then Karma again, like he's been a very good steward of money. He has ample runway. He said they're rolling out their marketing pretty soon for the cards. Cards are coming. Then of course we just had this conversation with Shiza, and no need to even go back over that. We just dug into it. They're doing some cool stuff in AI. So it's been a full day. We've covered a lot. Josh,
I'm gassed. See you guys.
See you guys tomorrow. Short stream. We'll keep it poppy and fun, and we'll catch you guys. Peace.
We're gonna give away money for Moby tomorrow too, probably. So just so you know.
Yeah.
Peace.
Also check Telegram. We're giving some away tonight too. Peace.
Peace.